while it's hot.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon
All right, welcome Rocket League fans. We have once again yet returned. I can't believe we still have a job. I can't believe they're bringing us back. I can only speak for me though, but Cole, Gregan, good to see you guys. It's been a minute. We're here for the Winter Regional number 3. You know it, Copa de Rocket League is what we're calling it. And this is going to be essentially the final chance here, all right? Clinching up points to make the LA Major, which is happening in 3 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, it's coming around quick, Orb. It's coming around really, really quick. It seems that this split has just started. To me, we've only just finished in Stockholm. And now suddenly we're here on the cusp of LA, and it's the most important weekend in EU split. At least we had the same thing in North America a few days ago. But that's life. That's fate.
Yeah, and the advantage we've got here in Europe is the chaos of this split has led us to a very exciting third regional here. So many teams can make it to LA. 2 already clenched it with Queso and BDS. Dignitas most likely, but it's those final 2 spots. There's about 8 teams that can make it, and each one of them has varying different routes to it, and we're going to be following that journey all throughout the weekend.
Right, so here we have the point standings. Like Gregan just said, Case of BDS already confirmed. So I wonder, are they going to be holding back maybe? Are they going to be taking a little bit more of a relaxed approach? I don't think so, but who knows? The other teams, though, looking to step up and once again clinch those points. Is Dignitas essentially like a secure for you, Cole?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the chance of Dignitas not making this, 120 points above the team in 4th, astronomically low. You know, there've been some posts in the subreddit working out the maths. It's like 99.6%, I think, the chance of Dignitas making it. It would be a humongous collapse. I think the real battle is between Evil Geniuses, Endpoint, all the way down to Luminosity Gaming in 8th, who just about have an opportunity. Those are the teams that I'm looking at to say, right, who is going to be finishing 4th and 5th among this mini league that we've got going on?
Yeah, and we look at some of these teams. So Williams Resolve made top 6. They made it through the upper, coming top of their group in the first regional, and they're down in 10th as they underperformed in the second regional. And then you look at teams like Semper, who were 1 game away from making it into the upper bracket in both Regional 1 and the second regional. And now they're here stuck at 11th because they lost that game, went down to the lower bracket, lost first round. So they have been so close to making loads of points in this new format, but it is incredibly brutal to teams that take big losses in the group stage.
Gregan, you talked about obviously the double elimination bracket, right? How does that work for the viewers at home that may need a little bit of a refresher?
So to make it into the double elimination bracket, you have to go first through the group stage. There's 4 groups split up based off of seeding. And you can see here that the number 1 team from each of these groups will be making it into the upper bracket. And then second and third will be going down into that lower bracket. 4th will be out. So you really need to make sure you make it through this first stage. That will be concluding today. And at the end of that group stage, we'll be getting to find out where people place into the bracket. And then from there, throughout the rest of the weekend, we'll be deciding who wins this tournament. As you can see here, the bracket, it's a long journey through that lower bracket. So you want to stay in that upper bracket as long as possible.
Cole, if you would have any predictions on who's going to make it until the very end, right? Who are we going to see there at the grand final come day 3?
Oh, of just this event. So not who's going to make it all the way to the major. Who's going to have a pop-off event? I can see Team BDS doing it again. You know,
Oh, really?
yeah, I can. They really, I mean, the question at the top of this show that Orb asked was, will Team BDS chill? Will they relax? I can't see that happening. This is not a team that wants to win one regional per split. They want to win every single regional in every single split and then every single major. And, you know, that 4-0 against Team Queso in the last grand finals, they have proven that they are still more than good enough to do so. So for Misfits, Luminosity, and Minions in that Group A, especially for Misfits and Luminosity who want to get to that major, they're going to have a really tough few players to come up against in the form of BDS.
Now, obviously, there is stuff up for grabs here. Let's take a look at the prize pool and the point distribution here. First, all the way down to the 16th. Plenty of money, $100,000 up for grabs. But once again, we're looking at those points and what teams can secure enough points to make it to the LN Major. It's going to be interesting to see. Once again, my friends, this is only day one. We got more coming your way in the next couple of days over the weekend here. Now, looking at the schedule here for round one, here are the teams, and here is who's fighting to make it. We have individual team streams for every single team here on screen, so we all have our fan favorites. Please go and root for them, okay? We want you guys to chill with us here on the main broadcast if you do so desire. We're going to try to keep you guys updated with results and such throughout the day, but I believe every single team here should have their own team stream. So go root for them, okay? Go cheer them on. That's what the teams and the players need. Now, let's take a look at our first game. Our first matchup here. We got Luminosity versus Misfits. That's going to be our game one. And we actually sat down with Cash from Misfits to ask some questions, and he had this to say.
With the last push of the major coming around the corner, we're making sure we're working extra hard, making sure to perfect every single part of our play, and make sure we end the split with the strongest performance we can get.
Cash, plenty of space in air. There's Arju, puts the shot on, and on target it is. Misfits stealing game number one.
Last split, we were very hectic, we were very panicky, we were very all over the spot, a lot of pressure. Coming into this split, we were just trying to calm ourselves down, just tried to perfect it and strengthen our defense because we knew that was definitely a big weakness of ours, and it's definitely paid off.
Cash looking for the long dump. That's a great demo from Matane to give Arju space. He's going to hit him with the flick. Top of the net. They're going to tie it up with 13 seconds.
Our biggest competitors for the next regional to qualify for the major are definitely Evil Geniuses, Endpoint, and Carmine Corp. They're all very great teams, very strong, but I'm confident we can perform better.
Not necessarily his flow. Nope. You hit a banger like that, you're right back in the zone. Let's play game 7. What a shot from Cash. Oh my goodness.
If we want to make worlds, I think major is definitely a big thing for us. It's definitely crucial that we qualify for major because of the big gap in points and give yourself a very big head start. But obviously we can't let ourselves get ahead of ourselves and let it get into our heads. If we make this major, we're in a very good spot to kind of get in that position and making sure we get into at least the wild cards.
Devo sharking midfield, and what a clear from Cash. And just going to put the exclamation point on game 3 for Misfits Gaming.
Lots of pressure there, says Cash from Misfits. Yeah, there is a lot on the line, a lot to win and a lot to lose. Great to have a sit down with him and get his points and his opinions across. Now, let's host up our fan vote, all right, for the matchup, okay? Luminosity versus Misfits. Chat, who do you got? Okay, we all know you guys are the true expert here, okay? None of us up here. LG, hashtag it up. Hashtag LG, hashtag MSF for who you got in this bout. Gregan, I'm going to start with you, all right? What is your prediction for this matchup?
So this is probably one of the most exciting games of this first round, and I'm glad we're getting to watch it here because both Misfits and Luminosity have that potential to be a top 5 team on their day. And I think Luminosity have had a bit of a rough time in this current format, having to face BDS in every single group stage. I think they're one of the best teams in this event, and I genuinely believe they're going to make a deep run at this event and really cause some upsets. So I'm going to be going with Luminosity. They're getting better and better each event. I've been watching some of their gameplay, and they look incredible. And I really think they're going to come out today and cause the upset on Misfits.
Cole, what about you? Do you agree?
Do I agree in a word? No. I think that Misfits are going to take this one. I loved hearing what Cash was saying about focusing more on their defense, because we know that when it comes to the attack, they have the solo ability to force goals out of nowhere. Where they sometimes let themselves down is when pressure's on against them. Can they just dig deep and make sure they don't concede when it's looking like they're going to? If they can fix that, if they've been working on that, then they can win this whole event. They are that good, but they have to show it now when the pressure is absolutely on for them.
I'm going to go with you, Cole. I'm going to say Misfits. So I've had
I'm the bad guy now.
Listen. I've had the honor of checking out some of the, while you guys are casting, right? I kind of jump around the different team streams, checking out the matchups. And quite honestly, Jorby's streams for Misfits have been quite sensational. He gets very excited when he casts, okay? And I love that. I love tuning in. So I'm going to say Misfits here. All right, 59% to Misfits. Chat is with us, Cole. Okay,
yeah.
Chat is with us.
I mean, I thought chat was going to go that way. To be honest, I just have a bit of a feeling for Luminosity. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying at this stage.
It makes sense.
So you're just going off of a feeling. Is that you're going off of a feeling? You're going off of a...
Look, Orb, that's all these predictions are at the end of the day. There's a little bit of logic in there, but with EU in particular, it's so hard to know which team is going to win as we start off game 1 of the Copa de Rocket League regional. And I'm so excited to see not only this matchup here, but how the rest of the event goes on and who makes that major. 2 teams here today who are going to be competing for that.
Who makes the major and who makes worlds as well. As Cash was alluding to in his pre-match interview, this is the point where literally every single game can have so many ramifications. If you win it, you go into that upper bracket, you get a few more points, you make the major, that just begins this snowball. And then next thing you know, you are there at Worlds in front of literally everybody, the whole Rocket League community going crazy. That is what's going to be at the forefront of these players' minds. But, Greg, I mean, you've coached. Are they thinking about that, or are they always just thinking one match at a time?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of a tournament, you do have to think one match at a time because it's such a long format, especially if you find yourself in that lower bracket. And I think we've certainly seen with teams like Luminosity Gaming, they've had a tough old run in these tournaments, and that will definitely have hardened them up for these tournaments. But, Misfits have gone through that upper bracket, felt how much that benefits them. They're going to be really thinking, we need to make it there. Otherwise, we're going to be having a long old journey. But every team in this format wants to make that first in the groups, and this group is definitely one of the toughest ones. Also BDS alongside these 2 teams in the group.
There was a lovely trade right there and a double as well, where one demo comes in from Luminosity, then Misfits respond with 2 more of their own, just to make it clear that they're not going to be bullied off this ball and they will fight back. I think this game is already sort of fitting into the sort of flow that we expected, where Misfits, they want to take as much control of the ball as possible, slow things down, have it on their roof, go solo, follow up neat and tidily, whereas their opponents, Luminosity, they want shock and awe. They want to make sure that Misfits have as little calmness as is humanly possible as they charge forward and try to shock them.
Yeah, Luminosity are a really hard team to break down. So those demos, I like seeing those because they structure themselves so well. Each one of these players individually able to defend 1v2 so well. And then you see how they cover behind each other. Just there, Tox knowing that if the ball goes over him, he's got a player behind him. And that's consistent with Luminosity Gaming's defense. You see it again there, Ixo going up, not fully committing, knowing that Atomic was behind him. And it really allows him to gain control of the possession. Tox just sending it high, but it sets up a shot for Atomic. Comes in, pinpoint accuracy. LG go ahead.
Now, did Tox mean that as a pass? I'll let you guys decide. But one way or another, it did fall to Atomic. And what a pickup that man has been. Luminosity have looked so much better since bringing him in. He was, he was the star player for Queso last season. And he has continued to look like he has that ability right now for Luminosity. And this is the team as well, as Tox goes up and maybe makes it 2-0. Ooh, it's been tough to really know what they can do in a lower bracket because they keep coming up against Dignitas.
Yeah, they've had tough journeys. The first event, they lost to BDS narrowly in the group stage, then faced Dignitas first round in the lower bracket. And then this event, the second regional, they lost in groups, unfortunately to Guild, which was definitely on them, and also lost to BDS, which put them down to the lower bracket, and they faced Dignitas after a few rounds. So they've had tough journeys. First event, less so on them, more so on Dignitas. Second event, more so on them. So now they've really got to put it into their own control, win that group stage, and try and find themselves in the upper bracket. And they've started strong with this first game, looking very solid.
60 points currently separate these 2 teams in the overall winter rankings, but it's 1 goal that separates them with 1 minute and 50 seconds left, and Misfits trying to get that equalizer as Matane comes into the backboard, coming to the business end of this first game. Ixo and Tox getting each other's way, but somehow Ixo manages to recover, and suddenly it's 1v1. Atomic goes out wide. Didn't really want to commit too much to the 50-50. Let his team in a bit of danger. Trying to slow things down instead. But a good little turnaround there for Luminosity when it just looked like Misfits were putting them in trouble.
Yeah, looking to keep control of it. You saw Atomic taking it to the corner, collecting boost, putting it in a position where his team was behind him. And again, that's the whole thing about Luminosity Gaming's structure, is they waste time so that they can have teammates rotating in behind. You saw it again there. Atomic wasting time allowed Ixo to rotate back. The moment Atomic got taken out of the game, Ixo was there to cover. That's the key to these guys' game plan. It does often mean they lack in risk-taking because they're very controlled in the way they rotate, but they're so hard to break down, and that's going to be a real challenge for Misfits here.
Yeah, you can see it now. Even Cash chucking in these flip resets. It's only being blocked. Dogged defending right now from Luminosity, but Misfits are going to keep coming. Is Cash, does he go for the flip reset? No, instead it's a touch to the backboard. Matane is there. The shot, though, is so weak. It's not good enough, is it?
Yeah, I mean, Matane has been gifted a goal there through a mistake. That's the problem with these kind of playstyles. If you keep taking hits over and over again, all it takes is one mistake. But equally, a mistake from Matane led to them not scoring. Oh! And that could be their only chance for the rest of this game. 30 seconds left. Misfits are going to chuck everything they've got at this game, because you do not want to start on the wrong foot against Luminosity Gaming, because they can hold out a whole series without conceding a single goal, as you can see right here.
It's got to be now. There's the thing from Matane. Atomic's up, and he's just slowing it down so well. Luminosity doing everything they can to frustrate Misfits. But we know they've got the skills to get past this Luminosity defense, but it's just not working for them. Good defending from Luminosity. One more chance maybe as the ball rolls around the backboard. Atomic maybe can put this ball down. He manages to do it, and that, Gregan, is tremendous game management from Luminosity.
Yeah, if you look through the history of Luminosity's games, they do often win a 1-0 slugfest. They get that goal early on, whether it be a mistake, whether it be good breakdown, and then when they get there, they're so hard to score against. Very similar to that of BDS. You know, BDS are a team that once they go ahead, they rotate in a way that is so hard to get past. But I think Misfits still got a lot to give here. You know, we're coming off of the last event where they were on boot camp and they were playing like a whole different team. And so we've got to see them now. Now that they're back home, can they perform at that same level? That's the real questions. But Orb, what else has been happening while we've been watching that game?
I've been trying to jump around some of the streams, seeing what's going on. As you can imagine, there's a lot of games going on at the same time. Some of them are slow, a little bit slow to the start. We had Dignitas just now winning. I believe they won 3-1 over Rix. Endpoint versus Navi, currently 0-0, getting into the last 90 seconds or so of the match. Vitality is up 3-0 against 00 Nation. Wow. I don't know if people expected that one. Cole, I know you're a big Vitality fan, right?
You've thrown me under the bus there slightly, Orb. I defended Vitality for such a long time, and recently I've just got a little bit annoyed at them. You know, I can see on the pitch, it seems like they've somewhat not given up, but they're just not that same formidable beast that they once were. But I mean, 00 Nation have had some famous victories against Vitality, back when Vitality were still this feared team. So, you know, if they're starting to revert things, then a win against 00 Nation would give them a very good start. But Gregan, speaking of very good starts, Luminosity Gaming, for them in that first game, the game plan just worked to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, we look at them as a team, and even before they signed Atomic, they were a very defensive team, very structure-based. When they were SK back in even RLCS X, they were hard to score against. They took a lot of pressure on, and it worked well. But then obviously when you come up against a team like a Queso or a Dignitas who are firing on all cylinders and have the ability to create goals out of nowhere, you know, multiple stringed mechanics together, they can break through it. And I think that's what we need to see from Misfits right here. But do you
remember when
quite lucky there.
Cash? Do you remember I met Cash was there? Oh, okay. I thought it was an own goal. I thought that was just Arju who just bumped it all the way towards his own goal. All right, I retract what was going to be a right old shout at Misfits right there, because it actually was a good finish, a proper finish in the end there from Ixo. But not the sort of goal still that Misfits would want to concede. Even so, it still is a freebie, even if it wasn't an own goal. And again, it's more awkward defending from Misfits. For all that Cash was talking about improving their defense, and that was why I rooted for them in this series. I backed them based on that statement. It's not really happening right here. Look at Matane here on the near post, looking a little bit awkward. He's done well to dig out a pass for Cash, who's for once missed his flip reset. Maybe he's faked it, trying to let Matane in. But one way or another right now, things just aren't working out for Misfits. And they have history. They did this at the end of the full split as well. In that third regional, they are expected to qualify for the full major, and they went 0-3 in the Swiss. So This is a team that has bottling it in their blood, and they are desperate, and they have been desperate since this split started to prove that that was a one-off. That will not happen again. But we're going to need a goal very soon in this first series of this tournament to prove that that's not going to be the case yet again. Can Cash make it happen? He's up against Tox. It's fallen into the center for Metane. But all these passes just going nowhere. Misfits prodding, but not really getting anywhere with it. And Luminosity is so happy to soak up this pressure. The big booming clearances are only going to a team in blue right now, but that miss from Ixo might open things up a little bit. But again, it's just good patience from Atomic.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more challenge game here from Misfits. You see the 50-50s going in favor of Luminosity. Oh, it's a missed opportunity for Atomic. Well, that's an open net miss, but thankfully for them, they're so hard to score on that, that might not come back to bite them, as they did get that early lucky goal from Ixo. I say lucky, it was a strong challenge from him, but to go all the way in, definitely a little bit of fortune in that. But yeah, we need to see Misfits winning those challenges. Right now, they're trying to outplay and beat the players. And like I said before, Luminosity Gaming's structure is encouraging that. If you beat the first person, there's someone behind it. If you beat that person, there's someone behind that.
Oh, there you go, Greg. And that's what you need. Just beating your opponents to the ball, having the clean shots. Cash is the man they required, and he stepped up.
Yeah, all solo there from Cash. Self-set up off the corner, just faster than anyone to the ball. Booms that towards the net. A great angle from him. We do need to see Cash sometimes step up to really bring this team to light. We saw it against Guild in that Game 7 almost reverse sweep. Cash came in and scored one of the best goals of the tournament. He knows how to step up in those hype moments. And unfortunately for Misfits, if they do want to go on and make that major, they need more than just a pop-off performance from Cash. We need all the players to step up here.
Yeah, he does play with passion, which can be for him or against him. There it was for him, but he's now got some defending to do. Atomic's coming in. He's put it off target yet again. Arju at that near post, just sending it towards the center where Tox was waiting. This touch wasn't ideal, which means that Metane can air dribble things away. Now, they missed as well. It's a slightly shaky series. These two teams have such brilliant mechanics, but we're not really seeing it here. It's a slightly scrappy Game 2 here on Forbidden Temple, and we're just waiting for one of these players to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Cash has looked most likely so far. Also most likely to break up Luminosity Gaming with those off-the-ball runs and bumps and demos. So far, his team haven't done too much with it. Maybe Arju can change that. He fakes a flip reset and puts Misfits in the lead.
Fantastic decision there to fake that. You see Cash is winning that interaction, that 50-50, sends it middle, puts Arju in a point-blank range where he can try and test the defense. Atomic expecting the harder shot, pre-jumps it, and it's the slow shot instead. Unpredictability is so key here for Misfits, as Luminosity have such a good read of the game, but as we mentioned, they struggle against teams that make unpredictable decisions and break them down in that way. Fantastic play from Misfits as we see them go up for the first time.
I mean, Cash is bringing that unpredictability. Look, he's going for more bumps and demos. A brilliant save from Ixo when he was left completely isolated. But the reason for that was that Cash was causing pandemonium on the Luminosity Gaming half. They're trying to get themselves back involved in the play, but suddenly Misfits looking more like the team we wanted. They're going for these flip resets, and now they're starting to get the space to actually connect with them or fake them.
Yeah, looking to take control off of some strong challenges. You see there again, Arju getting that ball to Cash. That's what you want to do. You want to gift the ball to a teammate. Take players out of the game, gift the ball to a teammate. And you see here, I'm trying it again, but intercepted. Metane, though, the fantastic thing about Metane's pass right there is how he didn't take himself out the game. Put Cash in a favorable position potentially, and then was back almost instantly. That's how these guys have got to play.
I want to see a little bit more from Luminosity Gaming right now, though. I mean, we see them as a team that can surprise their opponents. Suddenly they can turn it on and shock them and turn into this ultra-aggressive unit that they haven't been playing like that this whole series. And they still seem pretty languid right now. They seem content to try and defend and make sure Misfits can't cause too much damage to them, as opposed to chasing the game themselves and trying to really take the initiative. Maybe Atomic will be the player to change that as he goes up the wall, but Metane is up nice and early. Touch towards Tox, which is, I thought was a bit poor, but actually getting the second touch was really effective. Is anybody arriving here? It's Cash up against Atomic. Cash slows things down, but as far as Ixo, 10 seconds left. Tox is so far away from the play, but it does give him momentum to go for it. Ixo has a chance, but can't quite get the finish. Atomic's coming in, but it's over. Now Tox just has to agonizingly watch it fall to become 1-all in this series.
A few missed shots from Atomic in that series. A very close game in the end, but it was the execution from Misfits in that final shot that led them to that victory. A great shot from Cash and a good fake from Arju in that flip reset led them to scoring those goals. And we look back at that missed opportunity from Atomic on the open net. That's come back to bite them as we see the scoreline being 2-1 in favor of Misfits there, equalizing the series. But there are other series going on at the same time. We love to hear the updates. What else is happening in the Copa de Rocket League Regional 3.
That is right, Greg. And there are more games going on. Beautiful segue. I've been watching BDS 1 Game 1 here over Cookster's Minions.
Look at that satisfied sip from Greg, and can I just...
Right now, of course, he should be. He's an entertainer at heart. No, but yeah, so BDS 1 Game 1, but now they were down 3-0 in game number 2 after, I think it was there was a kickoff goal, yes. And then Queso, they won their first game. They're currently down 1 goal against Guild in game number 2. And Semper lost their first game against Williams Result. So those are some of the updates. But I think the most surprising one is kind of Cookster's Minions now. 4-1 responding here in their game against BDS.
Against BDS?
Wow. In game 2.
Get on, Cookster's Minions. I think every single event so far in this split, they've qualified in the 5th match of the Swiss. So that's a team that love to go to battle. They do not mind those long days, Greg, in which you talk about so much, which I think we as casters, as in we being, not you as a former coach, but the rest of us, often forget that these days are incredibly long and the standard can drop as players get tired because they are human. But we're at the early start of today, and already the flip resets are coming out, the assists coming in from Misfits, and they look so much more comfortable right now, don't they?
Yeah, Misfits are playing to win, where it seems like Luminosity are playing not to lose. You know, they're trying not to concede. They're playing things safe. Whenever they get an opportunity to score on net, they're slowing things down to try and make sure they get the execution. And that's just allowing Misfits to get back and defend. They need to be confident playing those shots at speed. Right now, they're second-guessing themselves a lot. But, you know, after every game you lose, you definitely come back and reset the mental. So we'll see if they come into this game with a slightly different attitude, maybe a bit more of a confident attitude to try and create some goals.
Remember how important finishing first in can be. A group which contains BDS and apparently Cookster's Minions, who are taking BDS to the limits of themselves in that second game at least. So if they can escape either of these teams in that upper bracket, you guarantee yourself a few more points at the very least, not to mention another life. And that starts with this first series. As Matane comes in and loses the race to Tox. Atomic's going on. He tries the quick shot up against Arju, who saw it coming. Good defending in the end. That was a nice idea. And now we see Luminosity Gaming start to change their approach. They're going for longer shots. They're going for passes. They're not just sitting back. Like, that transition was interrupted by Matane, but at least they were going for something a little bit different than just the boomer ball.
Yeah, they're bringing out a bit more creativity here, and I think that's the key.
That's tough. As soon as we're praising them for mixing it up, they just fall into the Misfits trap, and it's 1-0 Misfits.
Yeah, they're all just getting a little bit too drawn in. Cash just taking the sting out of that ball, staying close to it, forcing a second 50-50, pops it out middle, and that'll be an easy finish for Arju. It's things like that people don't appreciate from a player like Cash. You know, he's so well known for those amazing solo plays that he goes for. In this case, Atomic with the 1v1, these guys love to shut us up and say, look at me, I'm also a top player. Atomic coming in, the delayed ground shot, catching Matane flat-footed.
It's just like raw pace in both those first 2 goals. The first one, it was Cash who pretty much bounced off that wall and found himself immediately back in the play before anybody really expected him to be so. And then the second goal, it was just pace. You know, Matane didn't anticipate Atomic going for that quick shot. It was mechanically pretty easy, but the speed of thought was very, very high there from Luminosity Gaming, a team who, you know, I was saying was starting to look a little bit slow. Now the pace is right there. Atomic with the crossbar shot again. He could have had 5 or 6 goals this series.
Yeah, his shooting just been a little bit too high this game, but, you know, at least he's taking those shots. You know, that is a situation where they could have scored had that shot been on target. And if you don't take that shot, then that's when you start to see...
Oh, don't get dunked. Get dunked if you're a defender. It doesn't matter if you have to put the ball backwards or sideways or even towards an opponent. Just don't do this. The one place you should not put that ball, correct me if I'm wrong, Gregan, is into the approaching attacker so it bounces back towards your goal.
Yeah, you got to respect Cash, though, staying close to that ball after the outplay. But you did see Atomic jumping a little bit too early, and it limited his options drastically. So Cash was able to read that and cut off as many angles as possible. Again, though, both the goals from Misfits here have come from Cash winning 50-50s, winning interactions, and sending it into an awkward position for the opposition. This is what is so key about Cash's gameplay. It's not just about these fancy solo plays, flip reset, backboard double touches, all that kind of stuff. He wins 50-50s and puts the ball in favorable positions for his teammates.
He changed the approach as well. Like, he could have gone for a pretty basic infield pass there, but instead he opts to go for a slightly harsher angle onto the backboard, which Luminosity dealt with well, but it just made them keep thinking. You can never stop thinking when it's there. Even here, the 50-50, it falls to Arju, who peppers that Luminosity Gaming net. Now he puts in the pass. It should have been in. It's another miss. The shooting hasn't been great this series, but some of the approach play has been stunning. Now Arju shows what he can do. He goes to the backboard. Here's the follow-up from Cash, saved well by Luminosity Gaming, at least for now.
Oh, the pressure. Keep it on, Misfits. Ixo getting it away, but such good defense from Luminosity in the end.
Well played there from Luminosity Gaming. Yeah, Ixo with a really important second touch off the wall as well. Not easy to read that one and get so much power, but look at Misfits' mechanics. Such a good team when they get going, when they get rolling, when they get passing, when they get shooting. Into the top corner, it's Misfits and it's 3-1.
Shooting's not been quite on this series, but there is one player on the pitch you can rely on to mechanically execute, and it's that man there, Cash. Sends it top corner, couldn't have been more accurate, and he gets the team ahead by 2. 3-1 now, Misfits. The series now looking very in favor of Misfits as they're just getting hotter and hotter while Luminosity are still behind on the execution.
This match is in the palm of Misfits' hands. They've still got a couple of games that they need, but they just look better than their opponents, more creative with more in the tank, and they have Cash as well, who is just pulling the strings. A couple of goals in this game, still as Cash comes forwards yet again, and Luminosity have to do more defending. Cash takes out Tox, that opens things up. Matane finds himself bouncing off the ceiling with that dodge. He was able to use it pretty well, but sadly for him, it did confuse his teammate as much as the opponents, but Cash is just still winning these races. Matane up against Atomic, more desperate defending for Luminosity. How do they break free from this?
I mean, they just need to get a hold of Cash's decision-making. Every single decision he's making is working in favor of Misfits. They need to start blocking him, start beating him to the ball, take him out of the game, but Cash is just playing the space so well. You see how he backs off from where the play is so that he can come in at the right time once he's got a read on it. You see again just there, just chilling off the ball, waiting for that right moment to come in, and then goes for it, allowing his teammates to keep disrupting the play. And at the moment, Luminosity just don't have an answer to Cash.
Well, this is where they have to score. Tox, maybe if he'd have stayed there, he could have got a doink or a bump or something. But his instinct, even with 15 seconds left, is to rotate out. And they need more pressure than that. You know, they need to really turn the screw, and they have these even quarter opportunities when you're in need of 2 goals with 12 seconds left. It's just not attacking enough, not aggressive enough, not confident enough. And I mean, you can see why they're not confident. Misfits, they are playing so well now, and they are so close to giving them the best chance of finishing top of their group.
You just got to put your hands up in the air and go, how do we beat this Cash fella? He just keeps winning every challenge, taking us out the play. I don't know, do they need to fake challenge more? Maybe, but then that's what they were doing at the start, and it was getting them possession, but they weren't breaking the opponent down, and that's the key right here, is they need to find ways to take 1, 2, 3 players out the game with a single play or a single passage of play. That's where Misfits are just the better team right now, and that's why they're scoring 3 goals a game as opposed to that 1 goal a game we've seen Luminosity be able to reach.
Gregan, you mentioned 3 goals. What if I told you Carmine versus EG, their game 3 just ended 7-2. So
Blimey. In favor of Carmine?
In favor of EG. In favor of EG.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yep.
EG.
In favor of
Okay.
EG. We had Endpoint versus Navi. That's 1-1 in games. I don't think that is... no, yeah, they haven't ended game 3. Navi's currently up by 1 with some 1 minute, 10 seconds still to go. And Dig seems to be having a pretty much a walk in the park here versus Ricks. They're currently 5-0 in their game 3, and they're up 2-0. So they're looking to clean sweep this one.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of goals. A lot of goals all around.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Rob.
8 matches going on at once, there's always going to be plenty. Good games going on at once as well. So many intriguing places to watch. If you want to watch any of these series in full, other than this one, please, genuinely, truly, you have our blessing. Feel free to go and check out some of these team streams. You can root for them. You can really get a feel of how each org wants to present themselves on the big stage. Are they serious? Are they fun? Is it a viewing party? Is it proper casting, you know? So go and experiment, go and watch them all. But if you want to stay right here, we're going to see if Luminosity Gaming can switch things up. And to be fair, going into game 4, they look faster and they're playing more on the front foot.
Yeah, they're playing confidently. You can just see here, you know, Cash was up for that instantly. They're trusting their instinct. and going for the play, and just seeing a little bit too much stop-start from Luminosity. They're not keeping up with the speed of play. It feels like they haven't quite got a read on the play just yet. And it could be all sorts of reasons. You know, they could be feeling a little bit tired, a little bit lethargic. Maybe they haven't quite got going yet. You know, maybe they didn't warm up properly. There's all sorts of reasons for that. So don't count Luminosity out just yet. But as they get more settled into the day, we might see them reaching the full speed that we know they're capable of.
I've just seen Cash come off his own sort of goal lip, the crossbar, I guess, but the corner of it, and then turn that into a delayed dodge because he still had his dodge, and he connected with the ball perfectly. So I'm fanboying over Cash a little bit so far in that series. It's up to Luminosity to change that and change the conversation, because right now all they're doing is more of that dogged defense as Tox comes in underneath Arju. A decent touch, and now they've got a chance to move forwards. Tox is rotating backwards though, so it's Atomic all by himself. Ixo was leaving the ball, and they just need to move forward as a pack more. They seem reluctant to really take the fight to Misfits, and if you're doing that, eventually with the quality they have, they will break through you. Where is this second man for Luminosity Gaming?
Yeah, they're dribbling a bit too much. They're trying to take control of it and then outplay the whole team, and you just can't do that in the current level of Rocket League that there is. You know, there's too much strength in the second person covering behind the challenger, you know? If it fails, we've got so many people who can cover options behind, to the side. If the challenge is won, if the challenge is lost, you know, we see double commits and they don't tend to lead to goals against anymore because players recover so fast. They're so efficient with their movement. So we need to see better outplays from Luminosity than just solo dribble plays.
That's better. That little slowdown from Atomic is going to mean that some angle is generated. In comes Ixo, and one shift of pace is all it takes right here for that. Everything they needed.
Yeah, you can just see the outplay, so creative with the mechanics, using the double jump to reposition the car in the air dribble, sending it a little bit further across, and Ixo positioned aggressively on the opposite side, trying to play to score a goal for the first time. I think previously we'd have seen Atomic forced to go alone there by Luminosity, but they're finally taking those risks, trying to break him down, and that puts Luminosity ahead. I hadn't even realized half the game has already gone.
Yeah. It's gone really quick.
So much was in the neutral game here, a very low shooting game already, only 7 shots across the board in the first half of this game. So, you know, the team's being very smart in the neutral game, not overcommitting too much. But we do need to now start seeing those risks being taken from Misfits too to create opportunities. As Cash, solo play, takes it to the backboard, disrupts Atomic's clear, which does put it in possession of Matane. He's now going to try and center it for his team. But that's going to go back in favor of Luminosity. As RG tries to take control, but again, they just haven't got any strong possession right there.
Yeah, and that's where Luminosity, when they have this 1-0 lead, they do come into it from a position of strength. There's a miss there. Arju, one touch, then the second one. Ixo has to clean up. Arju had a couple of bites of the cherry right there. Neither of them proved fruitful. Now Cash can have a go. He's got a flip reset. He goes for a second one as well as Arju flies in to complete the 50-50. Luminosity on the back foot. They are comfortable there for large swathes of gameplay. Minute and 25 seconds left. Is that going to be long enough for Misfits to break through them? Not yet, especially as Tox is coming forward for a now rare foray into the orange half of the pitch. Ixo shows what he can do. Such a good mechanical player in his own right as well. Haven't seen too much of it in this series, and that touch is a little bit wayward, but all they're trying to do is swallow some seconds off the clock. Misfits, they need to get control of this ball. They need to do it quickly, and they need a bump or a demo, probably from Cash, because he is loving playing off the ball this series to break Luminosity down.
You can just see the difference in Cash's clearing versus Luminosity's. Luminosity's clear goes in favor of Misfits, whereas Cash's clear just there, he's the one to follow it up afterwards. Such a good awareness of where the space is in the defense, so he can find a second touch himself. You know, 40 seconds left here. Luminosity don't need to score a goal, but I'm sure based off of what they've seen from Misfits, they'll want to get that goal ahead so they can start feeling a bit more comfortable, because Cash on the ball is dangerous as he's centering it here. Eek's trying to defend alone. That ball is going to be on the goal line. Saved away by Atomic and Tox. Luminosity survived. They're not out of it yet. Ball on the goal line. Tox away. Cash sticking with it. Centers it once again. Atomic up fast and clears it away. What defense from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, but Misfits are going to come at least one more time. Look at Arju, such a quick rotation, spins on a sixpence. He tries to set up Matane. It's another great save from Atomic. Now Cash is coming in, 0 seconds, Tox saves. Matane is going to catch this one though until Tox charges down. Arju can't quite reach it. Luminosity grind their way to their second game of the series.
Come on, score more than one goal, Luminosity.
They've got one every game.
You're putting it on the reliance of those goal line saves that are so risky. All it takes is a better shot, a better outplay, and you can't rely on that goal line defense. But in this occasion, it does work out. Luminosity take another 1-0 victory as Misfits held to a clean sheet.
I mean, like, just that's a lovely play there from Atomic to set up Eekstone, but RG was so close there. I mean, Orb, you're watching about 1 million games at once, but surely your eye was just being drawn to this series, thinking, surely Misfits are about to score, surely.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I can still hear you guys full blast. So as soon as you guys go crazy, I'm just like, I snap over to this monitor. I'm like, what's going on here? I mean, so many close chances in the end. I'm just making comparisons to, let's see here, Queso versus Guild. They're 2-1 in games. Queso scored with 8 seconds left. It was looking like it was going to go to, for sure, overtime. But that's all it takes. 1 goal with 8 seconds left, and they snag game number 3. I was also looking here. Zero Nation versus Vitality. They are currently, let's see. Zero Nation is up 2-1 in games, and they're currently up, let's see, Vitality is up 2-1 in game number 4.
I mean, Zero Nation 2-0 against Vitality so far in this split. So they're probably the favorite in that series, which seems like an odd thing to say. But our focus, as we keep saying, is right here, right now, between Luminosity Gaming and Misfits. Misfits are trying to change what happened in that spring final regional when they had it all in their own hands and ended up bombing 0-3 in the Swiss. And 2 of the teams they went up against, Dragon and lost to, one of them was SK Gaming, who now are Luminosity, of course, and the other one was Cooksey's Minions. So history is in big danger of repeating itself. The question is, can Misfits find a way past this, we'll say, determined Luminosity team?
It was brilliant outplay from Eek, so they're just sending it off the backboard, instantly switching over to the demo, took away the keeper, but Atomic coming in with 2 weaker shot. He double jumped at it, which made it very predictable for the goal line defense. But you say about this team, formerly SK, this is one of the few teams in this split that had a roster move. You know, most teams stuck together after the full split in Europe, whereas this was the team that we were excited to watch, see how they did once they gained Atomic, because he's definitely been one of the best players of the last year or two. And so now we've got to see if he can prove that here. But, you know, he's been a bit quiet, missed a few shots in this series so far. If he steps up in this final game, I'm sure Misfits are going to be scared of him. You know, so far it looks like Luminosity are playing the more creative game in this one so far. You know, any moment Misfits seem to be able to create a goal out of nowhere. I say Misfits, Cash in particular creates a goal out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of spice here as well, of course. Eek's up against his old team in Arju and Matane, back when they were Galaxy Racer. So, you know, those guys, a point to prove perhaps, and Cash, he's got a point to prove, and he's just done it. It's 1-0 Misfits.
Yeah, side flip from Atomic. Arju flicking it up. Matane coming in, continuing the play. And that was a full team play there from Misfits. Every player just keeping that ball moving forward, taking player after player out of Luminosity Gaming. No one able to come back and block that Cash shot. And this is concerning now for Luminosity because they've not been able to score more than 1 goal in any of these games. And that would essentially mean they lose this one.
I mean, they've only taken 1 shot. Both teams have. You know, you're talking about the neutral game. It is a traditionally nervy game 5. 1 shot for Atomic, and then that one we just saw from Cash is all that we have had as far as the highlight reel goes so far in this 5th game. But any second can always turn into blood and thunder. Well, that's over Atomic. That's to the backboard as well, and Arju squeezes it home.
Yeah, Atomic not looking very confident as the 3rd here today, just not going up for the balls that he can win. And you can just see they're having to read that touch from Arju. Genius from Arju to send it high, take out the final defender, and that puts them now 2 goals ahead. Atomic needs to get his confidence up right here, as he's not been flying for those balls, knowing that he can beat anyone to it if he goes as fast as possible.
And he's such a good player as well. He does just need the tonic of hearing your teammates say, it's fine. That's all he needs. How is the communication from Luminosity Gaming? It's, you know, been a bit of a disappointing performance from them all round. Maybe a bump from Atomic on Cash is what he needs to get himself back in the game, but Cash manages to avoid it. And now Misfits have to do some defending of their own with Arju on that backboard. Just delays his flip, gets it over Eekso. But Tox was arriving. Matane has missed. There is a pass there, maybe. Tox tries to squeeze it past Cash at the near post. A good decision, mixing things up. But unfortunately for that, on that occasion, not quite the right one. This is better from Luminosity. It feels like that second goal against them has just shaken some life into them.
It has, but I've just jumped on board with Atomic just to see how he looks compared to normal, and he's very rushed with his decisions. When he's going, he's double jumping instantly, and it takes away all of his options. Just there, he could center it to Ixo, but the moment he double jumps, Ixo has to try and beat a defender who's got as good a read on that ball as he does. So we need to see a little bit more of that finer control from Atomic to really create that guessing situation for the defense. As we see Ixo centering at Matane. What a recovery off the back wall.
Yeah, what a save that was from Matane. He didn't waste his dodge. He just kept his car straight. And wow, Arju, what a flick that was. Actually, too much power for the onrushing Cash, but it still terrifies the heck out of your opponents when you can fling the ball with such speed and precision. So tries to go underneath Cash. It's still smart from Luminosity, but still Misfits managing to defend. Cash is trying to beat Tox in this race, and then the pinch does in the end come in. I think it was Arju. There's a pass there to Tox if it can be found. Not quite. Ixo's there. Wants to follow it up. Luminosity can't quite get there. Atomic surely is going to score this time, and he does. And he sets up the grandstand finish.
Great clear from Ixo. Matane trying to disrupt it, but it just goes straight back into the possession of Ixo as he breaks down the full defense, leaving it on a plate for Atomic as he comes in and sends it home on the empty net. A minute and a bit left here for Luminosity to try and equalize. We haven't seen them score more than one goal yet in a single game, so they really need to pull out something magical here for themselves.
Oh, it's so close there. Arju was just watching, and Matane's touch just rolled over. Still the pressure comes on. What I would say as well about that last goal is if there was one Luminosity player you could pick to score, it would be Atomic. He needed that. So is that just going to shake him up? Is he going to start playing to the standards that we know he can? Here he is on the ball right now. He goes for the instant shot. Let's see what comes in as well. Cash was alert to it all, but Luminosity will keep on the attack. The demo's flying in. Atomic behind this one. Is a pass or a shot? Another demo. Tox has just got the devil in him right now, going for absolutely everybody. Ixo to the backboard. Misfits are going to have to see this one away. And Luminosity Gaming, I'm pleased to say, are not going to make it easy for them.
Yeah, both Ixo and Tox, after they've made their play, following through for those demos. The rotation we saw out of Com, the North American regional winners, he would always go for those follow-through bumps, and it's so dangerous. But right here, they've just run out of steam. No one's got possession on Luminosity Gaming. It's all in Misfits' favor.
They've got absolutely nothing.
Just can't take control here as that ball's going to go far enough away. Misfits let it touch the ground, and Misfits take our first series in Game 5. What a performance from them. Luminosity just not quite able to get the firepower needed to overcome the creativity of Misfits.
I feel like Misfits Gaming right now, in their comms, it won't be cheering, it won't be celebrating, it won't be like, come on, let's go or anything. It'll just be phew. That is a series that they really should not be losing. On the day, they were the much better team. I think credit to Luminosity for taking that one to 5 and showing that they can fight when clearly they're not at the races on the day. So few. Which other teams are saying few right now, Orb?
I think I'm saying few, jumping around all these different games and all these different team streams. Chat, don't forget, okay, different team streams going on for every single team in here. So if you want to watch their POV, essentially, follow them along, root for them, by all means, do it. Now, we had Endpoint winning over Navi. They're 3-1 in the series. Oh, yeah, here we got 0-0 Nation versus Vitality.
We've got a lot of Game 5s. Oh my. We got 0-0 Nation and Vitality in Game 5. Queso Guild. We just had a Game 5 there. And then your Evil Geniuses versus Corp in Game 5. So just continuing what we'd expect from Europe to be incredibly close in the group stages.
Yeah, exciting as well. You know, this is what we want to see when it comes down to this. Because I do think with the extra pressure on, you know, I mean, Luminosity in that series, it's so close there. Vitality to conceding in that 5th game. I don't think they disagree with me to say that was a poor performance from Luminosity. They will have played so much better on so many occasions, but there's that carrot sort of dangling in front of everyone that says major, that says all your dreams can come true and it all starts in this split. You know, and that can affect players. That can really make them struggle at times.
So do you guys think there's going to be a lot more Game 5s than today because of the added pressure for making the LA Major?
Ooh, I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be Game 5s, but I think we're going to see some uncharacteristic underperformances from certain players, certain teams, because there is, like Cole said, there's a lot of pressure on them, and we saw it from Misfits in the 3rd regional of the full split. You know, very much underperformance from there.
You learn from it, don't you? Like Misfits
exactly.
Clearly.
the only way you can get better at that is to fail over and over again until you realize, oh, it's not as bad as we thought it was. And that's what we've seen from Evil Geniuses. We've seen it from Misfits. Going to boot camp and sort of creating that more human connection with your teammates can certainly help as well. So, Misfits, Evil Geniuses, known for their underperformance in the high pressure moments in the past. I don't know if we'll see that same thing here in the Copa de Rocket League third regional of the winter split. But 00 Nation and Vitality, these two teams definitely not thinking about the major right now. They're thinking about points, they're thinking about prize money, they're thinking about how can we show that we are a better team than we have done so far.
I mean, right now Guild is up 1-0 there in their game 5. Do you both think that Guild is going to take this one?
Ooh, wow.
No, Guild have lost very, very many series from 1-0 up in a game 5, especially against Team Queso. They finished first in that first regional. It was second in the second regional, and they are the informed team in Europe right now, across multiple series. So the fact that Guild have even taken them 2-5 is very impressive. I wouldn't be too distraught for them if they didn't see it away. Maybe you disagree, Gregan?
I mean, Guild are just getting hotter and hotter. They made top 6 in the first regional we've seen them qualify for with CRR. I think CRR probably the strongest player Guild has ever put forward. Out of Scrub Killer, Tho, Devo, and Nolly.
You're a big fan, aren't you, of him?
I'm a big fan. He plays an exceptional game, and I think it's really allowed Nolly and Devo to shine because they've got that player that they can support and facilitate. And I think one of the advantages they have as a team is they're quite unorthodox. Even though they've got a solid structure, they do play for the miss a lot more than other teams, and that works so well in a fast-paced region like Europe.
Oh, man. There's suddenly 10 seconds left. I didn't even realize we were that close to the end of this one. A game 5 Vitality overtime. Champions Field, next goal wins. There's a lot of history there for people who've been following us for a long time.
Yeah, one of the few teams that have actually got names up on the banners in Champions Field still. So much new talent in this region. Some of the veterans here in Fairy Peak, K-Dop, and Alpha. But now we're going to overtime. I mean, this is going to be a close one right here. Who do we think is going to take it? Vitality.
Yeah, I'm going to say Vitality, yeah.
You got to believe. Good call on that one. I thought that was it.
That's why I whispered it. It was like whisper it, but
Guild, okay.
A bigger Noto there from Nolly.
There you go. Look at that finish. He's good.
It's a cast of curse. It's a cast of curse. Guild is going to do it now.
Right. Who's going to take it? 00 Nation Vitality. Oh, Fairy Peak. Oh, Flame, another veteran right there. Flame, I don't know if he gets enough credit. He's been in so many top teams over the years.
It's so difficult watching a series like this because we don't really know the shape of the game. We don't know if 0-0. Oh, a Noto Vatira. Oh, it's all getting interesting. I love it when it cuts because it's like, oh, what's just happened here? What's happened in the second game?
Oh, yeah, Queso have the ability to really heat up in the final seconds because, they've got so much offensive capability that if they just take big risks, they could just score anything, really.
I know for a fact right now that if Shogun was here, he would be convinced that Team Queso win this game 5. You know that, right? He's been around the Guild block. Their former team stream caster. Oh, Team Queso, they're knocking on that door.
Oh,
so
5
close.
seconds.
Oh,
This is scary for Guild.
Oh,
Where's that ball gone?
Surely there's no way. Surely there's no way, right?
oh,
0
There's
seconds,
always a
mate.
way.
there's always
0
a way.
seconds.
That ball's up. Oh, there it is. Guild
Oh,
take
Breezy
it.
scored as well.
And Breezy.
Wow, that was synchronized, actually.
It wasn't sync.
My goodness. Well, I mean, fair play to both teams. Guild, I guess that's an upset on both sides, right? 00 Nation taking that.
No,
I mean,
that's the third in a row.
Okay,
Split.
yeah. I guess it's just the Vitality of 2 years ago in my head still. Like, oh yeah, Vitality are great, aren't they?
It happens
yeah,
to all of us, mate.
Not quite the same Vitality we used to see. But then, Guild taking that win over Queso, definitely an upset there. Queso #1 currently in points in the winter split in Europe. So definitely one of the favorites to go on and win another event. But Guild taking them there, and that puts me in a good spot to go and take that #1 spot in the group.
I mean, I think it's very fitting that, the games that we're casting here go to game 5s because that's always been the case. It goes to game 5 or it's a sweep 3-0. We don't really get the in-between for the main
I
broadcast.
don't believe in the 3-1.
No, we don't. Listen, we just listen, it is the main broadcast. We want to give as much Rocket League to the people as possible. You know, that's essentially how it goes, how it is. But my friends, listen, we got to take a little bit of a break, pay some bills around here, recharge for round number 2. We got more Rocket League coming your way right after this. Please stick around.
even when they hurt. You wanna feel, wanna fall in love, wanna give it all up, but you don't want to lose your control. Are we playing this game? Oh, are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin.
And welcome back. Round 1 is behind us. We're looking forward to round number 2. Cole, Greg, and have you recuperated? Have you gotten yourself in a position here to be able to be the best possible casters you can be for round 2?
I can never speak again. It was too much excitement. Orbs, great.
Wait, you sound worse off. You sound you've aged. What happened in the break?
I get told that a lot that I've aged, Orb, so I'm used to it. It's water on the duck's back at this point.
You look young and vibrant is how I would describe you, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I got told off for hitting a ball around in free play between games. I'm wondering how many people at home who are watching RLCS are just playing Rocket League at the same time. Because whenever I'm watching it, I'm always hitting a ball around in free play until there's no game. Then I queue a ranked game or two. And anyway, the groups have happened. First round, we've seen our first winners. You know, you got BDS and Misfits coming out on top in Group A. I think probably looking through this, I would say the only group with upsets is probably Group C with that guild over Queso.
I mean, I'd say Semper are slightly better.
Hold it a little bit longer.
I'd say that Semper are a slightly better team than Williams Resolve, even though they haven't really been showing it this split. So is that an upset? It's more of a form thing.
Yeah, I'd say like Misfits, Luminosity could have gone either way. Williams Resolve, Semper could have gone either way. You know, K-Corp, EG, depending on which K-Corp turns up, could have gone either way. And I think a lot of those went to Game 5 as well. So definitely some close series that I wouldn't necessarily call an upset, but you know, Guild beating Queso, is that a Guild who's really trying to show up and Queso who are sitting comfortably knowing they're making the major, which we often see in these early stages in tournaments. Because
NRG as well.
Yeah, NRG. And people always go, oh yeah, but look at them in the final stage of the tournament. They started playing good again. It's like the idea of going for a marathon, right? Like the idea of starting the marathon's a lot harder, but if you're on that final mile stretch of the marathon, of course you're going to be confident and run it really hard because you've not got much left to do. So these early stages in tournaments, there's a lot ahead of these players. They've got to really psych themselves up to go out there and play their best in the early stages.
I mean, I got pretty confused there, but I think what Gregan was saying was that running a marathon is easy. So cheers, Gregan. Appreciate it.
All right, well, here you have the schedule here for round 2. What do you think is going to be the matchup to watch here, Cole? Is there anything coming at you from these round 2 picks?
God, you've asked me that. I've got to suddenly pass 8 different matches. Which one's interesting to me? Team Queso, are they going to be, as Gregan was saying, sort of chilling, or are they going to suddenly come up against 0-0 Nation and show what they've got? We've got Semper, Na'Vi. I'd say the Dignitas K-Corp. That looks pretty interesting. Cool. What series that'll be?
Yeah. Just before we get on to Dignitas K-Corp, I do want to highlight Luminosity facing BDS for the 3rd time in group stages in this split. Have they finally got their number? The first time they played against each other, Luminosity almost took it, and then in the final 30 seconds, BDS equalized of Game 5 that was. So Luminosity BDS should be a close one, and have they finally worked out how to beat the regional number 1?
Oh, I've got one. Evil Geniuses versus Rix. I mean, Evil Geniuses just won against Keiko. If they can beat Rix, they give themselves a really good chance of topping the group and getting a lot of points in this event if they can do that. So there you go. That's my answer, Rob. Thank you. I'm out. See ya.
Absolutely. And listen, chat, don't forget, every team that you see here on screen has their own individual team stream. We try to plug that as much as we can because we want you guys to go out there and root for the team that you just love the absolute most. Now, our next matchup for round 2 is got to be Carmine Corp versus Dignitas. Now, Dignitas obviously coming off of their clean sweep against Rix. So they are one step closer for clinching a spot to the major. Now, we decided to sit down with Steak from K-Corp to hear what he had to say. Here's a video with him.
We just played the qualifier and we qualified. That's the important thing. And we will be in a bootcamp. We'll try our best. We need to give our 200% because after not qualifying for the first one, I think it's like the most important major for us. It's the chance to do a comeback, to have a chance for qualifying for Worlds and not qualifying any major. Whoa. It will be so hard to manage. It will be a big upset for everyone.
Shaky 30 seconds or so from both teams with a double commit from Carmine, then a miss from Mets. And Astral, though, is going to fix that there and then. The pass from Itachi, it's that simple for him.
If I'm not wrong, to make it 100%, to have a chance for qualifying for Worlds, top 2, top 3 in most of the cases, top 4 as well in most of the cases. And then top 6, it's quite hard, but I would say top 4.
Well, we saw Endpoint try that earlier on against Carmine Corp, and now Carmine Corp do it to them. It's all from that bump. All you need to do for an Astral goal is give him a clean touch, and he will never miss.
So Astral is one of the best mechanical players in the world.
I haven't played in the big stage yet. I played the Spanish lands, but it's obviously not the same. There will be way more pressure, but also there will be more motivation. Like, just thinking about you scoring a goal and someone screaming and celebrating, or maybe just being sad because you scored his team. I think it's insane to think, like insane moment.
With Itachi touching the ball so delicately below the crossbar, though.
Yeah, I want to go, like, no matter what.
Astral is beaten down by Mesonora. Stake there towards the backboard. Just trying to set up Astral. There's the bump.
good.
I said there would be a bumping goal, and it's happened with 41 seconds left of game 6.
That is genius, that Astral. He can't get a better touch off this board. It comes off the ceiling. Sees Seiko up.
Stake talking about the pressure. See, this is going to be the reoccurring theme throughout this regional. Because pressure is turned up. I mean, it's turned on. Everybody needs to perform and deliver when it matters the absolute most. Great getting to hear what Stake had to say. Now, let's start our fan vote. All right, we're reaching out to the true experts of the universe and the Rocket League space, which is Twitch chat. Hashtag KC, hashtag Dig. Who do you think got this one? Do you think it's going to be Dig coming off of that clean sweep against Rix? Or do you think KC is going to take this one home with Stake leading the charge? Cole, I'm starting with you. Prediction, please.
Prediction, please. Dignitas, they are very, very strong indeed, and they will be absolutely desperate to win themselves one of these regionals. They will feel they have to do it going into the major. So every series they have has to be a statement win. They're up against KC, you know, they're up against Astral, former Dignitas leader, as it were, and they're just going to want to put them down. It's going to be a 3-1 to Dignitas.
You're making more of a bold claim there. Well, I mean, just looking at these two teams, they should be Dig winning this. It should be Dig being the better team, but K-Corp have such a wide variety of performances. We've seen them absolutely dominate teams and then go to look like the worst team in the regional, you know? Which of them turns up will decide how much Dignitas can win by, but I do just feel like if Dignitas play the way they can play, they should win no matter what K-Corp turns up. So I put Dignitas here, whether it's a 3-2 based off of K-Corp turning up or an absolute routing of a 3-0, that more is decided by K-Corp.
Yeah, I'm joining you guys. Maybe it's the boring choice here, but I'm going to go Dignitas as well. I think they're going to feel good after this sweep. I think having kind of that confidence from game 1 or series 1 is important. So I think Dig is going to bring it home. Chat is with us, 83% in favor of Dig. I mean, this just opens up the floor for K-Corp to do the underdog kind of attack on Dignitas. It's going to be interesting. Cole, you said what, 3-1?
I said 3-1. Yeah, I'll give Carmine Corp a game. Maybe
Dragon,
they get the first
what about
one.
3-0. But like I said, it could be a 3-2 if K-Corp turn up. And when we look at these two teams' histories, these were the two teams everyone was excited to watch in the RLCS 21-22 season, as they were probably the scariest prospects in the preseason. You know, K-Corp were coming in as one of those teams which we thought might go on to make the major and then fell a bit short. But starting off, this man, Astral, is one of the big reasons for it. Such a mechanical player coming in with a great shot far side.
And you love that from Itachi as well. The little hop, skip, and a jump, and then no jump at the end of it to allow his opponent to just to rise completely over the top of him. And then Astral puts it away into the top corner. I mean, Astral, he is such a good player. He is a player that you can just sit on his camera. If you download these replays after they're done, you can just watch him. But Dignitas, all three of them, you can say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, a very different style of good player between Dignitas and K-Corp. You know, K-Corp mechanically look exceptional, whereas I think Dignitas individually can hold their own in any situation. And right there, Joria's starting off with a great shot The rotation is the biggest difference between these two teams. You know, the mechanics are pretty much level between them. You know, all three players on the pitch capable of scoring in any situation. But the way Dignitas structure themselves around each other is a lot more scary than the way K-Corp do. As we see a goal here for Astral. Firepower at the ready from both teams. Itachi getting the 50-50 off that wall. Apparently Jack trying to predict the touch towards the corner. Doesn't quite make it. And Scrub late returning home. Astral with a free goal. 2-1 K-Corp.
Yeah, 35 seconds in and already 3 goals. A decent hit rate for viewers, especially neutral viewers. Just want to see as many pretty goals as possible. I've loved what I've seen so far from K-Corp, from Itachi. I mean, this is the player who, when he first, came onto the scene with Barca, he was so highly rated. And since moving to K-Corp, he's just slowed down a little bit. You know, we know what he is capable of. He can pull the strings. He can make any teammate in the world look even better than they are. So you're thinking, okay, sticking with Astral, it's going to be absolutely perfect. And often with K-Corp, as it has so many times for teams of Astral, and it has to be said, it's not quite worked out like that. But already in the first minute or so, we're just seeing Itachi involved in everything, whether it's fakes, whether it's following up and just being the first man there and having that confidence to play in front of the ball, or whether it's just getting clean touches. And this is the version of Itachi we want to see, comfortable with 0 boost and just making K-Corp look as good as they can be.
Yeah, and I do not deny that K-Corp can score lots of goals. We see them creating opportunities for themselves over and over again, but almost similar to that of FaZe in North America. We don't doubt their offensive firepower. It's how they structure in defense and how many goals they give away for free just through bad positioning around each other, or over commitment towards the play. Very frequently, K-Corp find themselves too close to the ball and not able to make a solid play on the ball. And if that continues, then Dignitas will outplay them. But right now, they're seeming to be spread out, structured well, not overcommitting. So it's a good sign for K-Corp.
Yeah, good patience there from Jory. He's not to dive into that ball too quickly. He seems to have sensed that Itachi is trying to mix up the pace, and now he's trying to do the same right back to him, so he doesn't completely dictate how this game is played. But he's still managing to, forcing that one into the center and making Scrubkiller make a save towards apparently Jack. It's actually a really nice pass there towards apparently Jack, and that gets Dignitas going. Now Scrubkiller up, trying to close this one down. It's Joris that it's going to fall to eventually. Opts to go for the 50-50 in the air. I was wondering if he'd let Astral just do his thing and wait for the ball to bounce, but instead making sure Astral doesn't ever get all that time on the ball, and eventually the ball drops to Scrubkiller.
I like that. The follow-through bump on the clear there from Astral, just taking away that third from in the form of Scrubkiller. Now, Scrubkiller is covering in the midfield, but he's on low boost, so you see he can't really do a huge amount with that ball. And that all just comes back to that Astral demo on the follow-through, breaking up the structure for Dignitas. And we see the same play there from Scrubkiller on the second.
And another one there. See you later, Itachi. You're not allowed to play ball. Apparently, Jack tries to prod it towards Scrubkiller, but it's saved by Astral, and that's going to send Dignitas all the way back. And Steak avenges his teammate just to say, don't worry, mate, we got you. Don't get dunked. That's what I'm thinking right now as Jorius arrives. He comes to the backboard. It's not going to quite go in. Almost a piece of brilliance there from Jorius, but apparently Jack can keep the attack going. He goes to the ceiling, gets another couple of touches, tries to change the direction of the ball. Scrubbers arriving, and K-Corp showing that they can defend as well.
You see it on the rotation out from Dignitas every time, looking to get that boost still, looking to get some bumps, keep that pressure on, take away options for the defense as it allows them to open up that space. All three of these Dignitas players so good in the 1v1 situation. So if you get a demo, turns it into a 2v2. If there's another player out the game, 1v1. Boom, you've got your favored situation as a team. And they're going to continue going for those bumps here. Apparently Jack off the backboard, sends it home, just below the crossbar. Fantastic play from Dignitas and an amazing finish from Jack, jumping up backwards. What a legend.
I feel like you do not teach that in Rocket League school. If you're saying, look, I want to make it to Supersonic Legend, the first thing you'd say would be don't play backwards. It just does not work. But apparently, Jack, he is good enough to break the rules. His mechanics are that good that it doesn't matter that it's not the norm and it's a little bit odd. He makes it work. And then to finish that with a double tap is really, really special. 4 goals now in this first game. This is just turning into an absolute party.
Yeah, there's definitely questions right now which out of Jorius and apparently Jack is the mechanical outplayer. And I think as of recently, it's been more Jack than Jorius. Through the full split, Jorius looked like one of the best players in the world. The things he was capable of were incredible. But Jack has really been working on his mechanics, his outplay ability. As we see Dignitas go ahead, 3-2. Apparently Jack to finish it off. The disruptive play, though, from apparently Jack into Scrubkiller. The goal line defense just not quite there for K-Corp.
I mean, the goal line defense wasn't there, but you can see why. The angle that Scrub Killer forced was not what they expected. I think they expected the pass back instantly to apparently Jack. So Scrub Killer just forcing that shot to the near post, they managed to deal with it as best they could. But because Dignitas' comms are so good, apparently Jack already knew what Scrub Killer was doing before Scrub Killer did it, and that meant he could react fastest. And we have, for the first time in this series, I believe, a Dignitas lead. 25 seconds left for K-Corp to come back, but it's Dignitas all the pressure right now. They're starting to style the first touch of the work, and does he go for the bump? He does. Astral just about saves it. Scrub Killer's shot is over the top of the backboard, and can Carmine Corp get a touch on it? Stake tries to edge it out, gets a really good dunk, but Scrub Killer was there. He was watching it the whole time. Astral has to do something absolutely astounding to even send this ball towards the Dignitas goal. It's a pass. Itachi shoots. Scrub Killer, defensive stalwart, takes it away. Gonna try and get one more touch on this one. Dignitas survive a little bit of pressure at the end to take that first game.
Yeah, Dignitas warmed up through that game, refocused on what kind of an opposition they're against. You know, their first series was a 3-0, so it can sometimes send you in a little bit cold when you come up against a team as mechanical as K-Corp. You know, you have to start changing the read of the play a lot faster, a lot more mechanical, and they definitely tuned into that towards the end of that game and looked like the stronger team.
Now, fellas, if I may chime in, okay? You know I'm looking at some of the other series, and we got a deuce of a series going on. Endpoint versus Williams to Solve is currently on a 7-minute overtime.
Oh my.
Wow.
7-minute overtime. No team wanted to budge. Both teams playing good. That is kind of where my eyes are for the most part. Gale just won, I believe, 4-0 against Vitality.
Oh my.
Cookster versus Misfits. We had 1-1 in games. Misfits is currently up 2-0 with half the game still to go. But this overtime, 7:20 right now.
Well,
If anyone wants to watch this overtime, twitch.tv/endpoint TV is one place you can go, or Williams Resolve. I'm not sure what their stream name is, but I'm sure if you type in
RSVGG off the top of my head, I might be wrong there.
This guy, he is good. He remembers all the things.
Yeah, but if I'm wrong, I don't look very good anymore, do I?
You know everything, Regan. You know everything.
Exactly. And for the sake of the magic of television, I think it's true.
No, it's completely off. It's Resolve POV, so
Okay.
we're nowhere near. I think that might be their Twitter or something. Oh, I don't know. Well, we got you the information in the end. Go check it out. 8 minutes now in their overtime. But we are here with Carmine Corp versus Dignitas going into game 2. Dignitas taking the first one with a lead towards the end of the game. And I'm sure you're all excited to see a mechanical lobby full of these players. You know, some very popular names here. K-Corp, one of the most popular teams in RLCS. Massive following over there on their team stream. But of course, Dignitas with Scrub Killer, apparently Jack and Jorias. 3 very popular players, mostly due to their 1v1 ability, but the highlights these guys pull off are amazing. As Astral backboard, apparently Jack keeping it away. Stake has to get a powerful shot on target. Jack recovers in time and sends it away, but they're not out of it yet as they've got to clear this ball away.
Apparently, Jack always thinking of that next play, not just get the save, land in such a way that you can then save the next shot that will inevitably be flying in. A little bit of good Jack defending right there, but it was from good K-Corp attacking. Astral's touch deserts him for once, and Itachi has to scramble backwards to get this Scrub Killer hit. Now, apparently, Jack, just look at the angles that he forces. He is just making K-Corp think every time he gets control of that ball, because he can force it to go anywhere, right? And if you manage to get it past Jack, you've got Jorius to deal with. It is just not a fun thing at all playing up against Dignitas, especially when they're feeling it and they're getting these bumps. K-Corp defend for now, but as we saw in that last game, Gregan, it took a few minutes in the last one, but this time it's taken about 1 for Dignitas to really have full control of everything.
Yeah, as the defense against Dignitas, you're asking so many questions. What are they going to do here? Am I going to get bumped? Am I going to lose my boost? Are they going to go for a spicy aerial player? Are they going to keep it grounded? What is the option they're going to take here? Are they going to string it together with passes? They do that there, but Joria's shot not so desirable, as that gives K-Corp a bit of a chance here to reset. You know, the players building up their boost again, finding themselves in stronger positions, but it is still in Dignitas' control. Just so much creativity from this Dignitas offense. Every attack looking completely different.
Dignitas absolutely desperate to 1, go to LA, and 2, go to LA with a regional victory under their belt. Anything less than that, even breaking into that top 5 for a team this good, that is failure. That is not good enough. They want to show that they are here to win. They're here to fake. They're here to score. And it so nearly worked there. Itachi had to keep his concentration up to 100 to get that save, and it might work out as well in return. Itachi again pulling all the strings. Stake up against apparently Jack. The K-Corp still can't win, and while the last game was a bit of a banger, this one's a little bit slower. Ooh, until I say that, and then there's the goal.
you just see here, like the way they play as a unit, you know, apparently Jack disrupting the play upfield, it goes straight into possession of Scrub Killer. The Scrub Killer rolls that over to Jorius, and it was not an easy finish. Jorius having to put a lot of power in that ball and accuracy to go under the charging defender. You know, that's...
Bleep, 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 bleep. Sorry, that's the overtime alarm. It's 10 minutes in that Endpoint versus Williams Resolve overtime. Apparently, it's the 6th longest overtime in RLCS history as of right now.
For a moment there, I thought I'd fallen asleep. That sounds like my morning alarm when I wake up.
Does it? Do you have the most ugly sounding alarm possible just to really force you out of bed?
Yeah, I mean, you got to have an ugly alarm for an ugly person, so you just sort of match everything in your own home. But we see here Dignitas. Oh, what's wrong?
You're very beautiful, Greg, no matter what the people say, okay? Ignore chat, all right? You are good looking. It's fine.
Oh, I'll tell you what's good looking is a nice shot here from Itachi to the near post as that ball was centered by Astral. Very much looking like he was going to shoot there, but chooses to find Itachi. He's very tight to him. You know, that kind of positioning, not normal amongst the top teams, but K-Corp happy to play that tight to each other. Very in sync. Astral drops it down for Itachi. Great shot. 1-1 the score.
I'm all for, you know, double flip resets and stealing plays and all the fancy schmancy stuff, but I do just love a bullet shot that's clearly been considered and thought about and goes into the place where the defenders cannot go. Like we just saw from Itachi, just clean and powerful and exactly what you need. I've got a very soft spot for it. And Itachi, his shooting has always been one of his assets. Astral has all the assets in the world. Look at him coming from the ceiling now, but apparently Jack just takes it off his toes and sends it back for Dignitas. It's definitely a nervier, closer second game, whereas the first one, it was all fun and games until Dignitas really wrestled that control. Astral's coming in again. His
Excuse me,
touch is
guys.
not quite there. Go on, sorry, mate. Jump in.
Sorry,
What's going on? What's
I
going
just
on?
need to report Williams Resolve just won after 12 minutes and 13 seconds of overtime against Endpoint.
Whoa.
That's a long old game. That's one to take a bit of a pause afterwards. You know, take a deep breath because that is a lot of Rocket League in a row. I'm intrigued to know how that game finished as well. I mean, a lot of you at home will have been tuning into that to see what happened, but I want to know if it was ended with a mistake or an incredible outplay. You know, you really want to see those end with a superb shot. Scrub Killer in the final minute here takes Dignitas ahead. As that was good little look, Jorius just drawing everyone in. And then Astral getting dunked by Scrub Killer. Astral should have been able to get that one away, but you know, it's hard to read the oncoming Jorius just beforehand. And so he found himself a bit mispositioned, and Scrub Killer takes him ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was very critical of a dunk from the person who got dunked in the last series, whereas that one I feel that Scrub Killer was a little bit more disguised, probably hidden behind the ball. Oh, the sky's there! Oh my goodness, the sky's the limit for apparently Jack. He gets a flip reset, then he goes under 2 of them, but the K-Corp defense do manage to keep him out for now. Can they turn it into anything? That pass from apparently Jack is a little bit wayward and desperate. Itachi's pinch isn't quite there. And now Jorius can go for another little pass. Ah, so close that was, and how good would it have been?
Yeah, you saw it was so good that even Jorius, who was the receiver in the middle, couldn't read it. And sometimes that's the downfall of the incredible outplays, is your teammates can't even tell what's going to happen here. But a fantastic demo there from Astral and Jorius, taking the possession away from him. Itachi able to come in and roll that ball home.
I mean, the year is 2022, and if you look at the scoreboard, it says 2022. So that's fate or something. This is going to be a good year for all of us. So enjoy, everybody. 2-2. KC have managed to bring it back to up against Dignitas. One end they survive. The second end, they get that second goal that they were so desperate for. Now, can they really put themselves in this series? It's a good 50-50 from Astral. Is it falling in? Not quite. Apparently Jack catches, but can't quite get past Itachi. Ball's falling onto that goal, but Stake and Astral so far back now. I think that K-Corp are just about starting to settle for overtime. They will really feel they can take this one, but there is a chance to win it before. Stake to the backboard. Itachi follows up. Neither can get it on target, and it is indeed overtime.
And this has been a close first game. We saw a 3-2 victory. It's going to be a 3-2 victory here, but in favor of who? K-Corp will struggle to reverse sweep this Dignitas team, so they really need to win this one now to make it 1-1 in the series. So we see Astral try and take control. Itachi on the backboard. Not a very good first touch. He's going to have to start air dribbling it. Dignitas are just going to wait, try and take control of that ball. As we see, this is now in favor of Dignitas, all from that misread on the backboard from Itachi. Astral lurking in the middle. You know, sometimes that's K-Corp's biggest downfall, is they break themselves down with missed touches. But Itachi onto the back wall, can't quite double it himself. Stake turning in favor of Dignitas. As we see now, Itachi flying up as the final person. This is an opportunity now for Joris to clear it away. He can follow this up and take the boost steal. He's going to come through for the demo. You see Astral just having to dive into the net to avoid the demo. Gets demoed by the second player. Everything you have to decide, is it worth avoiding the bump here? And you get away with the first one. And there's another one coming in. Just constantly on the prowl for the demo.
Oh, you have to feel so sorry for K-Corp right now. They can't pick up any boost because as soon as they do, it just fades away from the pitch. The demo comes in. It's a great shot, but it's just the result of so much pressure, Gregan. Eventually, something is going to give, especially when the shooting fire a wave dash as good as that. Oh, poor K-Corp.
Scrub Killer just landing on Itachi. You want to block this one, Itachi. Unfortunately, you got to get away from Scrub Killer being a nuisance. Jack was a nuisance on the backboard. Joria's got a demo. So physical here from Dignitas, and it just made K-Corp look so uncomfortable on the defense. And that's got to be a real tilter for them there, as they just never felt comfortable, as there was so much disruption from the Dignitas rotate out.
Explosions going off everywhere here, but Orb, where else have they been going off?
Well, I mean, I'm still kind of recuperating after that, what was it, a 12-minute overtime. But yeah, there is tons of action going on. A lot of matches being played at the same time. I'm checking out Rick's GG versus Evil Genius. Rick's currently up 2-1 in the series. Currently, Evil Genius is up 2-1 in, that would be game number 4. Queso versus Zero Nation, that was tied up. Well, Zero Nation was up 2-0 in the series, but the last potentially final third game was tied up until very recently, but now Queso is up 4-2. So it looks like Queso has awoken a little bit. And then Endpoint versus Williams Resolve. They're halfway through the game, 0-0. Potential new overtime. Will it be 12 minutes? Who knows? All right, let's see if it actually goes to overtime. But Gregan, listen. Yes, hit me.
I've got a question for you. What's happening in the Gregan derby, the Guild versus Vitality, the old teams I used to coach? Who's winning that one?
Let's see. Guild versus Vitality. Let's jump in. Guild, it's currently 1-1 in the series. Guild is up 1-0 in game 3.
I've got so much love for every team that I've worked with, every player that I've worked with, and I think that's always tough to watch them have to play against each other. But I think right now the real player I want to watch is Scrub Killer here on Dignitas, just being so perfect for these two players. Apparently Jack and Joris, they fit so well as a unit. I think a lot of people's favorite teams out there, just because the way they play is so entertaining, and it seems to work mighty effective against most teams in the region. Only recently really struggled with Queso and BDS in form. So we've got to see, like you said, this is going to be a regional they want to win, isn't it, Cole?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, such is the dominance that they have over KC, despite the close score lines. You know, that sort of forced demo meta that they had at the last of the second game. You can't force that. Do you know what I mean? You can't just suddenly decide, hey, we're going to demo them and get them 6 times in a row. You have to have more boost. You have to have them penned back. You have to keep your rotation going as well so you don't overcommit and concede a silly goal. So much you have to do when you're Dignitas to make that happen. And KC will just be praying that Dignitas can't do that against them again. It's a much better start to this game for KC than it was the end of the last one. Had a couple of chances, even though a ball almost fell into their goal earlier on when they overcommitted just a tiny bit. But up to that, it's been pretty even up to now, unless apparently Jack can change out of that pass. No, good speed from Astral.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the question with K-Corp. Are they positioned in a way they can utilize their mechanics and speed? There is no doubt that you put K-Corp in a favorable position and they can't score a goal. They can't string together a series of magical touches. But we've seen a few times where they've conceded. It's just been through a slight misposition in defense, facing slightly the wrong direction, being a bit too static, being out of boost, whatever it is. They put themselves in uncomfortable positions and then aren't able to use their mechanics to shine. And a lot of that comes down to the Dignitas demo plays, because that's what puts them in those uncomfortable positions. But 0-0 to start with here. Pretty good neutral game from both sides. Neither team really biting anyone in and taking them out of the game. Just keeping that ball in the midfield as we see Scrub Killer center it to Jack. He's going to send it straight back. String a few passes together. Jory has not really many options here as he's low on boost, not much momentum. That's going to go back into the favor of K-Corp. And is that a goal right there?
Oh. It's like Dignitas can just force a goal out of absolutely nothing, can't they? They don't seem to have a default way of playing. You know, everybody says Jory's and apparently Jack they'll go solo, but actually, if you look at how they approach each individual play, it changes it. Okay, so on that occasion, it was a fake, right? Apparently Jack fakes it to Jorius. Sometimes they go demo mode. Other times they do, of course, go solo. That might almost be creeping in from stake, not quite. But they just have so much adaptation on the fly. It doesn't always have to be fancy. Goodness me, we know they can go fancy when they have to. Now it's just accuracy they're looking for. Quite having any there. They'll go again. Itachi's going to try and get K-Corp back in it. He's looked like he's been slowed down a little bit after the tremendous start he had to this series. And that's because Dignitas, they have just been warming up game by game and play by play.
Yeah, they have to. And you say about their creativity and how deliberate it seems, right? You know, these guys, they choose to do something and they make it happen. And that's just credit to the way these guys train. Like I've heard a lot, especially on apparently Jack's streams, you know, he'll score a goal and he won't be happy with it because it's not what he intended to do. And that's such a different mindset to so many players in this scene. You know, a lot of the K-Corp goals will have come from just sort of making it up on the fly, whereas everything from Dignitas is so deliberate, so intended, and that's where they're so dangerous to play against because they're in control of every decision they make. And we see here K-Corp getting away with it, managing to scrape it away. You got excited over the scrub killer flip reset off the backboard, just another mechanic you can name. And we see Jorius fast in the air, scrub killer centering it high, and you cannot beat the speed of some of these players. Look how fast he is up to that ball.
He takes his boost off for about 0.2 seconds at the end there because his trajectory is so perfect. He barely had to adjust his car with a little spinneroonie on the way as well for good measure. And then just absolutely bangs it. Sharp angles there for that Jorius finish. But credit as well to Scrub Killer. That pass to Jorius was absolutely perfect. You know, put into the most difficult position of all to defend. And now Dignitas are having some fun. There's pre-jumps going on. They're sort of getting each other's way, though. They have to be careful they don't overcommit and do anything silly. This series is far from over, especially when you have opponents with the skill of Cake on the other side. But all it takes is one pass. They have the out, and they probably now have the series.
Just look at Jorius on low boost here, comes down from the wall, keeps that ball shifting around. Astral not expecting that at all, but Jack very much was already pushing himself into position. And at this point, you just can't match this level of team synergy that Dignitas pull off. We said about solo plays, they've got them in the locker. As we're speaking about that, Jorius trying to show off what he's capable of there. But, you know, the way they keep possession, they push the ball towards each other. They keep that ball moving on, never making K-Corp comfortable. And then there's that other aspect just there. The demo plays make you uncomfortable. Scrub Killer, after getting the demo, watches his teammate Jack center it,
look at the
demos
speed.
it. Oh, it's beautiful.
Look at the pace of the wall as well from apparently Jack. You know, he bounces off the wall. He jumps onto it. He's already off on one. He's already wave dashing in the right direction that he needs to go to get that demo, to get the pass, to get whatever is needed. Dignitas are like the epitome of a team that they do just need to enjoy themselves. They literally just have to have fun because they have a built-in hierarchy. You know, Scrub Killer is never going to try and out-mechanic Jorius or apparently Jack. But, you know, 21 seconds...
Don't be silly, Cole. Don't be silly. 21 seconds. That was a bit of an overconfidence play right there. Getting a bit too excited, sending everyone for the ball. They're 3 goals up. This is where they go, okay, right, settle down, guys. New kickoff.
This is where they need a coach, mate. Apparently Jack is saying, guys, we need more flip resets. Go for more demos. Quick. Pre-jump, pre-jump, pre-jump. He's too involved in the game, mate. You know, he doesn't have that overview. Sure, Jorius can muster it after getting a flip reset, and then Scrub Killer can put it away into the top corner after a brilliant pass from somebody else. But they can still mess things up, Gregan.
I'm pretty sure 3 goals is I don't know, they're just having a bit of a laugh now, really, aren't they? Look, like 3 goals is the universal let's start freestyling point. I feel for every team. You go 3 goals up and you're like, right, let's have a bit of fun, let's try something crazy. And we saw that happen. They conceded off the back of it, and then when they went into that final kickoff, they knew that all they had to do was just waste a bit of time. Jorius did so with a little bit of a musty flick that led to a goal, but Dignitas are looking hot. And I said beforehand, I thought it was going to be a sweep, a 3-0 sweep. I don't think that's fair. K-Corp looked solid. I think it was a much closer series than that might suggest. But once Dignitas kept going, I think K-Corp lost a little bit of that motivation. It just felt like they were an unbeatable team with the way they're playing.
K-Corp lost motivation, but hey, Orb, which teams have lost matches and that elsewhere?
Yeah, there are other matches going on. Thank you so much, Cole, for that send-off. Yes, we wanted to look into Emperor versus Williams to solve again, see if it was going to be an overtime. And guess what? There was an overtime. Williams securing the win after a 2-minute overtime. So no No,
2
they
minutes.
just cut it down by 10 minutes from the previous overtime. Less Rocket League all around. Now, Guild versus Vitality, 2-1 in the series. I believe they are currently 1-1 in game number 4. And Cookster Minions just took the lead in the deciding game 5 against Misfits with 2-1. And will it touch the ground? That is the question. We're in suspense.
Oh, in game 5.
Yep,
in game five.
In game 5. And there it
my
goes
goodness.
down. Minions wins.
Minions beat
Wow.
Misfits. My goodness. That's really going to throw that group on. We got Ricks versus Evil Geniuses right here. They're on overtime game 5. I think Evil Geniuses really need to be winning this. And we mentioned at the beginning of the day, Evil Genius and Misfits, teams known for having messed up in the past in the high pressure situations, made big mistakes, not quite performed at their best. And today is going to be a real test for that, as well as the rest of the weekend. Both of these teams wanting to make that major. Evil Geniuses right here need to beat Ricks GG, otherwise they're going to start questioning, have they lost that clutch?
I'd just like to do a little shout out for my boys at Cooks's Minions. That is their first win of this split. They've qualified for every event, up to now gone 0-3 both times. And, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try again. They have finally done it. So, you know, as an aside, they're not going to make the major or anything, but good on them. Well done, you guys.
I mean, Gregan, I wanted to ask you real quick. Obviously, we're looking at a lot of overtimes here. The 12-minute overtime there is obviously not something you see every day. It does happen. But how does that affect the players, right? I mean, you're essentially playing 3 times the play time. How do you stay locked in for that long? And is that difficult for the players to do?
I mean, people change their play style in overtimes. They get very safe a lot of the time. I think the most historical overtimes are the ones where people really got a bit aggressive, like the season 8 semi-finals overtime between Dignitas and Vitality. You know, that was exciting. That was exciting because every team or every player on the pitch was trying to score a goal, which is very rare in overtimes. People get very safe. You can see right now this gameplay is very safe. No one wanting to take big risks. And that's where that change happens. But then after the fact, I feel like really long overtimes, you feel like you've had 2 losses, you know? I remember back to when we won in season 7 World Finals. The first game went to a 5-minute overtime where we got a 0-second equalizer even. And after that game win, we felt like we'd won the whole series because it was such a big win, such a long game that you feel like that's going to put you in the driving seat for the rest of the time because there is no one can take that back. You know, you've just won 10
it's like
minutes
a mental
of Rocket
win.
League. Yeah, exactly. So you feel like you win 2 games for the price of 1.
I mean, now looking at this Endpoint Williams to solve, I know it's not on screen, but I'm trying to keep track of the matches. Williams is now up 2-0 in this potential game-deciding game 3. Could it be that Endpoint kind of, I don't know, they kind of get worn down, right? After that 12-minute overtime, after that 2-minute overtime. It's like they cannot break through Williams.
Yeah, you do start to feel like the world is against you when you lose an overtime like that, especially because it's probably seeing that Semper have already lost to Williams Resolve, between Williams Resolve and Endpoint, to see who tops that group. And as we've said so many times, if you top the group, then you're looking really, really good going into the next day because you're in that upper bracket, right? So Endpoint losing that goal in the long overtime, they will just be thinking, oh, that could have been our chance to really nail in this major. So they have to just keep working for that next chance to win the major or to make the major.
Yeah. Speaking of going into the upper.
Yeah, 5 seconds. 5 seconds left.
If Guild win this, which it looks like very likely, Guild beating Vitality, they're now just got to beat 0-0 Nation to go 3-0 in the group stages, which would be huge for them to make the top 6, making it through that upper bracket.
And speaking of 0-0 Nation, just quickly, they are 2-2. They were 2-0 up in the series, and then Team Queso got a 5-2 and then a 2-1 to take that one 2-5 as well. So it may well be Guilds to lose. They will be Team Queso fanboys right now.
I mean, just looking at this Ricks GG Evil Geniuses game, this is really on Evil Geniuses now to come up with something a bit more creative. They're just hitting the ball away over and over again. One of those players, I look to Catalysm, you know, he's their star player, the one we see shine the most. Need to see him take control of that ball and create something saucy. As we see Rizek's trying to do so there, but Ricks GG really holding out. I genuinely, this could go one of those where Evil Geniuses try, and then Ricks just get a breakaway goal or something like that. It feels like it's going that way.
It would be a shame if Evil Geniuses lived to regret not really committing to the play when they had the chances to. They've committed to that one, though. Oh, what a save again, though, from Ricks GG, but that's better from Evil Geniuses right there. If they want to be the team that they want to be, you know, qualifying for these majors, up there in the last 8 at international lands, whatever it might be, this is where they have to commit to that. They have to be unafraid. They have to not worry about the fact that, because 1 out of 15 times you might give away an open goal because we overcommitted. But 14 of the 15 times, you'll put on pressure and you'll be more likely to score. Any team that plays overtime the same way they play the rest of the game is going to be a really good team. Yes, evil geniuses, you've passed the test, and that is what I want to see from them. Look at that, Ivan staying on the ball. That's good. Look how close his teammate was. Your boy Catalysm too, Gregan.
Yeah, good trust there from those. And we see Queso versus 0-0 Nation. Probably going to be going to overtime right here. And I think of, when you say about that, teams that play the same in overtime as they do anywhere else, you think of teams like BDS, right? BDS have one gear and they stick in it the whole time. And it always says, right, if you're going to take the slightest of risks, we will punish you for it. And that's why they end up winning so many overtimes, why they score so often in the final 30 seconds. They're very good at clutching up in those big moments. And that's why we consider them to be probably the best team in the world.
It's percentages, right? Like, sure, if you're BDS, every now and then you might go, they overcommitted in the overtime, if only they defended more. Sure, but you're forgetting about the 10 times before it where they've won in massive clutch situations because they play so fearlessly.
Yeah. Oh, Williams coming in. Endpoint, we know they're on boot camp. Endpoint on boot camp is a scary prospect, but right here, Williams Resolve, like we said, winning that overtime in the first game could have knocked Endpoint out of their mojo. You know, they're not looking as confident right now and not looking so good, but 0-0 Nation upsetting Queso here. So I think that means it's all on Guild versus 0-0 Nation to see who tops that group. No other questions asked.
Oh, it's kept up there by Seiko. That's going to kill it, is it? Oh, I thought he'd hit the ramp for a second. That would have been a very, very silly ramp hit. But it is a win for Williams Resolve there against Endpoint, which probably means that Williams Resolve have a very good chance of winning that group, especially up against Na'Vi last two. They've got one game in their first two series, struggling to really impose themselves once they get to the top 16 in these events. And now we have Luminosity versus Team BDS. Well, we talked about Team BDS being fearless. Every now and then it does backfire. Could this be that moment? How are Luminosity doing this? Because seriously, when they played Misfits earlier, they didn't look like they were up to the class of a team like Team BDS.
I think they were heating up, to be honest. They were mis-executing a lot, which is always a sign that a team isn't quite warm, isn't quite feeling comfortable. You know, these guys had a 2-week break from RLCS with the Super Bowl Valentine's weekend, and then now then the North American regional. So, you know, these guys have got to get back in the flow of things. As we see 3 minutes left on this, still plenty of time for Team BDS. But there is going to be 2 goals they have to claw back now as Luminosity go ahead by 2.
Just thinking that, like, Group A, you've got Cooks' Minions on 1-on-1, Misfits Gaming on 1-on-1. If Luminosity beat BDS here, both teams are on, what are they on, Gregan?
1-on-1.
1-on-1. So, somewhere Gibbs is behind the scenes, sweating, looking at like envelopes on a wall, connecting strings, thinking, who's going to go through? I don't understand. Everyone's going to be drawing. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. And you know what? Not my problem. So let's go Luminosity.
Yeah, I think Luminosity are a team that have had a little bit of a rough run with this winter split, just because they've been in BDS's group every time. But then equally, they have shown they are able to beat BDS. You know, the first time these guys matched up in the first regional, it went to game 5, and only in the final 30 seconds did we see BDS equalize and take it. And I think that's really the big question here. Can Luminosity hold out? We said they've got a very strong game plan when it comes to holding out a series, but against a BDS that's really trying to force a goal, is that possible? There's still plenty of time for BDS here, so do keep an eye on that. But I do want to just refer back to Williams Resolve earlier on. You know, they were a team.
What was that, 3?
That's 3. That's probably going to be it, isn't it?
I mean, they are just frustrating Team BDS, right? Like, Team BDS have had so much pressure, but when you're chasing 2 goals, I do think that BDS have, you know, just based on what we're seeing, we sort of get a glimpse of each of these series. But it does seem like BDS panicked a little bit. 2 goals down in a game 5, and they still had, 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes left? So maybe a little bit of a tactical tweak needed for BDS in future series there. But credit to Luminosity, you know, they are playing their game plan very well indeed. And this is what we were saying earlier on against Misfits. When it does work, it can be incredibly effective.
Yeah, so just talking back about Williams Resolve, Orb, you know, we said about that game and the long overtime and everything. And you remember back to the first regional where they topped their group, didn't they? And they made top 6. And, you know, it was questions like, will they come back into the second regional and do the same? But they lost in the group stage in the second regional, and they're here back again looking to be in that prime position to top their group. So we do always talk about the variation within Europe and how much of these games can go either way. You've seen all the results going on in the background. How many of them are you watching and going, I have no idea which way this is going, Orb? Like, you're seeing the results form and they're going towards that game 5 and you're thinking, well, it'd probably be better off flipping a coin to decide who wins this one based off of what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to keep track of, and you're kind of jumping in between matches, and you sometimes you miss how close a game can be, right? You can look at the Williams Resolve matchup and be like, well, 3-0. So that must have been like just a sweep of a match. But if you look at the actual happenings of the game, right, it paints a completely different picture. Now, we talked in the beginning, by the way, about like BDS is already secured, right? They're going to the LA Major. Could it be that they're maybe, I don't know, mentally a little bit relaxed against Luminosity here? Could that be something that's kind of giving into the picture?
Do BDS do relaxed? I'm not sure if they know how to go into a game and just chill out. I think they always want to try and win.
Always locked in.
But yeah, as we mentioned earlier on, with these top teams that are locked in, when they go into the 3rd regional, it's the start that's the hardest bit, because you've got so much you're looking ahead at, where you're thinking, right, we've got to win these games, we've got to beat these teams we should be beating anyway. You know, we've got several series, especially when you get into that lower bracket, you're like, oh, we've got to win this game, this game, this game. We saw it from NRG underperforming in groups. And I think the same could be true for Queso and BDS here. You know, at this stage, we're not going to see their full form. But as we go into the lower bracket, as we go into Saturday, if they make it, and if we go into Sunday, that's when you're going to start seeing them reaching their true potential. But maybe they'll get upset before then and it'll be too little too late.
I feel like at the start of a tournament, being overly relaxed is a disadvantage, because other teams are coming in hot, like, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. Ooh, we're so good. We've been training. We've worked on this thing that was a problem that we've had before, right? But then as the tournament goes on, those teams that were super hyped up, let's say Luminosity in this case, they might start to go, okay, we're doing this, we're still in. This is actually a chance. Let's not mess this up. Do you know what I mean? Right, yeah. Pressure. Don't go for that. Oh, you might miss, blah, blah, blah. And those doubts start to come in because you're overhyped. However, the teams that have already qualified that were relaxed from the off, they're still relaxed. They're still chilling. And suddenly the fact that they're chilling works in their favor. And I think that's what we've been seeing with NRG in particular in North America, and may well see with your BDSs and whoever else falls in the same way, like Queso, for example, looking like they will hit.
I mean, Gregan, do you have anything to share with the players at home, right? We're talking about like preparing for, obviously a regional is very specific, but let's say you're preparing for you playing Rocket League, right? How does these teams and players, I guess, get their mind right, get their game right for match day? I mean, you have a coaching experience.
Big 1v1. Big 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 is it just
everyone's
watching?
watching.
1v1 watching demos? What is it?
It's about creating a routine and having a thing which you can fall back on and know works for you, whether it be how you wake up, what you eat, how you prepare, what your warm-up is. And then that final 15 minutes before you go into a game is getting yourself mentally prepared, psyching yourself up, and just focusing on what you can control, which is how you play, how your team plays, and what you know you can do. And if it's not good enough, go away, come back better, and then next time you'll hopefully reach that level that you're expecting to reach. And I'm sure that's what a lot of these teams have done. We saw it from Queso. They've developed and grown. We'll see them do so much more in the future. And we're really asking now, which of those teams that we're seeing potentially making the major, Evil Geniuses, Misfits, Williams Resolve, Luminosity, all of those guys, which of them is going to go on to the final round of the groups and really take it?
Listen, only time will tell. Now, listen, we got to send you guys to break yet again. Pay some bills. Group up here for round number 3. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. More Rocket League coming your way right after this. Welcome back, Rocket League fans. I got new friends with me. I got two familiar faces. It was Shogun and Stumpy.
Hello.
Welcome to the both of you guys. What do you mean? No?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
So I'm good, mate.
No. Listen.
I gotta put up with this for the next couple of hours. Oh my goodness.
This is what it's gonna be for the rest of the show.
Right.
I do want to point something out. All right, Shogun, you came. Let's just say adequately dressed, both of us. Okay. Now Stumpy, on the other hand, seems a little unprofessional. I would say.
Excuse me, bright. I wouldn't say unprofessional. I would say bright.
What do you mean? It's my lovely endpoint.gg hoodie.
Yeah, but
it's a
you
nice
can't
hoodie.
pick sides. I can pick sides, but you can't. Okay, that's beneath you. Can we please just remove the hoodie? Okay.
You've met Stumpy. Everything is beneath
Ridiculous.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Come on. We got a show to do. Come on,
let's
chop.
start out. That's
No.
better. That's more professional.
There we go. That's more like it. I came prepared for today's match. All right.
I love
know
either
what
way.
side
You're
I'm
wearing
on.
like really strong colors. So I mean, you're really popping compared to the both of us. All right, me and Shogun, we just kind of blend in. All right. Now let's take a look at the group standings and the results here. Shogun, I'm gonna start off with you. Any surprises here for you in any of these four groups?
Absolutely not, because as I have mentioned numerous times, Guild are going to the major.
That's official. It's already done.
2-0 makes absolutely all of the sense if you knew what you were talking about. Maybe Williams being 2-0. Yeah, that one's a bit of a surprise, but as some people will tell you, and any Endpoint fan would tell you, this is just an Endpoint result. Like, what are you guys laughing at? You're having such giggles.
I can't believe how different you are compared to what you're being now. You are the most, I'm not going to say anti-Guild. I'm going to say realistic person.
Okay.
When it comes to Guild. And now you're like, oh, 2-0 is fine.
Because I don't like how short I look compared to you right now on the stream. Secondly, Guild have to go. It's because it would just be so funny. All right, that's the only reason why. Chaos must reign, and chaos is embodied by Guild.
Teams literally need to get disqualified for Guild to make it, I believe. I don't think they can make it like in any other way, right? Like they're just out. Oh no, they're not. Oh my god, they're not out.
They're not. Live in my reality, Stumpy. Live in my reality.
I feel
Shogun,
like
is it gonna be Guild? Is it gonna be Guild 3-0?
Well,
no.
I mean, yes.
No.
Yes.
Guild are winning the regional. We know this.
All right. Well, listen, we got the schedule here. This is going to be your round 3 picks. Don't forget, okay? We got team streams for all the teams that you have on screen. So if you do want to go and support your favorite team, please go and do so. We're going to try to update you guys on results as we are going through round 3 and beyond. Our matchup is going to be Endpoint versus Semper.
Yeah.
Yep, it sure is, Stumpy. You're well prepared for this, aren't you?
I am. I'm ready. When I wasn't on this stream, I was obviously watching this channel, regardless, obviously. But I also had open the Endpoint stream /Endpoint TV. They've been having a bit of an exciting time of it, I've found. A couple of 0-second goals, a couple of times when Seiko was going crazy. It was a lot of fun to watch, but they haven't necessarily had the best days so far. They did, unfortunately, suffer that loss a little bit earlier on over to Williams Resolve.
Well, now Endpoint versus Semper. We decided to sit down with Relating Way from Endpoint to see what he had to say heading into this regional.
We're going to be pushing ourselves to the max. We're going to be putting in our hours, grinding for this. We've got a boot camp coming up, and we're going to do whatever we can to make it.
Pass there coming in from Relating Waves. Seiko just chilling up the other end. Pass it back to Wave. On the open net. Crossbar down.
The team spirit is good at the moment. It's still going strong. And now I'm going to boot camp again. It should be even better.
Seiko up for one place, and it's gone in.
Oh, that's so clever. Look at the carnage he caused.
Our biggest competitors will probably end up being Misfits, Luminosity, maybe EG. A couple of teams that are around the same points as us.
Seiko goes for it. They just assume he's going to get it. Just like we assume Relating Wave is going to get this. He doesn't. Falls to net Sonoras, and it's 1-0 Endpoint.
If if we make this major, we're in a very good spot for ourselves to make the World Championship. I think this is probably the most important one. We'll probably end up going to it if we end up getting a top 4, maybe a top 6. But as long as we end up making it, I'm happy.
Squeezes out the danger, but Vitality are looking much better yet again. But until gets one opportunity, and of course he takes it.
The pre-flip onto the flip reset and rockets it off the crossbar. Endpoint are killing it.
All right, there you heard it from a relating wave. Will Endpoint carry on through? That is the question we have in front of us, okay? We're going to host up our fan vote. The hashtags will be on screen. You already know what to do. Hashtag and hashtag SMPR for your respective teams. Let's start with Shogun. You get first prediction here. I want to know a specific result, too.
Okay, well, the main thing here is that there's not a real question between Semper and Endpoint. The real question is, how much of a good friend am I to Stumpy?
I don't care.
What do you think the answer to that is?
I don't care about your opinion. I know what I'm doing.
Wow.
I know where I'm at. I know where Endpoint are at. You do you. You've already spoken about
well, I
Your
feel
nonsense.
like my olive branch has been swatted out of my hands. I'm going Semper.
There's so much hostility on the desk.
3-0 is going to be the score.
3-0.
Potentially even. You know, I'll give Endpoint a goal.
Okay. Very specific.
You're right over there, champ?
Yeah?
You doing good?
How we doing, Stumpy?
I didn't think my feelings could be hurt as much as they just have
You
been.
said you did.
Yes, that's
You
right,
said you didn't
production.
care.
That's right, production. Put
It
me
was
on
all a
Endpoint.
facade.
We're rocking this badge. This is what it's all about. This is Endpoint's first big steps into getting to the YouTube theater, taking down Semper like we have done for the last few matches throughout what Endpoint have done through the 21-22 season. Unbeaten versus Semper. Right now, it's a battle to see who's getting that second spot after Williams Resolve. Look really good. So, Endpoint, you've got it, boys.
I mean, you had to go for Endpoint. I mean, if you're rocking the jersey, you have to. Otherwise, that's got to be some sort of a conflict. I'm going to go with Endpoint. I love Related Wave and what he said. So I'm going to go with Endpoint. By the way, I love these videos from production, by the way. I love getting like the insight into the regions from the player point of view. So let's see. Fan results are in. 72% for
Easy.
Endpoint. They're with us. Shogun, you're the odd one out.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
That's all you need to
Listen, me and my 28%. All right, we're going to be very smug.
27.
once all of this.
27.
27, mate.
All right, well that 1% that just left us, I don't know even what to say. You disgust me. You disgust me. As we're going to see some disgusting Rocket League from Semper in this series. On a less biased point, however, here's Stumpy. An important match here, especially for Endpoint. They need to keep that chase going, and they also kind of need to hope at the moment that Williams stumble over against, I believe they're facing Na'Vi.
Yes, Williams versus Na'Vi is going to be a big result for, realistically, both of these teams, Semper and Endpoint respectively. Endpoint have got a few more chances to make the major. That's ultimately the path we're on right now, where Endpoint, when they get into that top 8, they get themselves into a really nice position. You know, they can technically do it without getting top 8, but that's where they look a lot more solid. If Semper don't get there, they're out. They need to win this one to give themselves the best chance, going through in a slightly better seed than third.
And it was something that we kind of expected to be saying coming into this split, but Semper, a team that did so well at the major, might not go to the next one. And that is just life over in Europe. It's also one of those things that becomes a very harsh reality when you are trying to chase up these World Championship spots as well, is that you need to, not only get to major, you need to maximize the amount of points that you're getting from those
You
major
need to try and
spots as
send
well.
your best teams as a region. Obviously, every team is going to think we're the best ones for the job. But even if your favorite team doesn't make it, you have to hope that at home, although, say, Semper knock Endpoint out of contention, that Semper still do very well, or Endpoint do very well, respectively, at the majors, get the representation at that world event. And so far, it's looking like both these teams, although suffering to Williams Resolve, they're looking towards their main stars. Seiko and Archie are statistically some of the best players in the league. And Casio, he wants to tell me to shut up and talk about him.
I don't know, I think you can still be somewhat right about this, because look at the crunching challenge from Archie. Casio could not be better set up for it, and when you know you've got the shooting prowess of Casio, as long as you get the ball over to him in a good spot, he is more than capable of putting it in. But Endpoint will be worried about that moving forward. need to make sure that when they are trying to transition out their own side of the field, they don't make it that easy. As we do see the double demo, who's up next?
Oh,
Met's,
wow.
Pretty far back. And double demo doesn't really come in for too much.
But it was that challenge from Archie. Did you see him just stop that ball dead? That easily could have popped out into a scary position, and it manages to not. He keeps it so close and completely shuts down any effect the double demo had.
Archie definitely seems to have the shoulder pads on today for these challenge games. As Castillo wide open downfield. Really scuffed that, and that's bounced to the worst possible position for him. Opportunity now for Endpoint to try and break away. Seiko keeps the pressure on. It was him against Archie in the challenge. One of the first times Archie doesn't come out on top, but playing those in the corner, you need such a huge win just to create anything for yourself. And Endpoint have been launching attacks. Need something big. This is a play that can provide it. Instead, played right towards the backboard. This has been brilliant defensive showing so far by Semper, and now they might even go on to score. So it's cleared away.
Good defensive showing until they start tripping over each other's shoelaces. Seiko, that bottom right corner is his though, as the ball squeaks its way past into a terrifying position from Metz's lovely read and pinch central at perfect speed.
One of the worst parts in the world, isn't it? When you just compliment a player and it all just goes.
Nothing makes it feel sillier.
Nothing no, I don't feel silly. I just feel betrayed.
You should.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, we'll find out when it comes to the predictions at the end of this. You see what I like that. That's a good way of dealing with Archie. Just make sure. I don't know the worst thing you can do against Archie, especially when he's got the ball solo, is jump. Like, unless he has forced you into the air, stay on the ground for as long as possible, especially if you're the first man attacking him. You see Seiko again with an off-ball demo. But the longer you can do that, you can just aim for his car, because you're not getting the ball off him. He's too tricky for that. But if you can wipe him out, he can't play the ball afterwards.
I do feel like we're seeing his teammates as well play really nicely off Archie's 50s, where whether they have to be controlled or, pinching central or going high, it seems like there's a nice level of cohesion from Semper, which is something we haven't seen nearly as much in winter as we wanted to, much less than we saw in fall, especially. They've not placed above 9th so far. They haven't looked nearly as good as we want them to, but Archie, getting that cohesion with his teammates is going to allow them to just play a little bit more tricksy and play more at their own pace.
And Castillo once again, first man to the ball, couldn't quite turn it in. That's another danger there for Endpoint. Need to avoid. Here's Archie on the challenge, loses it. This is basically a challenge off in the midfield between him and Seiko. Who can get the pressure and the momentum for his team? Most importantly, get a hold of that territory. Is this rallying wave. Couldn't find his way past. Metza looks for the setup. Not the best play from Archie. That invites Seiko back in. He beats two. He puts it on net.
Oh!
It's the double tap to make it 2-1.
Oh, Seiko, that is remarkable. Beating two to the ball from the ceiling and then delicately to the crossbar. Archie thought that was in. Maybe Seiko meant it, but he'll never admit that. The second goal for Endpoint, a masterclass from Seiko.
And let's be honest here, if he goes for the shot first time, Archie gets there. There's no way he can generate enough power. So if he goes for that double tap, that's where the power is. That's what displaces Archie. What a way for Endpoint to not only get back into this game, but to potentially win it. 10 seconds left, relating wave, with Seiko again looking for Archie. Well, you wanted to know why he was one of the talismans of the European region. He has shown exactly why. Seiko has barraged his way through to this victory.
Brilliant.
And Endpoint have got game one.
Lovely game management as well from Endpoint. Not trying to rush it too much, not trying to extend and get that third, ultimately pointless goal that you don't need to win that match. Instead, keeping it close, touching it down at the end. Seiko, awesome performance from him, getting 3 shots, 2 goals for it, shooting 66%. That's why he's near the top of Europe.
Man, those are some great numbers, but Orb, I want to hear some other numbers that are happening around the field right now. What is happening off this stream, and who's looking at the best possible opportunities to go to the major?
Absolutely. Listen, I'm gonna be the numbers guy as much as I can. I was never really good at math, but what I can do is tune into different streams. Of course, when I plug different team streams happening, we can't cover all the games, sadly, on the main broadcast. So by all means, check out all the different team streams we have available. I've been checking out Case versus Vitality. Vitality was able to win that one. I think they're waiting on their next game. EG versus Dig, 1-1 in games. Dig tied it up by winning 2-0 in game number 2. And then we have BDS versus Misfits. BDS has 1-0 in both the series and in game number 2. So there's a lot going on, all right? There's a lot going on, but I love hearing you guys like yell. I can hear it full volume, obviously. So it's like as soon as you're screaming, Seiko scores, I snap over and I see what's happening. It's good.
You can see me going everywhere right now. I'm trying to like find as many tabs as I can possibly get open to watch all of the streams.
There's so much going on. And the thing is as well, in these situations where we have concurrent matches, Endpoint and Semper fans are definitely looking at all of those teams to see what they can do. For Endpoint, they essentially want Evil Geniuses, Misfits, and sort of Dignitas, but to a lesser extent, to do badly. So basically, it's good for Dig and EG to be battling each other in their group. That's lovely. And it's even better for Endpoint. The BDS are currently beating Misfits. So out of their own control, it's looking good for them, especially now they've got this one game over Semper. For Semper, it's a lot simpler. Every single team above them, all 9, they want them to do badly. So any Semper fans out there, you basically want everyone to win, to lose, which is statistically very unlikely, but fingers crossed, lads.
Well, a little bit of good news happening for both of these teams is that Williams Resolve and Na'Vi are actually 1-1 at the moment, so Na'Vi able to at least get one game back. Trying to chase them down, and how important it is as well to get that number 1 seed over in this side. I believe that's the top 6 guaranteed if you can do that. So yeah, definitely work to be done. As we do see Seiko off the backboard, sets it for Metza. You saw how quickly the Metza gave up on that play. He realized that he wasn't going to get there and instantly went for the in and out just to improve the speed of the recovery.
Yeah, I feel like Metza's mechanics, and I'm still going to include recoveries in with mechanics, even though they are off-ball. They are something that's impressed me immensely. Along with the teamwork from Semper, we're looking at a good few changes coming in from both of these teams. Mechanics on one side and team play on the other.
Yeah, this is just out and out the duo of Cassio and Archie, just pulling in so much work, and another infield pass. This one off just an actual pass, not just the challenge. But it's something that Endpoint have not been positioning for. Usually do a little bit better, especially a player like Metza has always done very well at intercepting infield passes and just realizing where he needs to position to make sure it's not a choice. So far it has been available. Long shot, running wave easily able to scurry back in time, although he hasn't got control of the ball, and Chaussette happy to challenge. Good chance here now. As we see Semper just locking down. They'll try and grab as much boost as they can, lock into this midfield, but this is the player you want. Seiko disrupts everything, and look how quickly they try to escape at Endpoint in their desperation to get out and put themselves at a rough spot. And then he's another chance at this.
A rough spot, though, that was unchallenged by Semper, as both Cassio and Chaussette take to the air. Neither of them wanted to take control of the ball, and it let Metza take a slower touch, save it, and then go on the counter-attack. So Semper, although they have had good teamwork, they need that to continue. Seiko putting forward a few more shots on target as well, as between the two top dogs on these teams, it's a statistical battle, trying to win the top of essentially every stat we can see. The goals per game, the participation, the saves even. It's so reliant on these rookies.
Relating wave. Asked Metza and RFC want to go for that, and Metza says, not a chance. Metza tends to rely on defense over just going for it. He's always been very defensive-minded in that sense. Seiko again. He's trying to take the challenge on Archie once again. Didn't quite get enough on it. Archie's challenges start off so good this series. But now Seiko seems to be leveling up, seems to be doing a much better job of winning those encounters. Now he needs to get out of here. Shot by Chaussette. Very awkward for Seiko. Avoids getting hit. Bit of a wasteful hit there by Archie. Gives the ball straight back over. But what is the boost situation like over on Endpoint there? Doing well enough with it. Just decided to slow play.
I think the issue with that play was that although Seiko sent it high and awkward, nobody from Semper bothered to continue with that ball. And then you see the teamwork at the other end. Metza tries to catch for the flip reset, isn't able to do so successfully, but slows the ball down enough to hand it off to Wave.
Yeah, Cassio's got no chance of making the right decision here. There are so many options available. Just had to hope that he got it right, and unfortunately, there was simply no way of getting that one right. So one each. And another goal here, Stumpy, that has not come from sustained offense. It has been the counterattacks from both of these teams. And do you put that down mostly just to how good the counterattacks have been, or have there been just slight weaknesses on defensive transition?
I think it does come down more to the defensive errors, because we saw in the previous game, you know, there was a couple of players that on the rotation back out, there'd be a miscommunication of who should be turning forward, who trends where. God, that pinch nearly goes.
That was way more power than it should have had.
Yeah, that would have been a dreadful defensive rotation shooting on your own net. Yeah, I feel like the counterattacks have been fine. You know, they've done the job, but they've been far from perfect. And I think that's a big avenue for a lot of these teams to look into, make sure they don't mess up on that rotation back to their own half.
Look at the ball control from Seiko again, takes the challenge. But they need the follow-up. Seiko's been getting good challenges. But either they can't or they won't. Either way, Endpoint have not sent an extra player for it most of the time.
Those
10 seconds
passes
left.
Have been so frequent, from Seiko receiving the ball, knows he can't go for the shot, and so sends it into the ceiling to make the defense a lot more awkward than it would be if it was a standard pass. Instead, though, the ball falling center, no ceiling this time as the ground attracts.
And Archie's going to be the first to this. He's got plenty of boost. He's also got Relating Wave, who didn't put him off enough. A Relating Wave just making sure he's around, making sure there was a second guess on that play. Now Chaussette over his own chance. He's got a bit of space to work with. That bounce, though, was the worst one he could have seen. And that is the best option there for Endpoint. They have escaped, at least temporarily.
This is the 5th overtime today out of 9 games for Endpoint. They live here. I don't know what their win percentage is like in those games, but it suddenly starts to feel like they're starting to make that nest here.
Chaussette tasked with getting rid of the ball. Ends up leaving it for Archie. Good pass on there from Relating Wave. Didn't want to leave the infield option available for Archie if he wanted to take it. Chaussette just challenges Seiko. A lot of shots actually being put into sort of the back middle of the cars over on Endpoint. Makes clearing the ball very difficult to do. Archie sets himself up. Couldn't get there in time, but through the smoke screen, Seiko's got to try and locate the ball over the top. Cassio's moved over, but maybe spotted it a bit too late.
God, there's just so much awkward movement from Endpoint in defense. And Semper, they're being far from perfect, but they're outplaying Endpoint right now. Seiko being bumped into an awkward touch. Metzer has to clear it away from the goal line. And our resident statistician has said that Endpoint have won half of the OTs they've played today. 2-2. This one being the 5th. So coin flip, hoping will go their way.
Oh, Relating Waves got the shot instead. Straight to Chaussette, who pre-jumped it. Making use of all of those numbers that Semper had back. Archie already up again. He's not got one of these to work out just yet, but if Endpoint keep giving him the chance, something's going to work eventually. He's still around. Half rotations. Looks to set. There is Cassio, but a little bit too high. But Archie is getting enough looks where if you're a Semper fan, you're okay with this at the moment because you know Archie's going to get one of these to work eventually.
And also look at the boost levels. It's Semper with about 200 between them and Endpoint rocking off a single pad, essentially. Metzer takes the backboard so that he is able to stay high nice and quickly. Wave has to burn quite a bit to get to that ball first, but with no pressure there, he just falls to Cassio in the midfield. 2 minutes 20 gone, and it's Semper continuing this push on that blue half, with Archie bumping as often as he possibly can, making it so much more awkward. Sure set round 1. Cassio, though, pre-jumping, doesn't respect it. Seiko up the solo flip reset, air dribble. Nobody there to receive until Metanoras is there to finish the game.
Well, Archie got attempts, but Seiko only needed the 1. Sets up Metzer, and that is 2-1. Another victory for Endpoint. And they are looking towards a very hard-earned sweep at the moment here, Stumpy. But that is the quality that you expect to see from Seiko. The moment that ball was in the air, you were utterly terrified. Orb, how are things looking elsewhere? Because we're having a lot of fun over here on the mainstream.
Trust me when I say I can hear it. When I say that, I want you to know that I can hear it loud and clear, okay? I love it. I love the energy. I love the passion. That's what it's all about. We had Williams versus Navi, currently 2-1 in the series to Williams. Navi just secured a goal, so they are up in game 4. Serious Nation versus Guild, currently 1-1 in the series. Guild just won 5-2 in game number 2. So they're fighting for your prediction here, Shogun. Your sweep 3-0 prediction.
Prediction?
That you were
I remember it being a
campaigning.
prediction. I remember just saying it was what was happening.
Oh, okay. Yes, the sage words of Shogun, they are fighting for it anyways. They're fighting to uphold their end of the bargain, okay? You're calling it, they have to do the work, okay? I say that's pretty fair. Cuxy versus Luminosity, currently 0-2 in the series, obviously in favor of Luminosity. Cooks are up 1 goal with half the game still to go. So there's stuff going on, all right? There's stuff going on. I love that we got another overtime, by the way. This is going to be I don't want to say the curse. It's a good thing that it's overtime because that just means more Rocket League, but that just means the show is going to last all night. I'm down with it. Question is, are you?
I'm for a 2-1 overtime.
Mate, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of Rocket League.
Seiko, you gotta stop this! Seiko's tearing them apart, Stumpy!
Look at these challenges just to stop the ball. Fakes out one. The short set has to then jump like a numpty. 50s it over perfectly to Metza, doing what Archie was doing earlier in the series, and gets that opening goal in 5 seconds to try to continue this sweep. A series result that I think is the biggest so far outside of this game. Vitality are 2-0 up versus Queso. Queso looking to go out of their group 0-3. They might not make tomorrow. So guys, keep an eye on all of these streams elsewhere. Report to me in chat of what's going on with Queso Vitality, because I need the armchair opinions.
Oh, past to Seiko. There's the shot. There's the goal. Well,
nah, GG.
Seiko's having himself quite the series, but look at this for a pass. He could have asked for any better.
Do you want to know a cool stat?
I'm up for a stat.
Seiko is on 212 points. Guess how many points Archie's on? Before he touches the ball on kickoff, please. Quick.
Okay, 12?
2. Archie's hit the ball once.
Oh, wow.
And there have been 2 goals for Endpoint.
I thought, okay, that,
It is, yeah.
Not great.
This is Endpoint's map, I think.
Yeah, it's, but that's quite the oofed.
Quite the oofed.
Well, he's going to get a couple of points here. There we are. He's up to 14. And it's relating wave passes over to Metznaris. Back over to Seiko. And suddenly, as soon as you see it, you get very scared. Especially when you've got Chaussette, who has somehow survived that.
He just got pushed along like a snowball. Like, he was just waiting on that. That's a brilliant pinch, though, coming from Archie. Ends up being a shot. Seiko saving it away from the blue side twice. This man they are both unbelievable. Like, I can't believe how well Seiko has turned around in this series. Well, Archie to me looked like the best player on the pitch. He was doing brilliantly, first of all, and he had maybe 2/3 of the game to be the best player. And then Seiko has turned it on, trying to go for the double tap. With the pass central, though, Casio will receive and Wave can't quite get the dunk. It's Endpoint now. It's on them to hold it as best they can.
Well, this is where a bit of a question starts to come in here, which is, did Archie do enough with the ball? He was the main priority on boost. He was the main priority with the ball. Did he get enough created in that amount of time? And secondly, was it the right decision to go with? Right now, you would say 1 goal in both the previous games definitely would not indicate a yes to that question. Archie tries to find some sort of setup. Casio far side. It's relating wave, just tries to put the ball right down the middle. Chaussette, though, already there, and Archie almost caught out Endpoint. Very cheeky cut of the rotation. This is where he's got to shine here. His team is up against it. He needs to find some way. He's now looking for bumps, looking for demos. Nothing working out here for Semper. Chaussette. Yep, dive there. You've got to find something.
Yeah, those 50s being played for, though, by Endpoint. They're slowing it down whenever they can. Archie, though, to the sky. Will get 1 bump out, though, but Seiko's there to receive it. And, yeah, those 50s from Endpoint, where they wait. They know they can wait. There's 2 minutes left, and Semper need to push for the 2 goals. Seiko now with a chance to score, but does get bumped away by Chaussette. Just slowing it down, knowing they don't need to overextend and push and be silly. It is on Semper to show them what they've got. And if that continues, Endpoint, you can't be sitting about the whole time.
Well, all 3 of these goals have been Castillo and Archie, an infield pass and a shot on net. That has been all of them so far. We might be looking at another 2-1 unless they can grab themselves another. I did like that, though, as a bit of a pace increase. Endpoint have proven themselves at this point that the moment we see Semper slow the play down, they're going to stop it. They need to keep the pace up. They need to cause Endpoint's defense to panic. And if there's anything you will agree with me on here, Stumpy, Endpoint's defense, they can panic.
No.
No. Doesn't sound like a very convinced no.
Doesn't sound like my endpoint. Hashtag not my endpoint, Shogun. We're always solid until the end of the series. I can't lie like you are with Guild. I can't do this.
You have to believe it in your heart and your soul, Stumpy.
I have neither of those things. Semper are going to keep pushing everything they have at endpoint. Otherwise, their chances of making the major just get that bit slimmer. And being top 4 in the world is not the position you want to be in, especially, realistically, right before they have the chance to go to LA. But Relating Wave grabs his bag of nails and starts hammering that coffin.
Yeah, this is not the play out from Archie, just right into the waiting third man. Though did not really have that much support in the net, just so desperate to get their own side of the field. Good news as well for both these teams. Williams Resolve and Na'Vi, they're over in game 5. This could be exactly the result that they require. And wait a minute.
Okay.
Well, Endpoint, this is becoming a bit worrisome now. Because it's another play from wide into the middle that they aren't meeting.
Brilliant pass, though. I think Seiko was in a
It's
position
great. I just
to
wish
save
this wasn't
that.
the 4th goal of the same kind.
That's fair. Seiko was in a position to save it, but Casio just rocketed that one against the ceiling, using his own parlor tricks against him. Was able to get the pass over towards his teammate, but Archie now trying to keep this push going. 40 seconds remaining for Semper to hold on with their chance of staying in the series. On the backboard, Metzer meets up with Seiko, slowing it down. Look, Metzer just holding it. Brilliant stuff. Seiko moving into, goes to 50 versus Shawset, outplays him so consistently, and Metzer Norris with the 4th.
Well, I think we now know who you don't want to try and face on with these counterattacks. Seiko has torn them apart.
Yeah.
It has been vicious what he has managed to do. And Endpoint, what a statement of intent this is going to be from them. 4-2. Archie, he needs to score from this. And Seiko again. We came into this one, Stumpy, saying this is a battle of the talismans. One of them has outperformed the other.
Yeah, and it's not the one that is at the top of everything. Archie, statistically, is the best player in Europe during this season. It's insane how well he's done. And Seiko, although he is a close second, third, whatever it ends up being, depending on the stat, he has proven that sometimes that doesn't matter. The #1 spot in this series goes to Endpoint, and that also has implications as Ricks are now eliminated from making the major. That is the first team that we can realistically say they are 100% out.
Orb, there's a result. I want you to tell us the result. Please tell us the Williams Resolve result at the moment, because that's a thing that's happening.
Hold on, let me bring up Williams Resolve. I didn't have
do you want me to say it? I've got it.
No.
I've got it right in front of me.
I want to wait.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear it from all.
All right, we're waiting.
Okay, Williams Resolve. It is currently, Na'Vi is up 3-1 in game number 5.
This could be... yes, that is exactly what I wanted to say, because that could put... If this sticks, it will be Williams Resolve and Endpoint both at a 2-1 record.
I will be.
Stumpy just hit you with a, was that it?
Yeah, sorry.
Awesome.
The thing is, I'm still riding the high of Endpoint just winning. I thought we were done. I thought we were at a major already, and that was the dub. But no,
you might be about to get a much bigger dub.
Okay, we can do this. Come on. Wait. So I want Na'Vi.
You want Na'Vi, yes.
I always do this. Whenever there's like football going on as well, I'm so stupid with numbers.
I
ask people who I want to support. Or I want them to win. Like, yeah, okay, good. I'll do that then.
Mate, I get that all the time with this, where I will, put the research in. I'll be sat there in the morning, drinking a cup of coffee, looking through all of the results I need. We get to the show and go, I don't know who's supposed to beat who to do what. we have people for this. We have Direct. We've got Gibbs. We have not me for this, and I love that.
Well, listen, that's what production does. They do a lot of work that doesn't get noticed enough. The viewers don't really see the back end work that production does for us.
When you've got awful memory like me, you need this help.
It's true. We show up and we just essentially say what's on the paper, close to.
Yep. Help. Just spam the word help in any of the channels that we've got.
Help, help, help. Quick result.
Speaking of help, though, what is this from Queso? Like, I really hope of all things this is not a... We need to... Oh, wait, no.
Shogun, there's news. Beep, beep, beep. Orb, what's the news?
The news is that Dignitas has clinched their major spot.
Woo!
It is official.
That's big. That's awesome for them.
It was
So good.
expected, but that's still big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's expected, but like still, it's a fun time. You know, that's our third team that we know is going to the major, joining this very lackluster split Queso and BDS. It's now Dignitas. That's a lot of.
I'm liking these teams.
So am I. I'm really liking the teams.
Are we looking currently for 4 and 5? I mean, you know, number 4. Obviously, Guild are getting the 5th spot.
Oh no! Hang on, Shogun.
Oh no!
Hang on. Hang on.
Is it really an endpoint thing where they can bottle a game that they're not even playing in?
Oh God, yeah. We transcend everything. Come on. All right, don't you do it. Okay.
Oh, they were considering it then, mate.
They were considering it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare be sick at Rocket League.
Somebody challenge.
Stop challenging. Stop challenging. Bump each other.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so that then means that Endpoint now can battle for the top spot in their group, that first seed. That is awesome. That's very good.
Ooh.
Rise, you legend! They're not going down yet. Queso are not going down just yet. Their first goal coming in with 2 seconds left in game number 4 versus Vitality. They want that game number 5. Be very, very big for them. And also, apparently, important update, Gibbs has been pied in the face.
Do we have footage of this?
Yeah, can we find footage of that and put it on screen?
Yeah, where's the footage? Where's the footage that we can show?
Yeah, no, I can't imagine. You know, I just don't have a great imagination for this sort of thing. I need to see it. You know.
I don't know if I should go, oh no, or laugh. You know, I don't know what the context is. There's a lot. It's just important update. Gibbs has been pied in the face. That's all we got. A string of text
for you. I believe he's the second person to be pied on an RLCS stream. Although I think James's actually was off stream. So
James's was off stream, but it's promised made on stream back in season 3.
There you go. There's some Rocket RLCS history for you all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a common thing? Is that a
well? Here's the real bit of trivia for you. Those of you at home, hashtag RLCS. Let us know, why was it that James got attacked by a pie?
Yeah, not attacked by a pie.
And did he deserve it?
I can tell you for a fact he did.
Oh, you have no
I don't know what the circumstances are, but yes, he did.
What is that goal?
Which side?
This side, the one that's up here.
This side.
My boy, mate.
Oh my God.
Oh, you stole it, Emre. You're a bad person.
You're a bad teammate, Emre, and I don't respect you
are,
for that.
Objectively speaking.
Hey, Show, your precious guild might be getting into an overtime. You scared?
Huh?
You're crying. Oh my God.
It was just fun to tear, okay? Like one of those acting tears.
Oh, like an
Listen, Shogun, I want you to be right. I want you to be right.
I want me to be right.
I'm rooting for you on this one.
Why?
Thank you. He's not known me long enough yet, Stumpy.
No, because when Shogun's right, firstly, once in a blue moon. Secondly, he becomes unbearable. Worse than me. Not worse than me.
No. I am not worse than you.
Not worse than me when I get one of my rare dubs.
No. I'm not happy with this. Stumpy is the worst when he is correct.
Oh, God, that's nearly a goal for Guild. Okay, well, KC beat Rix just to give him another punch in the kneecap. So you're not going to major and you just lost this game. So sorry, lads. Also, they might think that, because they just lost to KC, then that's their chances out. But unfortunately, guys, you were really a fringe team to begin with. So realistically, that KC loss doesn't do much for your chances, seeing as it was already decided by Endpoint earlier on. Not a fun conversation for the coach to be having with them after that match. Okay, how's the overtime going?
It's going very guild-like.
What, they're not winning?
Oh, that was the wrong sentence to go with, wasn't it? Yeah, no. Zero Nation looked good. I like what Cole and Gregan were saying a little bit earlier on, where
Flame has not had as much credit as I think a lot of people should give him. That a lot of the RLCS casters, myself included, haven't really given him, because he has been at the top level in the RLCS for a very long time. He's never been, the best player in EU. He's not been in that where you make your dream team and he was one of the players you'd have on there. But he has stuck around for such a long time that the fact he's been competing at this level is still incredibly impressive.
Is it the consistency is key there?
I think so. I think he has stayed very consistent. He's one of the most consistent players in kind of the level that he's at. I don't see him being the best player in the world, in Europe, in whatever it ends up being. But you don't need to be, because only one person can be at any given moment, realistically. But I think that it's such a big testament to him that he has been competing for years and years now. I don't even know when he started. I need to have a look and see when that was, but very, very long time ago.
All right, then who is the best player in Europe?
Oh, Monkey Moon.
Monkey Moon, uncontested?
Yeah. Oh, no,
Maybe
not
contested.
uncontested. Because he's also got 2 teammates. Extra is also one of the best players in Europe. Mark by 8 is one of the best players in Europe. Joria's is up there. Jack is up there.
I would argue that Jack's probably had like a more impressive split than Jorius for me. I feel like the big results that Dignitas have got have been when Jack has been really showing up. Europe, I think best player in Europe is just always going to be who is the best player on the most recent winning team.
Yeah, basically. Unlike
that's
North
gonna be
Kind
America.
of how we do it over here.
I mean, that's
Unlike
what
NA,
so
where it's
excited with
always
the major, though. I mean, seeing everybody that's performing really well, like this split, or every, all the way back from the Stockholm major, just seeing who's going to be able to, I don't know, carry the competition. Who's going to be able to perform.
I want to run a statement by you guys real quick.
Okay.
That I truly believe in. BDS is the most unlucky team in RLCS history.
Right. I would like to point you towards Triple Trouble and say why you're wrong with that.
Because the reason why
why do you say that, Sheldon?
The reason why I say it is because they should be up there right now in the conversation for the greatest team of all time.
I think they
if they had given, you can't really give it to them yet, like because of the lack of time that they had to play in international competitions. And for me, that is absolutely not their fault, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, yeah.
But the fact that they have now had to be a team almost equaling the amount of time that what most people would default to as the old Dignitas roster were together, they've got to be better than that team for almost twice the length of time.
I mean,
to be in conversation.
I think by the end of like Series X or by the end of one of the splits, they actually ended up playing more games or series than the entirety of the old Dignitas roster.
And a
year ago, they did that.
Look at, and that's sort of what I feel like strengthens my point on this, is look at the amount they've had to do, but because all of it was done in an era where they can't, they just can't. Oh my goodness, that is just very mean. They just cannot be given the same level of respect to those wins because of where it was done.
I think I'd agree with you, Sho, if BDS didn't win the major. If they hadn't won that major, I would say, yeah, you know what, fair play. They are definitely in the conversation for one of the most unlucky teams, considering when they peaked, if that had happened. But the fact they did win shows that they can do it for the international crowd with international teams against an incredibly good NRG after having not, they didn't go through 3-0.
I would definitely agree with you there. The only thing I would say to that, though, is that's really been, a very big feather in their cap compared to the norms of this esports.
Yeah,
how often do we see a team stay together, let alone be at the top for as long as BDS has?
I think also,
and they've got to be together at that level for, at least until the end of the year.
I think it's going to be a disservice to the in-game tag when it says RLCS 2022 World Champions, whoever ends up winning that. And then you compare it to like the seasons 1 to 8 champion. You're like, yeah, but I did literally 1,000 times more work. Like, come on, we still get the same title. Queso have brought this back so much. That is such a nice shot as well that came in from Rise. The 1-2 back off Alpha. Unfortunate, but really, really nicely played.
I'm enthralled by this now. I've sort of had the conversation I wanted about that because it's something that I'm interested in. I have no real pull either way. It's just I.
Oh.
You bottled it. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? What are you doing,
What's happening?
Silly monkeys.
You just Alpha turned inwards. By the way, I can hear Johnny screaming from here. He turns inwards after picking up the boost, gets to midfield, and just stops.
Yeah, didn't fancy it.
He just didn't fancy it.
All right. Okay, 10 seconds left for Team K-Side. I'm just a beautiful.
Surely Vitality score from here. It's just. Oh, it's not looking good.
Orb, there's news to say when this ball lands.
Yep.
Oh!
That is right. Vitality is eliminated from the major.
What a way to do it.
Here.
What a way to.
Just
well, that's
rotate
Vitality
low.
split. If you wanted to see what Vitality split was, that last minute encapsulates all of it.
Shogun, I have a question for you off the back of that.
I have an answer for you, potentially.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think you know my question, Shogun. You said that's why encapsulate Vitality split. Do Vitality split?
Do you want what I think will happen or what I think should happen?
What you think should happen?
Yes.
At Orb?
But I don't think it will.
Okay.
I think it
well, listen, they're screaming at me now. Take the break. Quick. Don't answer that. I mean, listen, there's got to be winners. There's got to be losers, sadly. That just kind of comes with the territory. This weekend is going to be jam-packed with a lot of great matches and a lot of important matches. I mean, there's a lot of points flying around here, back and forth. We got some tiebreakers coming up right after the break. Please stay with us. We will be right back.
Are you only passing through, or are you gonna love me? Are you only passing through, or are you gonna love me? Are you only passing through, or
Incoming message. I feel the love I've never.
And welcome back. The break is done. We have once again refreshed our minds and we're ready for the tiebreakers to come. It's going to be important and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to make it, who's going to maybe blunder a little bit. Let me just put it like that, blunder a little bit. Now, Stumpy, before we head into the tiebreakers, you had something you wanted to highlight for the people. What was that?
Yeah, there was just some of the plays that we saw in the group stages were phenomenal. So I just want to kick it off with the best one we saw. It's something that you don't see too much in Rocket League, where
Beautiful.
you have a moment that so perfectly encapsulates a stream. And what we see here is Hercules coming on and having that pie in her hand, so perfectly placed in the middle of the hand. And then it goes straight onto the large target. That is Gibbs's head. It's a two-handed technique, which I appreciate. Masks on for safety as well. Gibbs does take the play, which I don't necessarily respect from him. But then look at that mouth open, surrounded by cream on his face. He knows exactly where that should go. He tastes a little bit of it for posterity as well. He won't be forgetting today.
Thank you so much,
best
Stumpy.
Gibbs' camera has ever looked, and he needs to ask if he can take that setup home with him.
Stumpy, thank you so much for breaking that down.
You're welcome.
I think it's important that we highlight the important things that are going on in these different team streams. Now, here we see the leaderboard and the group standings when it's all said and done from the groups. Stumpy, is there any big surprises here, or is it just the business as usual?
Well, Guild aren't bottoms. That's a pretty big surprise. Vitality, though, being out of the major, that's pretty huge, I think. You know, they didn't do very well at the major, don't get me wrong, but they are out of it officially now. BDS having lost to Luminosity, I think is huge, considering that their game 5 was also 5-1 to Luminosity. They're going to be going to a tiebreaker with them. Endpoint finishing 2-1, then going into that tiebreaker now with Williams after Na'Vi beat Williams. I think Na'Vi beating Williams is one of the bigger results we've seen, especially considering the implications it could have for number 1 in that group. And also Gibbs for not eating that pie off the plate before it could get to his face.
All right, well, let's go and introduce our teams here. We're going to be watching Misfits versus Cookser Minions. Now, Shogun, this setup right here, the series to come, how is it going to end, you think?
Not great for Cooks' Minions. Let's put it like that. Listen, if Stumpy thinks I complain about Guild's gameplay behind the scenes, Jorby has a few things to say about how Misfits play, but I think they should have enough here. Cooks' Minions have been almost like a quiet success story for me this season, where I didn't expect to see them here every single time, but they've kind of just made this spot their own. And full respect for them, but I think this is where the limit is.
But Cooks' Minions, they beat Misfits in the group 3-2. It was close, and they had to get the final 2 games in that series.
And if this game has proven anything to us, Stumpy, it's that consistency does not exist.
It's a 3-0 then, fair play.
What, Shogun, what happened to the 3-0 Gildan?
Sometimes even I can get things wrong, I know.
Swing and a miss. All right, well, we got prediction time. Prediction time. Use the hashtags according on the screen, chat room. Hashtag KXM, hashtag MSF. Those are the 2 hashtags you want to use. Where does your allegiance lie? Prove it with the hashtag. Shogun, I don't know if you're going to be right, but Stumpy, what do you think? What is going to be your prediction?
I feel
versus Cux's
bad
minions.
picking against Cux's minions, seeing as they did beat Misfits, so realistically they should beat them. They're not going to, though. I just think Misfits are the better team. They've actually got a chance of making the major. I don't want them to choke it now. Misfits, for me, get to the major, boys.
I'm with you. I want Misfits to do it. That's got to be my prediction as well. Shogun, do you want to just lock yours in? Just so we have it on screen.
I'll lock. I told Misfits up just a moment ago, so I think I'm gonna have to join both of yous, and we'll see how many of Twitch chat want to jump over on this team with us as well.
This is gonna be like a 90-10.
Oh,
yeah,
95. That's the most I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You've turned on Cooks here, Twitch chat.
90.
I didn't think I'd ever see you do this.
5.
All right, Stumpy and Shogun.
You can't take it back now.
Stumpy and Shogun,
Like
you guys have been a part of these shows for longer than me, right? What is the highest percentage you've ever seen?
I think that was it. I think
it
that
was temporary.
95,
I think we might have caught them napping. Maybe it was a bit early. Maybe they want to take it back.
I think usually, like, we get really surprised if it goes to like 90-10. That's like with an NRG, you know, where they always win those crowd votes anyway. But that is a lot of crowd support for Misfits. They need it because this is yet another chance when they are able to go to that major. They missed out fall. This is where they attempt to lock in winter in LA.
No, it's going to be all up against them. They do take on the might of Cooks' minions, and there you go. That's what you're up against. Cooks has made a bit of a history for himself of just ruining upcoming teams that want to make a name for themselves at majors.
Yeah, Kirk's here, I think, is almost like one of those gatekeepers in that sense where he wants to be the man to stand at the door and allow you in. Something that we didn't mention earlier when Vitality, we've confirmed they're not going to the major. It's the first time K-Dop is not going to be at LAN since Season 1. And RLCS LAN, that is a huge milestone. That is not a great place for him to be, but that's fine. Cooks has missed a couple in his time. Going to try and get that infinitesimally small chance for them to be working their way to the major. Otherwise, this is a straight elimination match. Whoever loses, say goodbye to your chances for winter.
We do see Growly gets the pass back over to Cooks here. Good play, actually, left to right as Growly looks for the shot. Find a way in. It was already well contested. Arju and Cash both up for this ball, actually. Both of them able to at least beat Cooks there, but Growly does clear over to Cooks, who, unfortunately, on absolutely no boost, can't do anything with that play. This is a good pace currently for Cooks' minions. They'll be very happy with this. We don't really see the pace being pushed too far by Misfits, but this is what they're after. Looking for the outplays. It's wide open! And Growly recovers just in time.
Oh my god, multiple saves from Growly there as well. Managing to chuck himself in front of the ball time and time again. Is able to keep Misfits out, and they've had a pretty disappointing run of it. I mean, you're looking back to fall. They weren't quite locked in to go to the major, obviously, but they were very close to it. And then their performance just managed to let them down. Having a chance to have your fate in your own hands as Misfits, it must feel nice. You're not just relying on other teams to do well or badly. It's down to your gameplay. And this is where play well and you've got that opportunity.
Especially for a player like Cash as well, who is one of those players that when he was starting to emerge onto the scene, you were expecting him to even maybe take his place next to an Archie and a Seiko. But he's been a little bit quieter in comparison to the heights that those two players have got, but you can only reach those heights by getting to the mate. Cooks here, mate? Buddy, what happened?
You can't Cooks him, mate. You can't mates with Cooks.
I mean, how else do you respond to this?
Oh, that was pretty bad, to be fair. I did blink.
Would you describe that as a Cooks here, mate?
That's a Cooks here, mate.
I just want to make sure he's okay, all right? That was very uncooks there, like, he's going to have a chance here to try and make up for it. 1-on-1, goes for the flick. There's the set. Who's that to follow? Cash there early enough.
That was vintage, that flick.
I don't think in the Batmobile it's possible to get the flick any lower than that.
But
the fact that it didn't just ricochet out and hit a fan.
Stopping in front of the ball and then picking it on your roof. Realistically, nobody from Misfits actually stopping him from doing so. Having a minute to set up the flick and then just going high with it regardless. It's Cooks here at his best. With 2 minutes left, though, it's one apiece in this matchup. With Cooks here, as much as we are ribbing him lightly. He is actually looking pretty decent, apart from that one own goal that did.
That's the reason why it caught me so much, is he was looking decent. He did so good on the setup for the goal. He was playing reasonably well, and then yeah, a bit of a mistake that you wouldn't anticipate from someone of his level. Gets the pass over to Rick, says looks for the setup. In goes Growly, and Cooks are now starting to be tasked with just holding back. His team's actually done an incredible job on the rotation, but seeing this an awful lot as well, though, as you might have caught it just the corner of your eye, a lot of cuts through the backside of the rotation by Misfits. They're looking to wipe out the goalkeeper. They just don't seem to respect that Cooks' minions have got the quick transition. And because of that lack of respect, they are just taking a little bit more of their own time. You can see it again from Cash. Takes out the player, looks for the shot. And what's made by Cooks here? He's got a stick with Crowley this time. Keeps it away. How on earth is that still one each?
Oh my word, that was so good in defense. That was solid, it was decisive, and it was swift. The perfection to get the ball away. Cooks' save looked awkward, but getting it above the bar is exactly what he needed to do. 45 seconds remain. Misfits must feel robbed of their chance.
Oh, that is sort of how this game tends to go, really. After all of that great defense, ends up just being a misplay from Growly that puts his team in such a bad spot. Yeah, I mean, they are wide open to this.
Yeah. Brilliant demo, though, from Arju, coming in, clearing it out of the way. Cash can go top corner with the shot smoke screened as well. It does leave Misfits open to be able to get the shot away. And now we're going to need to see Cooks' minions respond, and they do so.
Of course, once again, Cooksy just holding himself downfield. He was getting harassed, but knew that the pass was coming over to him. And a solid shot right down the middle. I actually do like that Cooksy didn't look for the corners this time, because you know the goalkeeper was looking for it. Let's put that right behind the goalkeeper. 2 each. Now Cookser again. Saying his name or not, we've got the team name. You can't really get away from saying Cooksy over and over again in a series like this.
On the back, though, with 20 seconds left, it's Growly going for yet another shot with a backflip. Cash tries to tip it over, but Cooksy going for that quick defensive play. 15 seconds remain as Rye tries to get it clear, with Growly following up, though. Chance of Misfits yet again, running out of boost. Cash with a brilliant 100 pickup as it spawns beneath him. Pressure on the blue half. Can Misfits capitalize? Not quite. Ball falls overtime.
Well, I'm going to be looking now for Misfits. Just see what they do with players like Archie. And once again, they're aiming for the player. They do not care about the ball. You can have the clear for free. I'm taking out your player. But this leaves Cooks. They're open for the shot. 2 for him. And he gets the overtime winner. That's something so nostalgic about saying Cooks that wins it in overtime.
He didn't look for the corners on the first shot, but he certainly does so on that second. Great pass in as well from Rye. Love the chances to slow it down, go off the side wall, let the player hit you out the way instead, and have the ball be free. A little bit of dancing at the end too. Cooks' minions taking game 1. Orb, what's happening elsewhere?
Well, we got BDS currently 1-0 in the series against Luminosity, and they're up 2-0 in their current game 2. We got Williams resolve that game. Endpoint versus Williams. Let's see here. Endpoint won. Sorry. 2-1 to Endpoint for them in that series. Or in that game 1. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now.
That's okay.
And then Navi versus Semper, who just ended the overtime. Semper won a 2-3 minute overtime, something like this. And they take their first game 1 win. There's a lot going on. I love that we get a little bit of overtime still.
Is this the most tiebreakers we've had? I don't remember us having this many in the previous 2 regionals. This is a ridiculous amount of tiebreakers.
You're welcome.
Listen,
what's happening with Endpoint?
Listen, there's so much on the line here that I think that it makes sense that there's tiebreak.
It's fitting.
It's
I'm really happy to see that we've got teams that are fighting and, you know, looking to try and get a hold of this spot, because last split, we got a lot of teams that needed to do work and none of them did any of it. It was just, all right, if you win, you lost. If you win, you make it. I guess we're sending Vitality. Like, that's kind of how it went. This time, though, these teams are fighting tooth and nail to get to this spot.
And Shogun, we can also confirm that this is the most tiebreakers so far for an EU regional event. Copa de Rocket League is showing up big right at the end of winter. There were only 3 in the second regional and only 1
Pathetic.
in the first, mate. Yeah, it's pathetic.
Oh, wow.
Reckon.
1 in the
Bring
first. Wow. Glad you didn't have to wake up for it. 1
Why
in
are
the
you
first.
so bitter?
I don't know, something about casting with you seems to have brought it out of me today. So I
fun, isn't it?
apologize. It is
great fun.
brilliant fun. But we do see what exactly Misfits can do in response to this. There against a very, very game Cooks' minions. Look fast. Well, they're picking their spots, and the way Cooks' minions are playing, it asks an awful lot of Misfits. There's the shot, there's the goal. Was there ever any doubt when you saw Arju take to the air?
It was a lovely pass as well from Cash, just going high off that side wall. The demo from Attain to open it up. Growly has to do everything, and he's not able to. Goes just below the crossbar. Brilliant shot.
We need more of that. And one thing that Cooks' minions are open to right now is those pace plays. And they're also just wiping out. Here, even more demos. Growly looking to try and take it over the top of everybody, but you see Matane just weighing on the backboard. Looks to keep that ball going as well. Forced Rai just to reset himself a couple of times. I'm having a little bit of an aerial off here between who can get the better position off the field. Right, I'm trying to find a way out of that. What is happening? This is the second one now that just kind of left me flummoxed. You got an answer for me, Stumpy, as to what that was?
It just looked so silly. He was clearly sideways, just drifting, and got stuck with handbrake. I was like, oh my God, what do I do? I need to keep this ball with me. Help, take the ball, please. And they do. They didn't concede from it. Ryan did the job that he needed to. Keeps an eye on that ball. 2 minutes gone. They didn't get a goal from it, but they at least didn't concede.
Well, Matane was lurking. Can still be around. Growly able to cleanly win that ball as Cookser is intercepted by Cash. Good bump as well. And again, almost had the shot open. Cooks' minions have got to be so aware of the player not only playing the ball looking for a set, but just following up with some sort of bump. You see Arju again looking for Growly on the backfield. This has become the metagame at this point. Can Cooks' minions avoid these contacts?
Yeah, Cooks' minions, though, they need to just push as much as they can. And Rai, due to the fact that Cash wasn't able to get the touch up high, is able to receive it down low. Actually gets bumped slightly by Cooks. I didn't realize that on the first pass through, but really nice speed from him. The equalizer coming around halfway into this game. Cooks' minions back in it.
I'm glad that you pointed out the bump as well, because I didn't notice it on first viewing either. It just looked like you knew something had happened because Cash was very out of position. I just couldn't quite tell what. Growly again, reset. Looks for Cooks on the far side. He's one-on-one against Arju, and he's almost got it, but Arju just held his nerve long enough, held position, and holds us at 1 each.
That's absolutely pixels at that point, where he only just makes connection with his former teammate that some would say Cooks here managed to make Arju's career back in the day when Arju subbed in. Years and years ago this is, but Arju has gone on to do just incredible things since then, and Cooks here has dipped out of the scene and has come back in since, so a little bit of a battle from the past.
You can correct me if I'm wrong as well, but if we wanted to add a bit of a spice to the storyline as well, it was on Cooks' team that Arju, despite doing a good job on that sub role, was not given the full-time spot.
Correct.
It was given to a lot. And Arju, I'm sure...
What a roster.
What a roster. It didn't do great, did they?
Cooks here speed a lot. Was that the roster?
It was, and I don't believe it did amazingly.
I don't think they won anything. Good on them. They gave it a good old go.
We got confirmed. It was fruity.
It was fruity. And then that became liquid. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot
Rocket
of
League
sense.
history is hard to keep up with. Okay, there's a lot that goes on.
Oh, mate, go back to season 1 and 2 where you'd lose one, you concede a goal and suddenly Pashy kicked you from the team. And you're like,
That was
brilliant.
literally the same
Cheers,
until
mate.
this new format came out, to be completely honest. Very happy now that at least these teams get a much more solid amount of times to prove is this roster going to work or not, rather than just, okay, we lost one game. Guess we're not teaming together anymore.
Guess I'm deleting your mobile number.
Oh, good save, but they're going to need another one. Again, Rye just able to keep it away. This is where Cooks and Minions have really struggled, though. Have they got the boost management to stave off this sort of onslaught? Rally just downfield, turns around for it. Cooks it. He's gone. Also, Rye almost got taken out. Well, if you didn't know the game plan here, you certainly know it at this point. But Rye, he's downfield. Redirect. What a goal!
Oh my word! Just the demos coming in. Cuxer has to get rid, does so in the path of Rye, who just beautifully ballets around the ball, and below the crossbar, it will fall. 13 seconds remaining. Cux's Minions, what a display.
Talk about a brilliant solution to quite a difficult problem. Our defense is getting annihilated. Fine, we'll leave someone in offense instead. And that is 2 for Cooks' Minions. Misfits are really up against this here, Stumpy.
The team that everybody said had 5% chance of winning this series.
You got locked into that Twitch chat.
2-0 up. Silly Twitch chat. A 2-0 up now, looking to knock Misfits out of major contention. Quite frankly, Cooks' Minions, just to be annoying. Because you're not going to the major. I'm going to say it. You're not going to the major, Cooks' Minions, but you're doing your best just to keep EU as fluid as we possibly can. Orb, what's going on?
There is a lot going on. Now, BDS, they're up 2-0 in series. They just tied, well, like halfway through the game, they tied. Luminosity actually taking the lead, and they were fighting back now with some 40 seconds remaining. And this is a goal. Luminosity just took the lead 2-1. They are fighting tooth and nail against BDS here. Then we had Endpoint versus Williams, 2-0 in the series. They won game number 2, 3-0.
Is that to Endpoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
He didn't say a name.
He's got about 10 heartbeats to catch up on.
You just stayed with bated breath. And then finally we had...
You definitely baited Stumpy there, trust me.
Big time.
Listen, then we had Navi versus Semper. 1-1 in the series. It is currently goalless in their third game. That's where we're at with these. But I love the screams. I love the passion coming in from you guys. All right, please keep it going by all means.
Orb's such a nice co-worker. Be more like him, Show.
Okay, I'll give it a go, but
Okay.
no more licorice, okay?
Okay, yeah, no more Swedish
I can
licorice.
be Orb without the licorice, or just the majority of Swedish food, I guess.
Yeah, no one needs that. Apart from kebab pizza. Fair play, Sweden.
yeah,
you got
no,
one
that's pretty
thing
good.
right. Yeah.
We see X's Minions continuing to put the hurt on it. As we mentioned, a team that will just be asking, why are you doing this to us? What do we do to you? We want to be going to the major. Always going to have to fight against the very best. Where's they going to drop off the post?
Oh my word, that is so brave from Growly. To know there's somebody coming in.
It was the best possible bounce for him. You do not want a player like Growly picking up the bounce for free. And that's kind of where that ball dropped. So Growly knew the potential that he had if he just let it happen. I was making angry faces at me after what we said.
No, the licorice. It's fine. If you go to Sweden, just don't eat any of the food. Pack a lunch.
You're like a space food. Rehydrate it whilst you're there.
Oh, mate, yeah, just bring army rations with you. It's better than their curry banana pizza with licorice on it or whatever they have.
I love how you told me to be more like Orb, but I dragged you to be more like me.
No one wants to be more like
He's going to get a goal for his team. Long way to go here for Misfits. But they need more like this.
Oh, that's such a nice pass, though, from Matane. Just getting that really delicate flip reset and just being able to tap it just a touch high to keep the ball going. That could have flicked anywhere, but it was just so wonderfully in the path of Cash.
Almost got to it again. Here's right. Got plenty of boost to try and set. That's actually down very awkwardly. 2 players needed, but over in the backfield, there's Cooks there, and he's got it after a bit of an attack on the goalkeeper. On the goal line, it's just going to go nowhere.
Who was that on the goal line? It was Growly.
He was upset.
Just parked in front of Matane, and I was just like, go on then. Go on, hit me. And by that point, the ball had found its way in. An equaliser for Cooks' Minions. continuing to assault the net and attempt the sweep.
Off the backboard, here's Matane. Can get there in time. Cooks here, just far too quick. An aerial battle here between both the squads. There's Rai. Would have actually probably liked that 100 boost that was just stolen away from him. Crowley over to the right-hand side. A little bit of a desperate play here from Cooks' minions. Bit of out of character from what we've seen from them. That's that 100 boost gone yet again. Cooks there. Only as far as cash. This is a fantastic position for Misfits to be in. Now they need to capitalize on it. Arju around, but not past Growly, who was in the perfect spot off the backboard. There was nobody there available. Rai's got to get here in time. Instead, it's Growly that gets rid of the scraps, but this is getting worse and worse for Cooks' minions. Look at the boost. They're doing okay. But for how much longer can that last? And how long until Misfits sends somebody to try and bump the goalkeeper? And again, Cash off the backboard. They're just constantly boost checking. How much have you got? Are you able to get to this? Infield to Arju, unchallenged, and it's finally going to go in. Fantastic play by Misfits.
That's one that they needed, and the tap down from Matane finds Cash to the nose of Arju. And Cuxer, he has to jump and pray, yet his god did not answer. Misfits doubling up, getting their second goal.
Just no way out, was there?
No.
You could see maybe a little bit of a warning shot that happened in the previous game because there was no demo attempts, really. Over on the side of Misfits, they did not want to let anybody escape to the opposite side of the field. So they just managed to drag Cooks' minions into their own side. Here is Rai, his shot saved. Didn't quite know where that was going. Ash was not willing to find out. Oh, just under 2 minutes left. One goal separates them. And for Misfits, it could be one mistake that puts them out of major contention. Oh, Cash needed that one in. Instead, Arju cleans up. And that was the sort of moment that we would have looked back on if this went against them. But Arju, exactly where he needed to be.
I'm not saying that's luck, because obviously it isn't. But that is a time where Cash must have held his breath and hoped, beyond all hope, that someone was there to put it in. Arju is that man. He answered the call. 2 goals clear. Misfits with these chances, putting Cooks' minions further and further away from their dreams of keeping Europe as liquid as possible.
Oh, underneath by Cash. He wants the challenge. Cooks here happy to provide. This is exactly why. Arju off the backboard sets himself up. What a goal! And what a way to secure your hat-trick.
This is just beautiful mechanics from everyone on Misfits there. It's just Cash getting one flip reset into the second, then Arju using his flip reset after setting it to the ceiling to then power it below the crossbar. That is the kind of goal that you would really expect Misfits to be getting more frequently than we've ever seen them do so.
I mean, the spacing has been available to them as Growly almost found a way to get everything through. You can see the third man jumping in his Cooks here. At this point, 3 goal difference. You might as well send everything you can. Infield to right. Looks for the shot. And Growly went for the hit and hope on the backfield.
Yeah, he fancied it.
Why
he
not
had a
at
dream.
this point?
He had a dream that would work, mate, on the world stage. Unfortunately, it doesn't, but we all wish it did.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. This game might very well be done. Matane scrambles back, easily able to take control of the ball for himself. Cooks is still around. And Cooks better than anyone knows that. Despite the fact that his team is in a very good position in the series overall, this is not the sort of momentum you want to be giving an opponent heading into Game 4.
No, I mean, going 5-1 up in a game is dominant. By no means, though, do we see that this is always, the next game is then going to be a win for Misfits. Some teams need this refresher, and they can't just sweep out a team. So, not too troubling, I don't think, but certainly a time where Cooks' minions have got to reassess what they've been doing in this game and see just how it was different to how they approached Game 1 and 2.
Just couldn't find a way out, really. I think that's the main part of this puzzle that they got to figure out is when they get stuck in the right side of the field, how exactly are they going to deal with it? We've seen a little bit of a more patient look towards the offense from Misfits in this game. Not willing to hold themselves downfield for too long. Instead, just getting back, keeping players behind the ball and waiting to see when the opportunities were going to come over to them. Misfits have got their first game, but Orb, How are things looking elsewhere across RLCS?
Yes, we have Luminosity. How do you think they fared? All right, the strong BDS. Okay, Luminosity is kind of, they got a couple
I'm
of
going to
goals
say
in.
3-0 BDS because that's my default answer to everything BDS.
No, I think
Well,
we're
then-
game 5.
Then you would be wrong. Yes, Luminosity has just pushed it into a game 5 after essentially, it was a 1-goal game 4, so it wasn't all that much happening, but Luminosity hanging in there, putting it to the big dogs of BDS, and they are pushing a game 5. We got Williams versus Endpoint. Obviously, Endpoint being up 2-0 in their series. They are currently in a 2-minute overtime. So we will see. We will see what happens there. Are you a little nervous, Stumpy?
I am no. Endpoint thrive in overtimes, probably. I don't know what to think about them. Williams Resolve are just so genuinely good that everything they do outright terrifies me. So Endpoint having 2 games as a buffer, it works okay for me.
The third tiebreaker that obviously we're not featuring here on the main stream is Semper versus Navi. Semper has taken their second win. They're currently obviously in game number 4. Still goalless, a minute and 40 seconds in.
Yeah, for Navi, they have at least made that group interesting. I think many people were kind of looking at them as the 4th best team over there, but still, making Semper work for it. And for Semper, worst case scenario here is if that one heads over to game 5. Over here, we do see Cooks' minions also trying to avoid the same fate. Do not want to be going to game 5 up against a team like Semper, as Growly does have passing options, but his favorite passing option is himself. I'm going to quite get it to work out this time around. Now it's Arju to Mitane. Cooks there, tried off the shot, and Mitane has got it for 1-0.
Growly going up for the pre-jump save, isn't able to do so, not a bad idea whatsoever. But Cuxid being lobbed opens it up for a Mitane shot with 30 seconds in. Misfits with an early lead, starting where they left off in that third match.
Been much less physical from them, but it has been infinitely more effective. Cash again takes to the air. He wants Rai to move. He did. Growly just holding that midfield, ends up missing it. Not afford those sort of mistakes because it might have given Misfits a free shot. They didn't choose to take it. Instead it's Cash once again. He is getting transition plays for free. Cash just gets the ball in his own side of the field and it's done. It's in the blue side of the field. It is now Misfits' opportunity. It's now their time, and that is so crucial with the way this series is going onwards. As Cash offered towards the backboard, he's bumped, but guess who isn't? Mitane actually gets wiped out a little bit, but there's the shot, and Archie takes it.
They can't score a solo goal, Misfits. Every single time, it has been from one to another in one way or another. Cash finds Arju. I think that's what he posted out as well, maybe posting in, but regardless, Arju is able to secure it. 2 goals in a minute 15. And for any Endpoint fans out there, by the way, Williams Resolve did win that third match, literally as we came back and we abandoned Orb in the ether. So that's still going on over there.
What's the nervousness at the moment on a scale of 1 to 10?
0.
0. That is confident right there. At least got 1 back. This is something that was very crucial here for Cooks' minions because this was getting away from them. We can definitely say towards the end of a 5-1 game that, yeah, you gave up on it towards the end and the scoreline might not matter. But when you go down by 2 almost instantly, that's when it starts to become a little bit far too easy for a team like Misfits, who actually might have another chance here. Cooks it ahead of the play. Right now, for me, Stumpy, this is all the transition game. It's actually a very good one here from Cooks' minions. Despite that one being very good, I just feel like it's better over here. Cash he's just so full of tricks.
I think you said that last play was good, but I think it went, if anything, too well and just flew out. That is terrible defense from Cooks' minions, though, as we start to praise them. They throw it all away. Mitane with 1 and 2 over the top. Ryan misses, Growly trusts, and with Arju prowling, the goal was to come. And Cooks' minions, don't let this get thrown away. You had the 2-0 lead. You let it go down to 2-1, and now in this 4th game, it's 3-1 on Utopia. It's a scary position to be in.
That third-man positioning is just all over the place right now for Cooks' minions. They can't deal with this. And we want to talk once again about the transition game. This was Cooksy trying to find a way out.
That's silly.
And it's just the worst way to do it. You're giving up that ball for free.
Silly touch. It looked almost deliberate that he tried to hit that into the corner and have it high for him to have the rebound. But if he wants to get relinquish control of the ball with no boost, whatever it ends up being,
Oh, what a save.
he should have just hit it at the ramp if needs be. Otherwise, you always opt to take the touch there. Slow it down and then take it to the corner. But that's sometimes the unpredictability with the Batmobile. You don't know what you're going to get.
Well, 4-1. This game has spiraled out of control. We're looking at 9-2 for just the last 8 minutes a game. Beep, 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 beep. Orb, what's the news?
Orb, give us the news.
Orb here checking in. Navi eliminated from Major and the tournament after loss to Semper. Carry on.
Beep, 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 beep. Thanks for the news, Orb.
I love News Orb. News Orb.
He's very professional. He just came in, said it, and was out.
He's
I wish
really
I could be
good.
that efficient.
Yeah, so do I. That was amazing. That was a quick in and out jobby. Love that. 4 goals, though, still for Semper. Out of reach potentially for Cooks' minions, especially considering the gameplay we've seen from them. As I say that, though, Rai just bangs it on net.
No, man. It's been far too recent that I saw that Vitality game to not believe that this is possible here for Cooks' minions. Having said, the way Misfits have been playing, they shouldn't let this happen. They should be able to lock this down. Well, Cooks' minions back under pressure, although that's a demo that they could have done with. Ash does a good job of just spotting the danger and making sure that he was back in time. Arju just dances around a couple of players, looks to go off the backboard. It's set. Actually, we see Matane dive on in, so Cash had to do well in the midfield. But Cash has been doing well every single game. He almost found a way in. Oh my goodness. This is the Cash that everyone in Europe is terrified of.
Yeah, Cash is one of Cole's favorite players for very good reason. He is so mechanical and so well put together on the pitch that when he starts to link his plays with his teammates or even solo, it is so much fun to watch. Arju is a player that can do just the same. And we've got a news orb. Orb news. Beep, 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 beep.
It is me again. It is it is me again. It's News Orb reporting for duty. BDS was reverse swept by Luminosity. That is confirmed.
Okay.
Please take it away.
Thank you.
I want every single time we bring this in, chat, I expect News Orb to be spammed.
News Orb. Beep, 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 with
it has to be
some
all
globe
caps.
emojis. Globe emojis as well.
Yes. All
That'd be
caps,
nice.
globe emojis.
News
Respect
Orb.
that he deserves, all right?
That's fair. That also confirms that BDS are in the lower bracket. Maybe for the first time? I think, right? I always hate saying stuff like that because I just don't know because I'm an idiot.
It's hard to keep track of everybody.
Really hard. There's so much Rocket League. All the fans are like, no, why don't you remember? It's like, because there's so much. It's only my job for
There's a
3
lot.
days.
Do you want some more Rocket League? Because it looks like
Always.
we're heading over to Champions Field.
Game
We're going
5.
to get more Rocket League. And Misfits are making a series out of this, Stumpy.
Yes.
But Orb, do we need to do the beep beep beep?
No,
or,
regular Orb. This is regular.
Regular.
I kind of like this beep, 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 and then I
No, but this is regular Orb we're talking to.
Yeah, this is normal.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yo, guys, what's up? It's me.
Huh?
I am back with some more results. So, obviously, BDS got reverse swept by Luminosity. Great show of strength from them. And BDS is confirmed for lower bracket. Endpoint versus Willing to Solve. They are 2-1 in the series. Endpoint is currently up 2-0, and the game is about to end in...
Okay.
It's over. Endpoint wins that game.
Number 1 in the group, in Group D.
That is right, Stumpy.
Yes!
Let's go,
Top
Stumpy.
6 for
Wow.
Endpoint. Yes.
Yeah. And then Semper
I'm a
beat out
neutral.
Navi 3-1 in their series. So they are through as well.
Nice.
So there you have it. Stumpy, are you happy?
I'm a neutral orb. I don't want to give any of my predispositions to any of these teams. So I am
No,
I'm
you
50. I'm
Yeah.
not bothered.
Oh.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
no, Orb. Just
Yes.
turn around and then you can turn back in as a new man. Beep, 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 beep.
News orb, news orb.
News Orb. Where's News
News
Orb?
Orb.
Oh, he's gone.
Hey, it is News Orb. Cooks and Minions eliminated with that Endpoint win. Guys,
So that
please
means
take it away.
Cooks' minions coming into this game are doing this for the best of all reasons, to be really spiteful towards another team.
Everyone in chat, by the way, is saying news orb with globe emojis. It's wonderful.
Yes.
I love that. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Cooks' minions now, they just want to get a big Cooks-sized spanner and throw it in the works because this is just to mess everybody up. Obviously, for them, you know, to get through to the next day or whatever and get some money or whatever. But ultimately, you know, it's for the major contention. They can't do it. Misfits still can. They just want to play spoiler.
As well as, you know, you look at this in the long run as well. Not only are Cooks' minions fighting to try and get themselves a little bit more money, but a good final split for them. Say they get themselves a major spot from there. These are the sort of points that you'll want to be having, especially after how quiet they were to this point. You want all of the points you can possibly get. You suddenly explode onto the scene. You might have an outside chance. I'm saying this is an outside chance of heading to Worlds. You want whatever you can get a hold of, as Growly tries to get rid. Instead, it's Cash. It's always Cash. Cash just is the midfield at the moment, all right? I'd have to say, I should say player is in the midfield. He's hit the ball. You should just automatically assume it's Cash. So we do see the infield pass, and that's not well dealt with defensively. A very poor challenge. And there's another shot, and a little bit of a letting off the hook there for Cooks' minions. They are stuck here, rather, and this is how all the previous two games have gone.
Good bumps trying to be found in that blue net as well as Rye tries to challenge versus Cash, but player is in the midfield. This time, though, it's Growly challenging off versus Matane. Ball flies high with Growly dropping it down as well, and a backflip from Arju. No follow-up, though, as Cooks' minions had a really clear-cut opportunity to get the opening goal.
Oh, goalkeeper's gone as well. It's an opportunity. Cooks it. He takes the shot, and Cash is already there. That was instant reactions from Cash as we head towards the second half of the game. Pass down. Cash actually loses the challenge in midfield to Growly. Now it's Rye looking for Growly yet again. They are not going to have Cookser in the backfield because Cookser is gone.
Oh, he turned away. Growly could have just hit that central and made it, continued that attack. But Growly turns off the ball because Cooksey gets demoed. No, that's a good chance to keep the ball in up the top. Nerves or whatever it ends up being, getting the better of Cooks' minions in that situation as Misfits they hold out time and time again versus this attack.
Well, this is the most amount of offense we have seen Cooks' minions have for the last 12 plus minutes. Matane tries to find a passing option. You can see Rye chasing them down. Does not want them to get out here for free. He's actually done a fantastic job of it. Sets the ball, or at least he tried. Was an awful big ask of him. But now that leaves Cooks there one-on-one, and out of all the ways Arju was going to play that, Cooks will be happy that it was like that.
Yeah, running out of boost meant he just had to go for a flick or something to continue the ball. He just couldn't make contact, and Cash being shut down early by Rye on that attack. Arju bumped out the way, leaves Rye to again defend nicely, but round the side, Matane can drop it low, finds Cash just wide of the net, however. 90 seconds to decide potentially who wins this match.
Matane with a little bit of time. Cooks here just make sure he steals the 100 boost. Growly narrowly avoids as well getting bumped. You just feel one massive demo is on its way. I can shake how this series has gone. The question for me is who's going to get it? Drops down one more time. Growly still around, bops the ball back out to Rye. Almost went underneath both the goalkeepers. Cooks it takes his shot off the backboard, and nobody left. You used all your players, but not the best clear. And actually, that's got them caught. Rye 1-0.
Coming from the corner, Rye is just
Cash
rocketing it on.
Cash, you knew better.
The complete miss, though, coming out from Arju. That wasn't just Cash. Arju flying so far from that ball. Cash with the missed rotation. Rye did also have a good shot, but he should never have been allowed that ball.
I'm willing to share the blame, all right, on that one. Oh, Cash is really struggling here. And this could be another case of teams just crumbling under the pressure. We saw so much of it during the last split. But our Vitality ended up going out of this tournament and subsequently just forfeiting their chances for Misfits. That is not the goal to let this go on. Instead, Rai, that might be it off the post. And Rai finishes the shot. He's got the brace.
Rai, with 20 seconds left, attempting to secure this match for Cooks' minions, rocking nearly 800 points when his closest competitor is on 236 on the opposition team, has put in a gigantic performance. Cooks' minions throw the spanner in the works. They secure the victory versus Misfits, and they will end their chances of going to the major. Misfits, one of the few teams who had their chances in their hands, win and in, but instead, that is them gone. That is how close these series can be, Shogun.
Wow. I actually thought Misfits had the read on them. Well, it just goes to prove that Game 5, it's different, man. There's something horrible about Champions Field. The air is just, it's thicker. The boost is more difficult to get a hold of, and the recoveries just feel that little bit slower. But Orb, that is the end of this series. Have you got any news for us elsewhere?
Not really any news other than I was tuning into the Misfits broadcast and trying to listen into Jorby.
I'm looking at the Semper broadcast. There's a thing happening over there.
I want to hear if Jorby's sad. Is Jorby sad?
I don't know how he sounds right now, but he was fired up. He is. I want to make a
keyword
point.
there is was.
Well, I'm not listening in right now because it's gonna mess me up. It's too many audio channels going on at the same time. But no, he was getting fired up. I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, the team streams, the individual team streams, they all have their own flair. And whether you win or lose, man, they put on a good show over at their respective streams. So shout out to the Jorby and Misfits for their run and for their stream. It's been cool getting to tune in.
Can I show off when we're back on camera what the Semper stream looks like? They're currently on break, waiting for their next series. This is the Semper stream right now.
I thought that was their offline picture first because they traded to that. And I was like, oh, they went offline.
Just chilling. Fantastic. They're waiting for their spot.
Yeah. Well, listen, speaking of break, my friends, we gotta rally the troops, pay some bills around here. We got the lower bracket round 1 coming up right after this, so please stick around. We will be right back.
my feet off the ground. Let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you.
All right, welcome back. We are here for the final showdown, the lower bracket, round one, essentially, before we are done with day number one. It's been a lot of great Rocket League so far. We got more coming your way. We're going to check out Carmine, Corp versus BDS here in a minute. But let's first take a look at the group standings and see where we're at after many of the matches are now complete. There you have it. Stumpy, anything that's coming at you? Whether it's a surprise, an upset, a team that kind of didn't make it as far as you thought?
A team that's made me happy is Endpoint. You know, they got that 2-1.
Sad?
Oh, hang on, right? Okay, this is like something that made me sad. Misfits made me sad. Losing to Minions and losing them twice in one day. It's a big thing to have done. Seeing as Misfits, I think almost everybody would agree, are literally the better team. They have underperformed consistently when we've seen them since fall, when they didn't quite make the major. That seemed to be the start of this weird downturn they found themselves in. I'm disappointed with them. They'll be disappointed in themselves. I think they've only really got themselves to blame.
Shogun, what teams make you happy and a little sad?
BDS makes me happy. I mean, not BDS, Dignitas. Watching BDS play Rocket League makes me happy, but Dignitas makes me the happiest for reasons related to Gibbs and pies being thrown at his face.
So it's more so the pie. It's more so the stream, the team stream activities.
I would be lying if I said it wasn't. If I'm being honest, team that made me sad. I'm gonna double up here with Stumpy. It's Misfits. I mean,
it's a shame, right?
It's a shame that they put themselves not only in a position where they had to reverse sweep that, but they looked so good whilst they were reverse sweeping. Then we get into game 5 and the way they lost it, you can lose. And there's a way of losing where people just go, okay, yeah, fine. It happened. But that one, why did that have to happen? Why did you have to lose it off just complete misplays?
So is that what cost them the win? Is it just misplays at the wrong times? Wrong place at the wrong time?
I mean, you can't have two players committed to a play where the end result is the ball bouncing into your midfield for a shot. They effectively used two players to infield the ball against themselves.
But
no,
annoyingly, it was also a really nice shot from Rye. That's the annoying thing. He snuck it in near post, and it's like you did not work for that ball, Rye. You didn't need that ball. And also, they were still 1-0 down at that point. That was just doubled up on it. Misfits, look at yourselves, figure it out. You're better than this. You know you're better than this. Jorby will tell you off more, but man, oh man, oh man. What a shame. What a shame.
I can't tell if this is Dad Stumpy or Coach Stumpy stepping in, or maybe
Are we just creating new personas for everybody on this broadcast?
Maybe we are.
Dad Stumpy.
We got News Orb, Dad Stumpy.
Listen, I like it. Here you have the bracket chat. Here is how it's looking for the lower round one, and also who made it into the upper semi-finals. We're going to be watching Carmine Corp versus BDS. And that's going to be an interesting matchup. And I think it's going to be a nice one to wrap up today. You almost picked Chogan. You almost picked BDS before you jumped over to Dignitas. That's your... Was it the happy team? Was it? It was the happy team.
Watching BDS just makes me happy. Okay, it's smooth, clean, decisive Rocket League that we have always seen them play. Obviously, they have already qualified. Carmine still looking to go and grab their spot. And it's a team, Stumpy, that I feel like a lot of us feel like should just have more accomplishments to their name at this point.
So is that BDS or KC?
Oh, BDS have got all of the accomplishments to their name at this point. It's 100% KC.
I mean, KC, they're an interesting team to me because I've not been down on Astral, but I never really got on the Astral hype train, I would say. I think him joining Itachi and Stake is a good decision, but I don't think he's nearly as good as everybody seems to say. I don't think he's shown it for a long time. I think individually, sure, he's obviously very good at the game. He's obviously very mechanical. He's very well put together on the pitch. But then he just doesn't get the results. I don't think he's a good team player. I don't think he's a good person to be on a team with when you need a clutch situation to happen. I think there's so much about him that doesn't make him the caliber of player that garners the respect from every other pro player that we see give to him. I appreciate that he is on a well-respected roster, on a very well-respected organization as well. But Astral has not been the player that is this legendary person that we've all been told about, hailing from the lands of Belgium for a very long time. I've never bought into that. And I don't know if that's me being short-sighted or stubborn, whatever it is, because I saw him misplay a year ago. But he has never lived up to what everyone says he can be.
I don't know, Shogun, did you hear that? Belgium.
I did.
Did you hear that? There was an episode. He's from Belgium.
I was kind of surprised that was the angriest words that we heard from that entire dialogue.
No, I mean, I wanted to kind of, pick your brains a little bit. We talked about the conversation around BDS being potentially the best team in the world. You said you can't, Shogun, you said you can't quite say that yet. What is it going to take for you to, is it the winter, is it the winter LA Major?
It wasn't BDS being best team in the world. I think that one is, a conversation that cannot be re-argued until the next major is done with. The argument for me was the greatest of all time, and how the way the world has been for the last year and a half has meant that they have not had the opportunities to gain those same results that the teams in that conversation would have been. So, no, BDS are the best team in the world. And when you're a team like Carmine coming into this, still looking to try and grab yourself one of those spots, you're against BDS.
That's rough.
It is.
I'm sorry.
Predictions are up, my friends. Hashtag it up in the Twitch chat, and let's see what Twitch chat thinks. Who is going to win, BDS versus KC? I mean, it is true. K-Corp is going up against the Titans of BDS. Stumpy, what does Carmine have to do to come victorious out of this bout?
They need to do literally more than they've ever done before in the RLCS. God, that's so unprofessional, me wiping my face as I say that in annoyance. I think that Carmine Corp, they need to be the best team that we have ever seen them play. This is also where their fate rests on their shoulders. They get knocked out here, they're gone from the major. They will not be making it. And you put Carmine Corp in a corner where they can fight for their own right, they lose. It's BDS winning.
Oh. Yeah. That was almost so inspirational. Shogun, what is your prediction?
The only way I see Carmine winning this is if BDS are kind of just chilling because they've already made it. Unfortunately, I've seen what BDS do for an entire season where they've got less to fight for rather than right now where they really want that number one seed over in Europe because they are obviously under pressure from Queso. And because of that pressure, I think you can see the best BDS here and a BDS that should take this series. So I've got the BDS.
I'm saying BDS as well. I think they're going to show their strength here. And I want to see the result from Twitch chat here. See where their allegiance lies. 74%. That is good. That is okay. Let's see if K-Corp can bring it. I mean, they have to do it. Stumpy is saying they got to do everything and a little bit more.
Belgium.
And Belgium. So I don't know what they got to do. It's got to be interesting. Let's see if they got what it takes. K-Corp versus BDS.
Let's get into this then. Win and you move on to round 2. Lose and not only you out of this tournament, but for certain teams in this round, you're out of major contention as well. Quick shout, by the way, on the matches that are happening, just in case you want to go and take a wee gander over what is happening elsewhere across the RLCS. Evil Geniuses are against Cooks' Minions, Guild against Semper, BDS against Carmine, that's the match we're watching right now, and Williams Resolve against Team Queso.
They're really good matchups, all of them. I can see any of them going either way, like legitimately. I think that is a lot of good Rocket League spread out across a lot of good channels.
And the one that I'm really looking at there is Evil Geniuses against Cooks' minions. For me, Cooks' minions might turn themselves into a little bit of a rabid animal that is there just to ruin everybody's major chances. Obviously, Evil Geniuses came in a very good spot actually today. But still, I think we'll all have the end of last split on our minds where Evil Geniuses should have had it locked up and it just got away from them.
They don't want to be following the same path they did alongside Misfits in the previous split either, where Misfits now are out again. E.g., they were always heralded at that fall major as one of the best scrim teams from any other region that came over to Sweden. And they want to be showing that on the stage as well, not just through hearsay. They want to have those points alongside their name. And I think this BDS today, by the way, is beatable. They lost not only to Luminosity earlier on in the bracket, earlier on in their group, but they lost to them twice in 2 Game 5s, Luminosity both times in the tiebreaker and in round 2. KC, meanwhile, they managed to go 3-2 versus EG. They then did lose to Dig, who ultimately only lost a single game today, and then they managed to beat Ritz. I think the BDS do look beatable, but I need to see so much from KC here.
Certainly is the case, as we do see Astral taking over. At least gets past one, and that demo is very happy. Oh, Astral! How have you missed that? Stumpy, that wasn't an open net. Please tell me that wasn't an open net. I mean, I saw an open net, but I've also got bad eyesight.
Nah, really. And you're coming to me for eyesight? Yeah, well done. I think
I just wanted another. Maybe our 4 eyes could have.
Maybe
net,
4
it?
Again, still generous. I think that when you look at Astral,
wait, maybe there's a way. Beep. Oh, was that an open net?
Good shout. News orb.
Was the news that was an open net that was missed?
Yes.
Oh God, News orb. News orb. 5.5 eyes still couldn't do it for us. Right, it comes down to those small errors that we see that KC just unfortunately repeat time and time again, and those are chances that you cannot give up against BDS. Whilst they do let a lot of shots go towards their own net, they're happy to absorb shots, especially if you're missing open nets as well. KC, pounce on them. Get this series to go your way early on. Give yourself that buffer.
And KC, please get the next goal. Like, you should be 1-0 up right now.
Yeah.
Do not drop this, because of all teams that I could see falling apart. And it's early days, but off that and then suddenly they can see the next goal. Oh, it'll be a difficult time for KC to recover.
Just mentally as well, right? Like, if BDS now score, you're thinking, oh, right, any player, Stake, Itachi, if any of them missed it, you'll be thinking, oh, you really should have scored that. Maybe you're not saying it, but certain players are certainly thinking it. Extra went to go for something a little bit special there, and Mark going off the crossbar. As we approach a minute left, it's still question marks up in the air and passes flying abound in the orange KC half.
Oh, Monkey Moon going to put a little bit of pressure on Stake. Does incredibly well. Lovely pinch against the wall, just to open up the field a little bit more for himself. Astral couldn't find the recovery. Downfield, there's Monkey Moon. Looks to find the set. He actually might have got it, but Itachi back just in time. This is where the chaos of BDS, though, starts to come in. Great challenge, though, from Astral. Gets his team a teeny tiny bit of breathing space. They're right back against it. Up on the wall, Astral takes his time again, looking for the bumps in the demos. That's how they opened up the play. Was finding the third man and getting rid of them, so they know it's going to work. And the question is did you waste the only time that was going to work out properly? Or can Carmine Corp get a second chance?
I mean, we talk about that open net miss, but ultimately, BDS still haven't scored. KC are in the same position they were 10 seconds before they had the opportunity. Not the end of the world, still a lot of chances for them to work through, with one demo opening it up, an extra in the sky. He works around the side of Astral, Itachi not letting that ball drop just yet, though. Monkey Moon with a misread, where he thought that was going to be bouncing a lot closer to the wall so he could launch it. Overtime, game number 1.
A big overtime at that as well. You can see Monkey Moon trying to open up the field. Just didn't want to get immediately challenged, but Stake, you can see him just loitering around. Didn't need it. Astral wins the challenge. 5 boosts. He couldn't get it, but Itachi can! And Itachi has got the overtime for Carmine Corp.
Brilliant play as well with Astral following up on that ball. Mark misreading and Itachi. That's not the best shot in the world. It gets past the best team in the world. Carmine Corp securing that game number 1. I'm so happy that open net miss hasn't affected them. It clearly didn't get in the way of their mentality. They worked through it and they still secured the game. That is brilliant. That is exactly what I want to see from KC.
Yeah, you can ignore the miss at this point. We won't, but the players can. And one person I would never want to ignore either. Orb. How are things looking in the other lower bracket matches?
Before we get into that, I know Belgium is happy right now. They gotta be. Belgium. They gotta be happy. I mean, I love it. I love the underdog. Chat was let's see, a majority against them. We voted in not in their favor. I love seeing it, okay? This is what it's all about. Case of versus Williams to solve. It is 1-0 in series to Williams. Currently 1-1 in game number 2. Guild versus Semper. I just lost who won that overtime. It was in overtime for quite some time.
It was Guild. It was Guild are going to the major.
There you go. There you go. It's News Shogun now. It's a new Shogun now. He's called.
Wait, that means you need to cast with me. Do you want to do that? Do you want to switch?
Listen, Guild did actually...
Don't you dare try and get rid of me like that.
Listen, if you want a tri-cast situation, I'm down, okay? I don't know how much I can add, but passion and energy, if that is something.
Hey, that's all you need, man.
Belgium. that big Belgian energy from Big Belgian Orb. Game number 2 is where we find ourselves on the beautiful map of Forbidden Temple, and Monkey Moon with a less than beautiful goal, but just as pragmatic as a worldie.
Yeah, fantastic play there, and that is the first goal as well for BDS. Getting themselves on the board nice and early here in game number 2. I love this format stuff. My eyes are just everywhere at the moment. I'm trying to watch as many games as possible right now.
The other one's up.
I have the Guild Semper one up at the moment. That's how I knew the result.
Nice. That's awesome, dude. I've done none of that. I've been sitting here. I've been chilling. I've been doing what I would say is my job, Shogun, instead of lollygagging around and looking at other
I've got the points open on another one.
Oh my god! Right, well, BDS, they want to be hammering home the point of their win. They want to be getting another goal to try and secure something, but stake in the sky. Has no boost, continue with it. I wouldn't say that he wasted his current boost, because he then continues with 0. Nicely played round with Astral, though. Finding the pass in the ceiling extra has to be better than his double-digit points previously. Isn't able to dribble it past stake, and the ball falling very nicely towards Tachi.
He's going to just hook himself back around. Couldn't get the challenge he was quite after. And now it's Astral's turn in field to stake. Plays off the backboard. They need one more player. Here comes Itachi. He saw the player left. It was Monkey Moon, who was strong enough on the challenge. Stays 1-0. And Monkey Moon was a monster on the goal line.
He also avoided Astral's bump when that was coming in. Stake strong on the opposition goal line as well. Finally, we're seeing some brilliant shots come in and some outplays. This is a chance for Mar to go for one of his own. Isn't able to as Astral gets the ball before him. Extra with not too much boost. Monkey Moon faking out Itachi, but with 2 players working their way down the pitch. KC looking strong.
Itachi back down to stake. Almost managed to just pop the ball over the top of extra. Itachi again. Feels like they're trying to force the option, however. Just because the players around does not mean the pass has to go to them. Kind of slow this play down just a little bit. Astral again, looking for the infield pass. Mark, BDS have their chance now to start swarming. Keep an eye on those 100 boosts as well. Steve grabs hold of those. Although the misplay over in the corner does give Astral his opportunity. Wins the first challenge. This is always what you expect to see from BDS. They will challenge early to give their next player the easiest time.
Halfway in the match, Itachi attempts to get the ball to the corner. Monkey Moon with a miss, and Stake, the self-professed man that doesn't reckon he's got the mechanics, slots that in at such a lovely angle, outspeeding the best.
It's been a very scrappy series, though, and both teams have had on and off momentum from themselves. But it does seem like Carmine have had the better of it. Stake again outpaces. It's up to Extra. Does well. Actually, might even get more from this. He does another fantastic challenge. Carmine desperate to hold on to this midfield. They have held on to it incredibly well. Stake already up. Mark Bay, as always, just a little bit before you. He's always a pre-jump and a half ahead of everybody else.
Tell you what, though, I feel like we're not really seeing a BDS that's at their top by any means. Like, they're making mistakes. Extra was not doing very well in that first game. There have been errors. There have been misplays, misjumps, miss-everythings. I can't really put my finger on what is different, but KC, they look like a new team. That is such a nice play from them. Getting in the way of Monkey Moon's misplay with a demo as well. Stake driving it through the middle of the goal, and the lead is theirs.
That's again, it's Carmine that are creating the better opportunities. They've also had a much stronger control over the midfield. So if there was a time to do it, Carmine have caught BDS at the best possible day. What a result this would be as well. Not only keeps Carmine well in contention, but also for Queso, who I don't quite know how their series is going at the moment. We'll find out very soon from News Orb.
I can see that they lost the first one in overtime versus Williams Resolve. So Queso in that lower side of the bracket, not looking as strong as they are either. Maybe teams getting a little bit complacent now that they've made the major. It's definitely an argument, right?
It's an argument, but the immediate argument afterwards would be, do you know how strong first seed is?
Yeah, true.
Go and get it. Like, you do not want a difficult group. I mean, it's all difficult anyway. You're going to a major. Nobody is there. It's going to be easy. But you would prefer a slightly easier time compared to the group of death. Oh, what a shot by Mark. He's got his team back into it. Very typical BDS play. Just challenge, challenge, challenge. Oh, you've got nobody left. Fantastic. But also, yeah, a bit of a team bump.
It's nice and wrapped around, though, that ball. Finding its way to Mark, is able to shoot it nice and quickly. And over both defenders, who are about halfway between Mark and the goal, means that the ball is almost a blur as it goes above them. With 30 seconds left, that's an equalizing goal for BDS. Stake trying to find the hood of Itachi and get another shot off. Monkey with 0 boost. Nearly gets that second shot respected as the ball falls to Mark for a shot. Stake to save away.
Yeah, I love that Carmine, though, allowed that play to happen, although they're starting to get caught, and BDS are finding their rhythm. Just taking their time, allowing the challenges to come towards them. And this is a very different BDS to the one that started this game. Extra. Looks for the outplay, but Astral had eyes on only the ball throughout that one. Extra keeps the ball alive in field, although...
Still up?
Yeah, Monkey Moon would maybe needed to see about 10 seconds beforehand if he was ever going to make it to that ball.
Yep, overtime, game number 2. This BDS want to be evening up the series after KC took that first one. That's going to bounce central, but Extra able to get the touch away. Mark by 8, bumped by Itachi, who did misplay the position of the ball. Makes up for it with his manhandling.
Stake tries to clear, realizes this is just to try and get his team a little bit of time. Extra weaves his way through. It's well blocked, but BDS are taking every single challenge they can get. They are more than up for this task at this moment in time. It's another good challenge. Stake looks for a mistake from Monkey Moon. Does not happen, and that leaves players downfield. Astral has to get there first. Now, what a challenge that is. Astral just landed on it, and there's the win. He's not even going to get trusted with the open net. Stake just guiding him. The open net, it's over here. Hit towards me. Hit it towards me. You can pass better than you can shoot, and it does go in.
Astral did so much for that goal as well. He landed on the ball. He made sure that that was going in, and he blocks it wonderfully. Stake, though, earning the accomplishment of finisher with 1 overtime goal. That is BDS now needing to reverse sweep.
Orb, do you respect the goal steal? If it was for a hat trick, which it was, do you respect the goal steal?
Listen, you got to do what you got to do, okay? You respect this or respect that. You got to do what you got to do, Shogun, right? When it all comes down to it, you got to put it in.
He's turned this question back on me. And he's good. This is why he hosts.
Oh,
He's very good at this.
I mean, listen, it's interesting to see how BDS is, we can say, struggling a little bit with Carmine. Queso struggling with Williams, currently 1-1 in their game 3, but Williams is up 2-0 in their series overall. Guild up 2-0 in the series against Semper. Semper currently leads with 1 goal with some 3 minutes left, so plenty of game time left there. And then EG is up 2-0 in the series. Cuxer leading with 1-0 on goals. That's where we're at. I mean, is BDS and Queso both going to drop the ball? No pun intended. When it matters the most.
Let's look at this from a bigger point of view, where if these two teams, Team Queso, Team BDS, they are supposed to be teams that would be occupying the top point spots, the 300 points, the 250 sort of points. If those teams go, then this battle for the top 5 gets a lot more interesting, because where you previously might have been able to settle on a top 6 performance, leaving those points open means that now these teams are starting to look towards, okay, we need grand finals to be safe. And it not only it's available to them, but it also becomes a lot more available to all of their their closest rivals for their spots. So if BDS and Queso go out here, it's huge.
Yeah. It also puts the fate in the team in the team's hands, right? Because now suddenly they then don't need to run into a Queso BDS that are already in the competition. They're already going. It's
Luminosity will find a way to play against one of these teams.
Somehow in the afterlife. Something that I thought was very interesting right at the end of that second game, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, trying to find that storyline, but Monkey Moon said, I'm not going to try and say it in French, he said something like, j'avais pas menti, right? I went on Google Translate immediately and had a look. He said in English, I didn't lie, is what that means. And that's what I'm very intrigued about. He said, I didn't lie. Maybe it's, some kind of technical thing or whatever it ends up being, because now we're just nipping into a pause real quick. But I don't know if there's a little bit of beef there, maybe, between these teams. It's very intriguing.
Yeah.
Listen, you want a little bit of drama, right?
Yeah.
Between the teams.
I mean, we do, obviously.
By the way, Stumpy, I love how you said, I'm not going to try to say it in French. And then you said it in French.
Stumpy is always one of those people that will say he won't do something and then realize when he says
not
it,
gonna do it.
That sounds like good fun. I'm going to do that.
It sounded good. I don't speak any French, but it sounded...
I'm assuming you got it right there, Stumpy. A+.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Maybe I just need to learn how to speak Belgium, and then I'll be perfect in the middle of Europe. What? Come on. We're back in the game, though. That was Hitachi scoring that first goal as well for KC. Looking really good. I love how much they're linking up. I love that they're not giving up the midfield as easily as maybe we've seen them before. I love they're not overextending. I love that basically they look like a very different team. And that team is one that is beating BDS into the ground.
I mean, this look, not only is this likely to happen, this looks like it's going to happen. BDS are being smashed in lower bracket round 1, Stumpy. That's 2 sentences right there that should not be happening. But Carmine are the team that are stepping up. We've been waiting for this. Europe has had difficulty maybe finding teams that can deliver in the clutch. Carmine are overachieving in this sort of situation. Obviously, it's going to require an awful lot more from them. I need to hold on to this for 3 more minutes. But so far, this is the Carmine we wanted to see. And after what we had in the earlier parts of Game 1, Stumpy, maybe a Carmine that we didn't expect to see.
It's a Carmine that we've not expected to see for quite a while, realistically. In the Apollo Open, our first event here in Europe for winter, they finished 7th to 8th. And then in the Premier Cup, they then got to 9th to 12th. They were not doing very well. This is now their chance to improve on that. They are going to try and go through BDS to prove a point. And there is literally no better way to do it. I want to see them succeed. We wanted to see them succeed for a very long time. They've got such a huge and passionate fan base that need to see KC perform how we know theoretically they can. And BDS, if they're the ones standing in the way, then that door is about to get bashed down.
Mistake with a shot. KC probably should have been 3-0 up after the previous shot that just went wayward. majority of that game has just been spent in the opposite side of the field. Nice leave. Take the ball into your own side of the field. See if you can waste some time. Although, here's the opposite side of that. You are offering chances here for BDS. Astral not choosing to waste time there. He has no choice. There is only 0 boost for him, although he almost found the redirect. Trying to give himself the chance, but now you see how Steak just dragged himself forward, giving Extra the opportunity to counter. At least it was only temporarily there, but Monkey Moon takes back over immediately. Shot on target! And KC, your job is not done yet.
Mark by 8 slotting in a potentially vital goal. Astral backflips on the ball alongside Monkey Moon and leaving that net completely open. KC, that is a scary point to be in now. You've got 90 seconds to stare down and hold strong in the face of BDS-shaped adversity. Are they going to be able to do it? Itachi battling along with Monkey Moon for control of the ball. With 0 boost, though, Monkey Moon wins out, can center it for a teammate. Astral to clear onto the right wall. Extra, look at him moving in after having quite a quiet series. Passes it central. Mark saved away by Steak.
And Steak will get extra contact. He's finally got rid of the ball. Extra off the backboard. There's Monkey Moon looking to set. It's very awkward, but it's awkward for everybody. As Astral can't find the challenge. He's got teammates left and right of him. Finally a bit of breathing room. An extra follow-up from Steak has finally given Casey not only a chance to regain the boost and redeploy, but also settle down for this final minute.
The final minute looking so intense as well, where you've had KC hold out now for half the time they needed to, but with Mark by 8 sending it high above 1, Monkey Moon receives it. Extra outspeeds. That's on the ceiling. That's on target. That's in the goal.
Well, I didn't expect to see it going that way. Itachi up, and Astral turns. He went inwards. And the moment his teammate is beat, his previous decision means that there is no way to get back. 2 each. And for KC, they cannot afford for this. Still lots of work to do. But that's just not the way to start this off.
This is the point where you look at a series, especially one with KC in it, and you think, do they hold it together? Because they have to. Is this the point in history where we look back? Astral, though, other one shoots, finds Extra on the goal line, final 10.
Steak, ceiling, doesn't get any further than that. Astral sees Itachi take back over, but now this is where Astral wants the ball the most. Off the ceiling, couldn't get there, just a little bit too much pressure on him. That ball drops down, Astral stays around, Extra desperate to find the ball to the opposite side of the field. Brilliant. He's done exactly that. Overtime, looking to see whether or not BDS are going to be eliminated.
In our other lower round 1 matches, all 4 teams went up, and Steak up for a shot will ruin the reputation of BDS and delivers them their worst performance in an RLCS event ever.
Well, again, they have a huge blunder and they respond. I've not seen in the entire time that we've watched KC. There's always been the blunder. There's never been the response. But today, we finally got it.
I mean, I love the fact that we got to watch the Steak video earlier and them doing what they did just now. I mean, I think it speaks volumes to where they're heading. And I mean, especially competing as BDS, we talked about, the contender for the best team right now. That's got to be huge. That's got to be a huge boost for them. And big congratulations to them. We're going to pull up, I think it was Gilbert we're going to pull up since obviously, Shogun has a lot at stake here. But we got
I have the prediction of a century on the line
I
here.
feel like, by the way, we need to just zoom in on how big that defeat is for BDS. Because ultimately they're going to the major, whatever, blah, blah, blah. KC, awesome, well done, they won. But the previous worst finish for BDS was them finishing 5th to 8th. And that was in an RLCS X Spring Regional 2. This is the second time they have ever finished an event below 4th place, and they bow out in 9th to 12th. That is a gigantic loss for BDS, and what a team to have delivered it to them as well. One where we didn't know if they had that ambition to actually fight when they needed to. One where we didn't know if they had the mental composure to fight against the best team in the world, and they've done it.
So I believe as well, BDS are now not #1 seed from Europe. Getting sent to this. because Queso came into this event at a higher points total.
Yes, yeah.
And BDS can't gain on them. So
Correct.
at the moment, Queso, who came in 40 points above, their only challenger is Dignitas. And I think Queso would have to go out here and BDS win the event. That's me doing
Dignitas
quick
win the
maths.
event,
And I'm all over the place at the
Queso
moment.
just tied up their Williams game as well. So even though they are down 1 in the series, they're currently 2-2 in game 4 with a minute left.
As if Guild are going to beat Semper as well. What is today? Literally what is happening today. This is how fluid Europe can be. People on Twitter will say, oh, it's inconsistent, it's whatever, it's blah, blah, blah. That only counts if it's North America. How have people not learnt this yet? That's when it's inconsistency. Here, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you call depth. Just me?
I mean, no. I'm with you.
Well played, Orb. Well played.
Listen, I didn't really have anything to add to that point. I was gonna let that one hang for a little bit. I mean, yeah, it is going to be some shocking results. I don't think that is even though the results may be surprising. I don't think the upsets themselves is not that really surprising. I mean, you're coming into a major. You're Stumpy. You touched on the fact that like maybe there's a little bit of complacency. Maybe it doesn't have to be full on, but maybe you've already made it. It's got to make you maybe a little bit relaxed. Yes, Shogun, you're talking about that seed one. Is it that important the way you're phrasing it, the way you're putting it out there?
Yes.
Yeah, big.
Yes, because there might be, oh, wow. Oh.
Okay.
Twitch chat,
Okay.
no, don't do this, okay? Just be nice to me for this one, all right?
Also, quickly, because Guild beat Semper, Semper are now out of the major. Semper will not be attending this major after finishing 4th in the world. That is a huge upset. And yeah, Queso here just fighting to try and get that game number 5. And if they do, they're definitely first? Question mark? I don't know.
Oh.
D-Rex?
D-Rex.
I love verbally
the points
acting
go
someone.
70 for qualifying, 110 for getting through.
60 qualifying, isn't it? Also, what a win from Queso.
60? It could be. Either way, it's only like a 40-50 point split by you go up by getting up to there. So this is a joy, all right? We're casting games and we're keeping up with as much of this as we possibly can. If we get some stuff wrong, apologies. There's a lot happening, okay?
I have 4 monitors and it's still not enough. I'm just looking literally
I need more
everywhere.
eyes, all right? I need more caffeine where I can just go like that
Same.
and just... I wish, you know what I need? A photographic memory. Not
But listen,
happening.
that's why. Listen, Shogun, that's what we have. That's what we have production. That's what we have production. They've been doing. I mean, the information that they're feeding us in terms of like what teams are now officially out. That is crucial information to be able to share. There's a lot going on. I mean, if you guys been tuning into the different team streams, you already know there's so many different games going on at the same time. And essentially now, since it's the last regional, who's going to make the cut to the LA Major? A lot is changing, okay? I just looked at they prepared essentially a docket for us. And it was like, if, let's pick
I feel so
KC.
bad. I just don't have enough monitors left at this point.
Okay.
But you have a lot of information up. I'm surprised, Joey. You're keeping track of everything. But there's a lot of
Poorly,
right?
I'll add, but I am keeping track.
It's not just like, if they win the regional, they're going to be in, which that could be an easy assessment for everybody. But it's like, clinches the major with a win and 2 or more of. So there's like many more factors that got to kind of come into play for people to, be able to, for teams to be able to get to the major. There's a lot of calculating going on, and I'm not doing that. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. I can keep track of scores, but that's too
That's
much.
why we have the help.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what D-Rect is for. He's unbelievably good at his job with a team of people that also fact check him. Gosh, we're correct. We're here just chucking out random assessments of what might be happening. I did also see...
I want D-Rect to turn rogue on us at some point and just
tell us
Just give us wrong information.
Just get everything wrong.
That'd be fun. I did see an interesting tweet, just to quickly backpedal onto the BDS thing quickly. Extra tweeted saying, expected anyway, can't really afford to play good without scrimming. Have to step it up for the major. GG's to all the teams we played and good luck for the rest of the regional. Zany emoji. So,
didn't they do this ahead of the last major?
Yeah, then they won it.
Didn't they have a bit of a moan at each other before? Nah, this is all part of it's just part of it now.
This happens. But this is Queso
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
wanting
Nah,
to
you're not
keep
fooling
going
us.
through wanting to beat Resolve, so then they can just further their lead on BDS, go through as that first seed. And Sho, I think you were saying about how important that first seed is, because that can change your entire view of what happens in the tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, this format is brutal, especially I don't want to say a free win, but you want the best 4th seed possible to you, where you can sort of look at them and just say, all right, they're probably a team we'll be fine against. They'll probably be out here. If you don't have that, you're kind of at the mercy. Oh, there's no ace. Oh, I'm so sad for him. That was such a good play. He followed the rule. If you fake out one play, you got to fake out another.
Listen, I say we're watching Williams' team stream, right? If we can get the audio in and just listen in to see what's going on their team stream. Let's.
Thumbs up huge, and Williams Resolve somehow remain unscathed.
Somehow. And launching a counterattack. Oh, Radisson's just bumped off it at the prime time. Look, gonna have to defend here. Joyo no boost, but he's gonna pop that high into the midfield. Prime does cut it out, and that means Sizen gonna come in over the top, putting Joyo in an awkward position. But Joyo's been so big in these awkward moments, whether it be lack of boost or a strange angle coming at the ball or a weird corner bounce off the ceiling. He's been strong for Queso in those big moments. But right now, it just feels like a coin flip, and that 50-50 could have gone either way. It went the way of Queso, but Williams Resolve shutting it down for now, withstanding some pressure here. That was a fake. We chill in absolute mind games, but right now, we're going to have to read Joyo and his flip reset. Continuation, so powerful, so fast. Joyo finds the opening goal, and unfortunately for us, it's the way of Queso.
We knew that one was going in the minute he popped up for it. But the good thing is we've got 2 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for us to battle back here. And I've got full faith in them to do so. But now more than ever, Chad, it's time to show your resolve. Williams Resolve need all the momentum in the world just to survive and take us to what would be our 90 millionth overtime of the season here. Let's see if we can do it. I've got faith, but I also need the defense to play well. Rise got a flip reset, but it is dispossessed almost immediately. 1-0 here. I honestly think this is a scarier scenario than 3-0. I would have rather us just know that this is the end than having to play through what is heart palpitation after heart palpitation.
The important thing is for me is determining whether or not you just said scario scenario. While you think about that, we are putting it at Radisson, putting it into the top corner, finding that equalizer on the 92nd mark, and we are right back into this one. Hope is alive. Queso on the back foot.
Say it with me, chat. We've been saying it all day, and I'll say it again. This is the Rado Regional for a reason. Williams Resolve are not done yet. They are showing their resolves in the best way possible. But with 90 seconds left, this is basically golden goal scenario here, Munts. Every single touch is going to be crucial, and we've got to be careful of these little mistakes. It's what separates teams in a game like this, where every single moment matters. And with 75 seconds to go, we got to clear this out of our half. I don't like where it's at right now, and neither does Sizen. He'll try and get in the way, but his Prime is in the corner. Can only boom it out to midfield where no one is prepared. Ooh, they think they're lucky stars there. I think it was Joyo. Had they not gotten a touch there, that was definitely a goal.
Scary, scary business right there. Oh, but now it's scary for the Queso defense, which, guys, I don't know if you know, that's a good thing for Williams Resolve, but the counterattack, not so much. Queso looking vicious, looking quick, and it's the crossbar denied, but Williams Resolve helping that ball onto it. But another save needed right here. Instead, it's the cutout. Joyo denied a shooting opportunity. Viteria likewise. Williams Resolve. And now he's got a chance to put this on target. But 30 seconds in the tank. Not much boost for Sizen. He's trying to wrap it around, and it is end-to-end. I don't know, Bass. This seems destined for an overtime, but it also feels like either team could find an a go-ahead goal at any moment. So much stress, so much pressure. Who is going to stand up big in these clutch moments?
Oh, it could be Williams Resolve. They've got an offense together here and an awkward rise on the line, but no one wants to challenge. Eventually, Sizen will go, but all he does is pop it up for Joyo. We've seen him do some spectacular things before, but not when he's dispossessed and they have to panic into defense here. Williams Resolve now with a chance to go the other way, but maybe a bit too heavy on that touch. Rise can just get in the way. Please either spike the ball or send it into the half. I don't want to see this one continue, and we will not. Overtime, game number 5. This determines who goes on in the next round of playoffs. Team Queso, the former regional champs, against Williams Resolve, who are desperate to find a way to the major. First offense goes to Queso, and let's make that the last one.
That'd be great. Actually, a weird bump play. This is awkward. Soft double commit from Williams Resolve. And, I mean, honestly, it was always going to come down to a Game 5 overtime. Bass, like, this is just how it's going to continue. This is how it's going to be for the rest of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Williams Resolve, if I'm completely honest. It's Game 5s, it's overtimes, it's reverse sweep successes, it's reverse sweep denials. This is the way we play, and we're chilling. That was fine. I wasn't worried at all, but unfortunately, Queso, it's very awkward for Williams Resolve right here. They scramble it off the line. Can they deny it again? They can. It's easy, honestly. But I don't know about this. The demo comes in, the double tap attempt, the pre-flip from Sizen, and he has it open net. He's not going to find it, though. It's off the crossbar, off the post. I've forgotten my woodwork terms. Bass, take it from me, please.
What am I supposed to say? It's been end-to-end here. Both teams having opportunities to close it. This is one for Williams Resolve, but we don't want to jump. Rise will clear it out. Every single second pulls on my heartstrings. Honestly, I'm jealous. Danger Taco about a week ago said I should have worn a Fitbit for games like this. Yeah, I wish I did. My heart rate is through the roof. I have no idea if I'm even going to survive this series at this point. 90 seconds into overtime. Every single opportunity has been denied by these stellar defenses. But what's going to break? Something's got to give. Who's going to end the overtime? Could have been right there, but Rise, he's got a breakaway play. Please dispossess him. Radisson will do exactly that. We go to the other end. I am sweating through my shirt right now. I am going to have to go to the laundromat after this, and we're going to have to keep it. Yes, we'll keep it out, off the bar and out, and Williams Resolve continue to make this the most stressful game in RLCS history.
I personally blame Queso. Their offense has found another level in this overtime. Unfortunately for them, so has the scramble defense from Williams Resolve. Unfortunately for us, for Williams Resolve, we've struggled to keep it out of our own half. We do have a chance here in the 2v1, but again, Vatira's so big, so strong. He does deny the opportunity, but he can't deny the follow-up. Unfortunately for us, the post did so. Here comes Rise. It's just an aimless play away. Williams Resolve trying to take possession. The bumps threatening from Queso and avoided in turn. And the big 50 right here makes Queso scramble back to their own corner. They do get the boost. Joyo looking for the ceiling double. He can't find it, so he opts for the ground pinch. Vatira, oh goodness, the slow play's the right play, but it is shut down in the end. Williams Resolve looking to play it forward.
They'll play it out to the half, but are they going to get any further than that? It seems like it. Radisson, he's going to come in clutch. He's going to try and keep this one alive. Off the backboard, do we have a player to pass to? No, Radisson wants this himself. He tries and spikes it off the ground, but 3 minutes in overtime still. Neither team has yet to budge. And folks, if you weren't here for our previous series of the day or any of them, this is where we live. We had a 12-minute overtime earlier, the third longest in RLCS history. So this is Williams Resolve to AT, but can they tee it up for one last goal? 3.5 minutes in overtime. A bump on Rise should open up some space, and we can go the other way. Sizen, he's going to pop it over one. No, he's not. The bump on the line did not connect, and another opportunity gone awry for Williams Resolve.
All it took was a little bit of contact made, and that would have been the end of the series. In Williams Resolve favor, instead having to defend in our back corner. Boost pretty even right now. Vatira denied that corner, which means Williams Resolve can transition if they can just get it over Joyo. Easier said than done. Joyo shuts it down, continues the pressure on the Williams Resolve defense. The slow play coming in. Vatira looking for the fake. Rise trying to take advantage of the space, but he can't do so. That up to the backboard. Joyo's found the shot. He's found the bottom corner, and he finds the winner for Queso, sending Williams Resolve home and ending our hopes of the major berth.
All right, well, there you have it. Listen, shout out to Bass from the Pass and Muds for putting on a great show.
Amazing.
Queso winning that one. I wish, as much as we were doing a listen in, and that's a great, terrific cast, by the way, from them. But if you could have heard the screams echoing through our Discord as well, that was a lot of back and forth. Okay, I mean, in a way, a very fitting end to the day one mayhem of the final regional before the LA Major. This is only day one. Are you guys ready for 2 more days? Like,
it's only day one, but also we've seen so much incredible Rocket League, and also so many teams now knocked out By losing in that lower round one, they did well to work out their groups, but then they're gone. KC, they managed to work their way through and continue. Semper, though, they are out. Kirk's minions, they were going to be out pretty much regardless, unless a lot
Williams
went
is
their
out.
way. But they're definitely out. Williams are now out after an awesome attempt. And I look at Twitch chat whenever we go to any of those listen-ins. You guys love Bass from the Past and Munts as much as I do, as much as we do. They're so good. Just follow them on everything. They are brilliant casters. They deserve everything they get. I am so impressed with how Williams Resolve have done. Losing to Queso, that's not a bad thing whatsoever. That is not something to be ashamed about. Like, Williams Resolve, they managed to get to lower round one. They don't make the major, but the strides that team have made, Shogun, they're some of the biggest strides we've seen. I'm blown away by them.
Yeah, they're definitely a team that we've seen on occasion, and we keep thinking, okay, we'll see them once at like a very good stage, and then we won't see them again for another 4 months. But this is becoming frequent now. This is becoming a team that we have to pay attention to. And next split, I mean, this one isn't it for them, but next split, I'd be worried if I'm trying to get one of those top spots.
I mean, with the final game done, let's take a look at the group standings real quick and see how all the different teams fared heading into day 2 tomorrow. Stumpy,
hello.
Which is the team that's going to go the distance in day 2 and day 3? Who's going to go the distance for the final regional?
Through the bracket, there are so many teams that can do it. Realistically, there's a lot that can. EG, we've wanted to see them do well in these brackets for quite a while, and they can still, I believe they can still make the major at this point as well. So I'd love to see them do well and prove to people why a lot of teams are praising their scrims during the fall major. I also want to see KC prove me wrong. I had a massive go at Astral earlier on. I laid into him completely, and then he proved me wrong. Keep doing it. KC, please live up to what you are able to do on paper, because we have not seen that yet. I also want to see what Guild can do with this damage. Oh my god, Devo looked brilliant. All of them looked amazing. CRR, Show, is he the difference maker?
I mean, I love what I see from CRR. He is so quick to react. It's just become a team now that doesn't let the game happen around them. And that was always my biggest problem with Guild, is that the game would happen and they would react, and you can't play Rocket League at the top level that way. You cannot do that and expect results. So CRR coming in, for me, has fixed that problem. But I'm looking at this right now. There's so many things when it comes to that major. There's so many games that I'm looking at over here, Stumpy.
Yeah, there's a lot in the upper semis where you've got Luminosity and Endpoint. That is going to be huge. That's going to be so much fun to watch. Both those teams battling hard to make the major. One win may well do it if other things
Luminosity
fall
need
their
to win
way.
that. Like, there's no other way of describing it.
Yeah,
they have
100%.
to win that.
That's also confidence inspiring if they do, to then work through one more, then you're in the grand finals all of a sudden. Double O Nation, I would say, are up against it. 0-0 Nation, rather. They are up against it, where Dignitas are a team that at this point, I would say, are probably the most likely to win. They went 9-1 in their group. They looked near infallible. They looked outstanding, and Gibbs got a pie in the face. There's not much standing in their way. 0-0 Nation, they can take Dig down, which at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened because of how ridiculous Copa del Rocket League has been. Just so many awesome matches that we're still going to be seeing tomorrow.
Yep, still a day 2 and a day 3 to look forward to. We have to wrap up the show. It has been one heck of a day 1. Any final thoughts? I mean, you already touched a lot on the bracket, but I know the last regional going into the major. Stumpy, let's go with you.
I yield my time to the man with the round head.
All right, Shogun, go.
I'm the man with the round head. Me.
It's me. I'm the guy with the... Okay,
Look,
go ahead.
I'm just saying, tomorrow, we got a lot of Guild fans out there that are still in this tournament, all right? Because they are up against EG. If EG are out there, it's about a 100-point gap between themselves and Carmine, Luminosity, all the way in that upper bracket. You know, that is, if EG go out there and either of those teams can get third, they at least tie with EG. EG, they're in this position again where they're in a game, they're everything is in their hands. They should win this. But if they don't, oh boy, the chaos that we are going to see. You do not want to miss it, because if there's ever been a Guild result out there, Guild winning that one, you wouldn't put it past them.
Stumpy, anything to add on his points? Any of your final thoughts?
Please join me on Team Chaos.
I will join
Belgium.
you on Team Endpoint as ever. Endpoint.
That's Team
have
Chaos
got
as well.
their
Endpoint would be
chance.
happy. They would be happy.
No, Endpoint are not Chaos. They were the number 1 team in Europe going into the fall major. Thank you very much, Shogun. Endpoint, I'm on their side. Get through. Secure yourself another spot in LA. I want to see you at the major, boys. Do the badge proud.
All right. Well, there you have it, boys and girls. We are done with day 1 broadcast. Special shout out to production, by the way, for keeping track of all these different outcomes and how and when and if. There's a lot to keep track of. So big shout out to production for doing their thing. The show will be back day 2 tomorrow, 5 p.m. CET. That I believe that is 11 a.m. EST, unless something has changed with time zones since I last checked. That should be when we go live. So you got more Rocket League coming your way for day 2 tomorrow. See you then.